Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. We are going to stream days 5 and day 6 today, which are from Wednesday and Thursday. And so we'll be almost caught up, but we are dual streaming today. We are covering Florida versus Dima Tower over there. And here we're doing Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate you guys coming on in. Let's get to day 5. Without further ado, let us get to day 5.
C-37723 United States Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, Deputy District Attorney, on behalf of the state, and both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
The state, you may recall the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Carl Lippisch.
And it's not that the state's going to be allowed to reopen their questioning to admit 2 exhibits, and then we'll move to cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could please just state.
My name is Carl Lippisch.
State the name.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
We left off yesterday having gone through a tremendous amount of surveillance video. Do you recall
Yes,
that?
I do.
Okay. We had talked about a 217 Charter Oaks surveillance video, and we have the disc for that today. We also discussed the terrible Chevron inside video that we also have marked for today. You recall both of those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, pursuant to stipulation between the parties, the state is moving to admit 661 and 662.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay, that was agreed.
And sir, just to reorient us to that 217 Charter Oaks address, publishing 11A, are we able to see that on this exhibit here?
Yes.
Can you please, if you can, hover it? And if it's too hard on this exhibit, I do have another one. Would that be more helpful?
The other one's a little clearer.
Okay. A lot of tax on this one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and publish then 9. Can you hover over that 217 Charter Oaks?
Yes, 217 is right where the pointer's at.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state is requesting permission to publish.
Permission granted.
So as we can see here on this exhibit, specifically 661, there is several video that was collected here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And specifically what we're looking for here is there was a 2:04 a.m. Activation showing the Nissan Armada turning from Pala Dura onto Charter Oaks. Is that right?
That's correct.
Publishing doorbell dash 2023-08-07, ending in 110. And there are no date and time stamps on this video, but when you did collect it, you were able to see the date and time stamp on the homeowner's actual system. Is that right?
The detective that collected, yes.
Okay. You as the collective, your team.
Yes.
Playing. And I think there's actually a better video there. I think it was actually the driveway. angle. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And publishing the file ending in 110F, subsection 4. Okay. Now, this particular camera here, you mentioned that it is an activation. Is this a full-time recording, or does it only activate when there's motion?
This only activates when there's motion.
And this camera in particular is pointing in which direction?
It's pointing towards the intersection, so it's pointing down Pala Dura towards where the residence occurred, or excuse me, where the homicide occurred at the residence.
So the street in front here, though, is Charter Oaks?
That is Charter Oaks, correct.
Playing the video. And what do we see there, sir?
That's the vehicle. It's the Nissan Armada, and it turned from Pala Dura onto Charter Oaks, and it's proceeding on Charter Oaks towards the exit of the community at Windmill.
And through the investigation, your team was able to determine that this occurred at 2:04 a.m.
That's correct.
On August 7th of 2023?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to the chevron, the inside of the chevron, because we saw the outside of the chevron on Monday, correct?
That's correct.
Publishing Terrible's chevron clip. And so I'm going to pause it there. What do we see in this video here?
This is the front door, the entrance to the Chevron convenience store, Terrible's convenience store.
And this is just a clip from the surveillance video. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And at this point, do we see individuals entering the store?
Yes, we do.
And I'm going to stop right there at 12 seconds. Does that appear to be a female and a male?
Yes, it is.
And did you later determine that that was Devyn Michaels as well as Johnathan Willette?
Yes.
And what does the female appear to be wearing?
She's wearing a white tank top, blue shorts, black and white athletic style shoes with some sort of bag over her shoulder.
I know it's sort of hard to see here. Are you able to see the date and time stamp?
I am not.
If you go very closely to the screen there.
It appears to be August 6th of 2023 at 22 something hours. I can't see the minutes.
Does it appear to be 05?
It does.
Okay. And that would be 10:05 p.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. Playing. And then we see the two individuals then leaving the store.
Yes.
Approximately about 5 minutes later. So this is essentially a screen recording kind of them entering and exiting, correct?
Yes.
With that correct timestamp.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you. Give me a second, Your Honor. We're going to set up just to hit a few videos, but I'm going to begin the questioning of you with the video that's up on the screen.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Sure.
Say that again?
Use the HDMI cord. That's what I wanted to use.
No, I was using the ear-op. So I can help if you need it.
Yeah, because the cord is what I'm pulling.
So it's got to be somewhere over there. And it sounds like he wants to use this video, which is in here. So you're going to have to plug that in. I'll look for the cord.
Did you pull it out like this for the openings, or?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay, I can just pull it.
Or maybe we'll do this.
No, that's the power cord. All right, well, I'm going to see what we do here. I'm staying out of it. It's not my Achilles heel, so I'll let him handle it from this point forward with the court's permission. Just a couple, while he's doing that, just a few questions. Detective, have all videos that you collected, have they all been marked and admitted into evidence?
I don't know what the DA has actually admitted, so that would be a question for them.
We've got videos collected from Pala Dura, Charter Oak, Carolina Laurel, Balsam Pear, Fan Palm, Africa Violet, Choke Cherry. Just so we're clear on the record's clear, have all videos been admitted?
The ones I published, yes.
Okay. But I mean, I know you published some, but do we have all videos collected?
All the discs right over there.
Okay. Detective, would you agree with me that specificity is important, especially in reference to a homicide investigation?
Yes, it is.
Would you agree with me that completeness is important, especially in reference to a homicide investigation?
It is.
It's important to be exact, correct?
Yes.
And it's important to be as correct as possible, correct?
Yes.
It may seem a minor point, but it will become more significant. You have referred to the Pala Dura home multiple times as the murder scene, correct?
Yes.
However, you'd agree with me that it's unclear, at least based upon the coroner's conclusions, what the cause and manner of death was.
I have not reviewed the coroner's report.
Okay. Obviously, the body was missing a head, and fair to say that without the head, it's difficult to determine the manner of death.
Without the head, obviously, that could be a purpose, or excuse me, that could be the reason that the person died. But yes,
okay,
unless there was something else prior.
So, based upon your involvement, your engagement in this case, did the person die because of a decapitation?
I personally do not know.
Okay. You were shown videos, and when they were setting up, I'd asked you a question. I said, "Pay attention to this because I have a couple of questions concerning that."
Yes.
That was the video that was taken from the terrible herbs, correct?
That's correct.
And you yourself collected that video?
From the security personnel, yes, or surveillance personnel.
And what day and what time did you collect that video?
It would have been, I can't tell you the specific date and time right now from recollection, but it would have been within the next day or two.
Okay. Well, if I told you that it appears based upon the paperwork that you collected that on August 11th, 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I do not.
And was that video taken as a result of a warrant?
I don't understand your question.
Was a warrant served on the terrible herbs, either the corporate center or that particular store, in order to obtain that video?
The warrant, no.
Okay. Was it just turned over then?
Yes.
Okay, but as you sit here today, you don't recall when, either the date or the time?
A specific date and time, no. I know it was in, like I said, it was within several days, within a couple days of the actual incident occurring when we learned that they had been at the Terribles.
Okay, so then that would have presumably been days after the event when you began your investigation on August 7th, 2023.
That's correct.
I'm going to turn your attention now, and I'll let you do this. I don't want to. Thank you. And my understanding is we're not going to have this marked and admitted because we're just taking something that's been provided and is admitted. But just for the ease of these questioning, I'm going to ask to publish this to the jury, Your Honor.
Okay, but this has already been admitted?
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection stated?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to turn your attention specifically to the video that you had discussed. And I'll just let you stay there because I want to do it. You're good. Specifically, the video 6052 taken from 2696 Pala Dura.
Okay.
Do you recall your testimony the day before yesterday in reference to that?
I do not specifically to 6052. I would have to see the clip to remember which.
Okay. We'll play that right now and see if that jogs your memory.
Let's speed up just a little bit here.
Is that the 6052?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Right. Of course.
The video that I'm going to want to draw your attention to involves where the lights go on in the Armada. Do you recall that testimony?
The lights, are you talking about the exterior or interior lights?
Interior lights.
Yes.
It was your testimony that this video, which was taken from 2696, you didn't have any time stamps for that video, correct?
On the video that we have, no, I do not.
Okay.
What's the diligence? Give me a second.
All right, we're having another technical difficulty. Just give me that a moment, Your Honor.
Our player's not on the play, right?
That thumb drive. What I'm going to want to do, and as we're preparing this, I'm going to want to turn your attention specifically to that video to where we see the light go on.
Okay.
We just have to get it lined up. And again, all these videos have all been admitted and are part of the evidence the jury can refer to.
Listen quick.
Maybe this one will work. This computer. lights on inside?
I do.
I'm just going to keep you right there if we can stay on this. You would testify that occurred at what time?
That occurred at 23:05:43 was the timestamp on that. Or it's 46, excuse me, I believe.
46, so 11:05, 46 seconds?
Correct. Is the timestamp that initially the video itself clip started.
But we don't have that time embedded in that video, do we?
We do not.
It's your testimony that you got that from a cell phone of the homeowner at this address, 2696 Pala Dura?
Correct. From viewing the clip on the phone itself.
Okay, on the homeowners?
On the residence, yes.
On the residence. But you didn't take a picture of that time, did you?
I did not.
You didn't in any way memorialize that time, correct?
No, just by documenting it, by writing it down so that I could transfer it to a report, yes.
Okay. So we have to rely upon your recollection, your completeness, your correctness in getting that date.
That's correct.
And that time,
That's
correct? But that wasn't the only video that you had recovered from that address, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you another video that was recovered from that address.
Wait a second.
And this is 7557. Is it playing?
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to tell us what time that image was captured?
I am not.
Let's go to 8879. And all these are same address, same spot. It looks like a work van, doesn't it?
It does actually. It's like a Chevy type work van.
Are you able to tell us what time this image was captured?
No, I'm not.
Let's go to 8619. Are you able to tell us what time this image was captured?
I am not.
We'll go to 5280. Are you able to tell us what time this image was captured?
No, sir.
Let's go to 7518. Are you able to tell us what time this image is captured?
No, sir.
3120. Are you able to tell us what time this image is captured?
No, sir.
Image 1087. Are you able to tell us what time this image is captured?
No, sir.
Image number 0546. Are you able to tell us what time this image is captured?
No, sir.
Now, you testified day before yesterday that you were looking through these videos at these various locations trying to determine if anybody was acting suspicious, trying to determine whether someone was acting as if they didn't belong there. Do you remember that line of testimony?
Yes, I do.
So you'll agree with me that certain things may have slipped through your review of these videos.
By certain things, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
People, vehicles, cars, things of that nature.
No.
So there's nobody that slipped through your review of these
No,
videos?
we reviewed all of the video that we collected.
Okay. Actually have, and speaking of the video that you had collected, I'm going to show you another group of videos, okay? But they're small because there's not very many.
Okay.
These videos that we were looking at were in reference to the Pala Dura residence. But let's talk about a video capturing the Porcupine Rim residence. We have 3 videos that are now part of evidence that I'm going to show you. It's captured from 6505 Taylor Creek Avenue.
Can you want to start with the
Can we just get the exhibit number for the record?
Absolutely. This is from your exhibits. It's the Taylor Creek exhibit.
Yeah, just the exhibit number. It should be on the disc.
Looks like this is what she gave us.
6501.
6501.
65.
Yeah, it's just the 3 videos. Yeah.
6505.
6505.
Okay.
Yes. 660.
The exhibit 660.
It's a little bit bigger here.
Can we bring it up
Yeah.
larger so we can see?
It's pretty
Do
quick.
you recall your testimony in reference to this video?
Yes.
Up at the right, we have Porcupine Rim. We see Jonathan's truck.
That's correct.
Do you recall the time of this video?
I believe this one was at 9:07 at night, is what the embedded label is on it.
And again, because we have an embedded level so we can see, correct?
That's correct.
Let's look at the second video from that residence. Do you recall this video?
Yes, I do.
What date and time is this video?
This is August 7th, 2023 at 0621 now, in the morning.
And again, just so we're clear, this video is capturing the Porcupine Rim residence, right?
Among other things, yes, you're able to see the house on Porcupine Rim.
Then we have a third video. And I believe you testified concerning the contents of these 3 videos.
Yes.
Taylor Creek. That's it, correct?
I don't know. That's it, as in.
There were just 3 videos collected from 6505 Taylor Creek.
That's correct.
Now, you relied upon the homeowner or the occupants in order to get those videos, correct?
That's correct.
Was this a Ring video? Do you recall?
The last 2 we just saw, I believe it had the Ring logo on it.
Okay. Did you issue any subpoenas to Ring in order to obtain the entirety of what those videos may have captured?
I personally did not.
Was there any downloads or a transfer of the contents of this neighbor's phone to determine what all that address was captured concerning?
I actually did not collect the video from this address, so I don't know what specifically the detective did at that address.
But suffice it to say, in this exhibit, we just have those 3 videos and nothing more.
From that residence, correct.
You can't say with any degree of certainty whether there's more videos that exist, correct?
I did not collect it from that residence, so I do not know. You would have to ask the detective that collected from that residence.
Is it your testimony that you collected all the video possible in order to capture what may have occurred at the at the Pala Dura residence at the night in question?
I was one of many detectives that canvassed for video, so I'm able to testify specifically to the people I contacted in the residence I got video from, but we had numerous days and numerous detectives that went out and were responsible for canvassing.
In addition to canvassing, are you aware of any subpoenas that were issued in order to preserve this important evidence?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the other detectives involved. I was not involved in every aspect of the investigation, so I can only testify to what I did.
Now, going from the Pala Dura residence to the Porcupine Rim residence, did you obtain every possible video to occur the goings-on at that home, who may have been leaving or coming back?
From which home?
From the Porcupine Rim home, the home where Devyn Michaels.
I collected video from 5530 Porcupine Rim, and that residence provided me with their activations that they had.
Okay. Any others?
Me personally, no.
Are you aware of any subpoenas that were issued in order to obtain basically as much camera coverage of the Porcupine Rim address?
I personally did not submit any, so besides that, I can't testify to what other detectives did.
So then you're unaware of any subpoenas from Ring or Arlo or any other providers in order to get as much coverage of that house as possible? Didn't happen, did it?
Once again, I can only testify to what I did, sir. And if there were other subpoenas or anything that was submitted, that would have been done by somebody else, because I was not tasked with that. So I cannot answer your question because I don't know at this time.
Understood. I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 11. You had discussed this in your testimony day before yesterday, correct?
Are you specifically the map itself?
Yes.
Yes.
This address is the Porcupine Rim?
Yes, it is. The 5510 Porcupine Rim.
5510.
Yes.
You had testified that the only way in and out was here, correct?
By a vehicle, yes.
By vehicle.
Correct.
But on foot, pretty easy to get out of the neighborhood, isn't it?
I honestly don't know. I didn't attempt to get in or out of that other than be in my vehicle.
There's a walkway right here, is there not?
I see a gap. I don't know exactly what that is. From looking at this map, I can't tell exactly.
And this 5510 Porcupine Rim, I mean, it abuts. It's right up against Rebecca, correct?
That's correct.
Over the fence and you're on a road, correct?
If you're referring to jumping over the back wall,
Yeah.
then yes, you would be out on Rebecca Road.
So if I told you that we have a walkway right here, just one door over, and over the wall, there are ways to get in and out of this residence, let's say in the early morning hours of August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
We have this back road along here, Rebecca. Which of these residents did you attempt to obtain video coverage from?
I personally did not canvass that area.
So we don't know what was along here, correct?
I was informed that detectives had canvassed that area and they did not find any video surveillance.
Okay, but do we have any reports in reference to that? Do we have any writings in reference to that? Do we have any officers' reports in reference to that?
I do apologize for answering this way again, but I can only testify to what I did and specifically what I reviewed. And so if there may be some, I don't know.
And fair enough, we're all human, correct? You're a human, you make mistakes, correct?
I didn't say I made a mistake, sir. I said that I'm testifying to the work that I did in this case. So what other work that was done that I was not privy to or I was not a part of would be documented by other detectives. So me personally, I did not canvass that area because that was not one of my tasks. And so I can't testify to who specifically did or what they did or how they documented it.
Let me ask you this. Given your involvement in this case from the get-go, was this a complete investigation?
To my knowledge, it was complete, but again, I was not involved in every aspect of the investigation.
So, sir, to your knowledge, this was a complete investigation, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that you do not have a perfect knowledge of the doings and investigations and investigative steps that were taken in this case, correct?
Considering the volume of stuff that was done, the work that was done on this, no, I do not.
You had testified concerning arriving at the scene of the decapitation. You had testified that you arrived there the morning of August 7th, 2023?
That's correct.
And you went in, you viewed the body, correct?
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning cleaning supplies on the first floor, correct?
On the lower level, yes.
There were cleaning supplies on the upper floor, were there not?
I was not responsible for searching that area, so you'd have to show me what you're referring to.
Okay, so you didn't go upstairs and view cleaning products, things in the bathroom from upstairs?
No, as a squad, when we respond, because of the extent of the investigation, we divvy up or divide up the responsibilities. And so when it comes to, for instance, in serving a search warrant, we'll work specific areas so that we can focus on the areas that we are tasked with. So we don't necessarily see the entire residence, as you're saying.
I'm going to show you an image, and it's my understanding that all crime scene photos of the Pala Dura residence have been admitted from the crime scene, analysts?
Probably in there. I mean, I don't know.
There's a stack in there this high. I just have a single photo. If I
just want
could.
to make sure that that's in there before, because we can't show it to the,
Well,
it's not.
If you want to move to admit it,
I'd
just
move
save
to
time.
admit
Yeah, just move to it.
Okay. This is from the upstairs,
Okay, hold on.
and I'm publishing it with the court's permission.
This is what? What's next in line? Next in line would be defenses T3.
T3.
Okay,
We'd move-
defenses T3 will be admitted, permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. Getting a little bit ahead of Your Honor. Thank you. We've got cleaning supplies. Did you see these in the upper story?
Once again, as I already stated, I did not search that area. I see that your photo is showing me cleaning supplies, but I have no reference to like when and where this was.
We had heard testimony the first couple of days of this trial where there appeared to be a line near the head, appeared to be a line from a bucket. We have a bucket upstairs, don't we?
If this photo is from upstairs, I do see a bucket in there, yes.
And I will not mislead you with my questions. If I told you this represents a bucket and cleaning supplies from upstairs, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
The only reason I'm saying that is I know in your previous line of questioning, you've asked me about things that I was not responsible for or what I did not do in the investigation. And I just want to make it clear that I don't believe you would try to mislead me. However,
Absolutely not.
this is not something I'm familiar with.
Fair enough. And you had given testimony on Monday that you had arrived at the Pala Dura residence and that you had walked through the crime scene. Do you recall?
Yes.
And I'm now showing you a photograph that was taken from upstairs of this scene, and I'm just asking if you had an opportunity to see this.
I did not.
Okay. Did you view the backyard at the Pala Dura residence?
I do remember seeing the backyard out the door, yes.
I'll have these admitted. Here, let me. Good. I have these marked T. Thank you. I move for admission.
Any objection to U3 and B3 state? No, Your Honor. Okay, those are admitted.
I'm going to show you what's now been admitted as Defense Exhibit U3. I'm going to represent to you that this was taken in the backyard of the Pala Dura residence. Did you see that footprint?
I did not.
Are you aware of its existence?
If you're telling me that's where it's from, then yes, I am. Now I am.
Turn your attention to Defense Exhibit V3. Did you see that footprint? And obviously, presumably, it's the crime scene analysts that are measuring it. This footprint was in the backyard of the Pala Dura residence, correct?
I did not see that while I was on scene, no.
Are you aware of its existence?
I am now, yes.
Are you aware of any testing, comparisons made in relation to this footprint?
Once again, that was not part of my portion of the investigation, so I cannot speak to that.
Based upon your review of this photograph, fair to say that that's a man's footprint?
I would have to look at this closer. I don't know how you could come to that conclusion just based on this photo.
It's a fairly large footprint, correct?
There are people, both male and female, that have various size shoes, so I would not jump to that conclusion, sir.
So you're saying you're not aware of this, but you're going to argue with me right now whether this is perhaps a man's footprint or a woman's footprint?
Well, your question actually said that it is a man's footprint based on the size of it, and based on what I'm looking at right here, I would not be able to tell you yes or no whether that is a man or woman's footprint.
Let me ask you this in reference to your investigation. Were you involved in any follow-up concerning these footprints?
I was not.
If I can have the court's indulgence, just a moment.
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
Any follow-up statement?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Sir, you had testified on cross about the 2696 Pala Dura address, which is next door to the murder house, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And those cameras, that camera specifically, you're able to figure out sort of the time frame of the activations by comparing the other surrounding surveillance video homes that were collected, correct?
That's correct.
And so by reviewing everything, you're able to cross and compare the time frames so that you can be confident to testify today as to the date and time frames.
That's correct.
Additionally, you did see the date and time frame on the homeowner's device.
Correct.
That held the video.
Correct.
And from comparing all the surveillance video that we went into great length on Monday, you're able to determine which direction any vehicle is going in the surveillance video that was collected, correct?
That's correct.
So it shows directional patterns and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And the 11 p.m. time frame was important based off the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And so that's why you were focused on that time frame when collecting video and watching video and flagging which video was most important, correct?
That's correct.
But that being said, you did review all the video.
That's correct.
Now, turning our attention then to the 6505 Taylor Creek address, that's the address in the Porcupine Rim neighborhood that shows the only entrance and exit, correct?
6505 is the one that shows the actual residence of 5510 Porcupine Rim. It's not the one at the entrance to the
Thank you for correcting me. I misunderstood that. So that was discussed on cross-examination. That particular camera, thank you for correcting me, is the one that only activates from motion, correct?
It is a motion camera, yes.
And so because we only have those videos, that's because we saw the homeowner sort of going to the trash because it was trash day and then coming back up the driveway, correct?
Correct.
So it's motion activated.
Yes.
Court's indulgence. Past witness.
I'll just pick up on the last part of that redirect. The 6505, the one that we just have the three that's looking right at the Porcupine Rim. Questions concerning this is only motion activated. You don't know if any other videos exist in reference to that, do you? We just have the three for a fairly long time period.
I personally do not know.
Specifically turning your attention to the 2696 Pala Dura, that list of videos that we went through.
Yes.
You were asked about 1105 and if that was an important investigative time and if you cross-referenced other videos. Remember that line of questioning that you just got?
Yes.
What other videos did you cross-reference in reference to video 6052? The first one that we started with the lights going on, you can see the interior lights. What video did you cross?
That one, there were no other ones because it was just the motion in front of that. That was captured from 2696.
So then, and to clear up the redirect, we don't have another camera to verify that time, do we? That you gave the
That specific one, no.
And the list that I gave, 75, 57 people walking by, no cross-reference to another video, correct?
Actually, with the rest of those, there is. Those people that are walking, they actually belong to the house on the street behind. That work truck that you actually brought up belonged to a house over on African, I believe it's African Violet. I don't remember the exact name of the street.
I'm asking what videos that you reviewed in order to cross-reference this, to confirm this.
Those are the ones from the other houses in the neighborhood. There's other ones that were collected. We were able to cross-reference for those specific ones because those were people that walked through the neighborhood and continued to other areas.
Let me ask you this, though, back to the 6052, the one where you see the internal light. We don't have another video corroborating the time that you state that captured, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Can you follow up briefly again? So the work van that you were just crossed on, that we saw in the video, that's coming from a different house, right?
It's actually going to a different house. It came into the neighborhood and went over, I believe it's African Violet is the name of the street. You actually see it in front of that house from their activations.
Okay, so that's the explanation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then also that Taylor Creek address that we keep talking about that shows the 5510 Porcupine Rim address.
Yes.
You're aware that motion-activated cameras have different sensitivity levels.
Correct.
So a homeowner that has a motion-activated camera can actually go in their app, if it's hooked up to an app or something, right, to change the sensitivity levels. Is that right?
The sensitivity, the zones, and how they want it to capture, yes.
Okay, but including sensitivity?
Correct.
Like what actually causes it to activate?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so as we're seeing in that video, it seems that the only activations happen when the homeowner is basically in the driveway, is when it starts to activate, which is pretty close to the camera, correct?
Correct.
Pass witness.
I had one follow-up. We have to hook up the computer for just a moment. And Detective, this is in reference to the 6505 Taylor Creek, the one that you're giving testimony concerning. We only have 3 videos and it's only motion activated.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start it. We're going to play it a couple of times. So if there is motion activated, it appears that the Pala Dura or the Porcupine Rim, it does activate, correct?
It activates. I don't know what activates it in this one.
So then as far as when it activates it, when it doesn't, we just know that we're stuck with 3 and you had to rely upon the homeowner, correct?
That's correct.
You had to rely upon what the homeowner provided you, correct?
Again, I can't testify to what the detective did. I don't know if the detective viewed the entire timeline, and those were the only 3 that were activated, but those were the 3 that were provided.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you may be excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If counsel feel privilege. You guys just got here, but we're going to take our lunch recess because we have some things we have to get in order to make sure that this afternoon runs smoothly for you. I swear we are trying our best to streamline as much for you as we can so that you don't have to keep wasting your time. So just so you know, none of us will be eating. We'll be getting that stuff together, but I'm going to give you guys your lunch break at this time to get that stuff together for you. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including federal jurors, in any way regarding the case on this narrative, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make the investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspects of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not forward or express any opinion regarding this case until it's fine submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 to 12 p.m. Recess till 1:30.
All rise for the jury. Jury's all present and accounted for.
We are back on the record in C-377239, stating that versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present as her attorney, deputy district attorney on behalf of the state, and both parties give way to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Steve, you may call your next witness.
Janice Ozawa.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And officer, would you please state your full name and then spell it for the record?
Full name is Dennis Ozawa. First name Dennis, last name Ozawa.
Whenever you're ready, Steve.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
Currently a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you been a detective with Henderson?
Approximately approximately 10 years.
And how long have you been in your current assignment?
Approximately 8.
What is your current assignment?
I'm with the Crimes Against Persons Unit.
And what does that entail generally?
The Crimes Against Persons Unit, it entails we investigate a wide variety of violent crimes in the city of Henderson, to include robberies, kidnappings, shootings, death investigations, officer-involved shootings, and homicides also.
And so you've been doing that for 8 years. What were you doing in the 2 years prior as a detective?
I was a fraud detective prior.
And what were you doing prior to that?
Patrol officer.
How long were you a patrol officer approximately?
Approximately 10 years.
During the course of your career, sir, have you received numerous trainings on law enforcement best practices?
Correct.
And during the course of your career, have you responded to hundreds of crime scenes?
Correct.
In your 8 years with homicide, have you ever responded to a decapitation case prior to this case?
I have not.
Fair to say that this particular investigation was a large one,
Yes.
entailing many support personnel such as crime scene analysts, other detectives from homicide, and actually some other detectives from other units called in to assist in the investigation.
That is correct.
In this particular case, did you get called out to a homicide at 2698 Pala Dura on August 7th, 2023?
I did.
Do you remember around what time you were called out?
I believe it was approximately in 9:40 is when we were notified.
9:40 in the morning?
Correct.
And what time was the actual call for service, sir?
I believe it was approximately 8:40 in the morning.
Who was the person reporting?
Yoko Willette.
What was the general information you received before responding to the scene?
From what we were told, that from dispatch, that Yoko had called in, advised that she had found her son, Johnathan Willette, in his bedroom, and he was all bloody, and believes that he was dead at that time.
Okay. And so, is it fair to assume that fire and first responders went out to the scene before you did?
Yes,
And it was confirmed that Johnathan was in fact deceased?
that is correct.
Did you say the victim's full name for the record?
Jonathan Willette.
Once you arrive at the scene, you get called out around 9:40. What happens when you arrive?
When we arrive, we meaning our Crimes Against Person Unit plus the crime scene analysts, we start to show up. As soon as we all arrive, we're waiting for a brief from the supervisor who's on scene. And then once we're there, he provides the brief, basically kind of explain what they did as far as entering the house, any observations that they made at that point, and then the fact that they had probably talked to Yoko, and then we found out about another person that was there at the time with Yoko. I believe his name was Masao Yoshida, that they were the only two there at the house. And then when the supervisor at that time was Sergeant Shields, who we had spoke with to give us the brief.
Okay. Once you get your briefing from Sergeant Shields, is there a quick walkthrough done of the scene?
That's correct.
In addition to that, did you assign various investigators to different tasks in and around the scene?
That is correct.
Was witness canvassing conducted?
Yes.
What does that mean for the jury?
For witness canvassing, we have other detectives kind of walk around the neighborhood and knock on doors, see if anybody heard or seen anything that night. And then for us, we're going to be talking to the witnesses that were on scene at that time too.
During the course of the witness canvassing, did you learn of any witness who suggested that they heard a gunshot in any time during our operative time period?
No,
Was there video canvassing done as well?
that is correct.
What does video canvassing generally entail?
Typically it's in the same way where we have detectives go out, knock on doors, and try to find out if anybody has any video surveillance attached to their residence, and if they captured any kind of footage that would be beneficial to our investigation.
And those detectives who do that, are they documenting what they find?
That's correct.
And then ultimately, you as the lead investigator, do you receive that documentation?
Correct.
And then is it your responsibility to then transfer that documentation into an overall report so the lawyers in a murder trial can actually see what was done and who did it, and et cetera?
That is correct.
In this particular case, was the entire investigation documented under Henderson Police Department event number 23-15229?
Yes.
During the course of the video canvassing, did you learn that there were some people who had cameras that were not initially contacted?
Can you rephrase that?
So, well, let me ask it in an easier way. Did the video canvassing occur over the course of several days?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So maybe not all done on day one, but there's follow-up and stuff that's occurring.
Yeah, as the investigation continued, we continued to try and look for more video surveillance throughout the investigation.
All right. So let's talk about the scene generally. I want to start with the outside. What did you observe outside, I mean vehicles or anything of note?
So when I arrived, I observed that the area being the actual residence, had been taped off with crime scene tape. There was a white truck parked out in front with a trailer attached to it. That it was parked on the wrong side of the road, which then that kind of brought notice to us that also the trailer was kind of out a little bit into the road, which in our eyes, or in my opinion, looked like someone was there for a quick trip, not someone that wanted to park there and leave it there overnight. There was also a cone that was in the driveway that we later found out that was indicated that patrol believed that there was possibly a blood mark right there, and then the garage had actually been partially open from the bottom.
And in addition to the truck with the trailer, there was also a small sedan out front, correct?
Correct, and that was parked across the street.
And ultimately, did you determine who was the owner of that vehicle?
We did.
Who was that?
A female named Andrea Reyes, who then we discovered was an ex-girlfriend who recently broke up with our victim, Johnathan Willette.
Based on the fact that her vehicle was out front at the home, was she a person of interest initially?
Correct.
Did you do follow-up investigation to include obtaining her call detail records as well as interviewing her?
That's correct.
Do you remember which detective interviewed Andrea?
It would have been Detective Lionel.
Okay. Without getting into her statement, that would be hearsay, but did you learn anything of big evidentiary value related to Andrea?
Not from Andrea. We learned that we had been told that she was in another state at the time. That was in question. And then after talking to her, we found out that she confirmed that. And then with the records that we got from her phone later, confirmed that she was in a different state at the time that we were looking at.
Okay, but nonetheless, you look into it. Her car's out front. You gotta check your boxes, right?
That's correct.
Did you? Describe the actual scene walkthrough when you go inside. What do you remember about it?
So when we go in through the front door, to get, I guess, a little descriptive, you walk in, there's a flight of stairs that you go up that kind of takes you to a small den area, and then you have stairs off to the right side of us that take you up to the second floor. And then if you continue to move forward a little bit more, there's the kitchen area. And then to the right of that, you have to walk back down a few flights of stairs, which is where Johnathan Willette's bedroom, makeshift bedroom, would be, because it's, I guess, technically a living room, but it's converted to his bedroom. I believe there were some sheets that were kind of covering the entrance up. I guess we would say that it's using for privacy. And then once you walk down those stairs, you end up going into his bedroom. Can't see the bed where he was lying at that time because it's kind of tucked back in the corner. And then as you kind of move forward more into the room, you can see the bed, you see the blankets. You can't see him yet, and you don't see him or his body until you get closer to the front of the bed, and then you start to wrap around. Then at that point you can start seeing the blood on the bed, blood stains, and then blood next to the bed at that point. And then when we get closer, or at least when I got closer, you could have that chemical smell that started burning your nose and your eyes at that time, which we were told from Sergeant Shields originally that was the same thing that they smelled. And I think they actually also mentioned that they had saw smoke coming from the body when they went through at their time. But there was also the chemical bottles that were observed in the hallway, ammonia, I believe it was bleach. And later on, we actually did search what, if you actually combine those together, what it does. It actually creates a toxic gas called chloramine. That was just something that was found out later. And then as you get, like I said, you got closer to the bed, you can see his body where it's just the top of his shoulders. The blanket was pulled up. And then you didn't see his head, obviously. His neck was severed. Blood was there on the blanket. And then we also noticed that there wasn't any blood spatter on the walls or on the ceiling. Just given the type of injury that we were seeing, you expect to probably see a little bit more blood in other places. And then just through that quick, brief walkthrough, I didn't see any weapons or any devices that were believed to be used that would have severed his head off at that time.
As a result of that very strong chemical smell, did the walkthrough get kind of cut short and you step out for a while?
That's correct.
Ultimately, you need to get a search warrant from a judge in order to actually do a thorough search, correct?
Correct.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
Did you at some point on the scene interview Yoko?
We did.
Did you learn, according to Yoko, who was the last person to be with John while he was alive?
Yes, we did.
And who was that?
We discovered she had mentioned that a female name that she only knew as Nikki at the time, and said it was his ex that he had 2 kids with. But later on, we ended up finding out that her name was Devyn Michaels, or just a different name with Devyn Michaels.
And ultimately, does one of your other detectives obtain a phone number for Miss Michaels?
That is correct.
Is that 702-677-4430?
That is correct.
And was that Detective Pappas?
Yes.
Did Pappas contact her?
He did.
And was she asked to come back to the scene?
Yes, she was.
Did she arrive on the scene?
Yes.
With whom?
We believe the kids were with her at the time.
And what was she driving?
A Nissan Armada.
Did you
vehicle.
make contact with her down the street?
We did.
Okay. Did you and Detective Pappas conduct an interview with her?
We did.
If you could just, the jury's already heard it, but so can you just give us a quick summary of what you learned of any potential value in that first interview?
So with our first interview, we just basically try to get as much, we wanted to make it short, but try to get as much information as we could to follow up on later, given the fact that we were told that she was the last person to have seen him. So when we talked to her, a little suspicion that was raised because she wasn't very detailed on what she did with them that night, given what we were told from Yoko that approximately between 10 and 1 o'clock that Devyn was there with them. So when she first explained what they had done together, it was just school shopping the day prior, and then just kind of went into that they were loading things back and forth from the Pala Dura address to her address at 5510 Porcupine Rim, I believe is the address, and that they were basically just loading things and unloading things, and that's kind of what at first she told us at the beginning.
Okay, let me stop you and just ask a couple specifics.
Okay.
Basically, in this first interview, did she claim John was alive and smoking in the garage when she left?
Yes.
Was that inconsistent with what you had learned prior from Yoko?
That's correct.
Describe that.
So what we had learned from Yoko is that when Yoko advised that she had come down at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, and this is already after she had spoken to John and Devyn prior to that, but she only had seen Devyn at that time around 1, and then Yoko advised that Devyn had told her that John was sleeping in the bedroom because he had been drinking already, and that they were planning on going in the next morning to take the kids to school, get them ready, and get them registered. Because I think the next day, on the 7th, was actually first day of school that week. And then compared to what Devyn told us is that she had told us that John was awake in the garage at the time when she had left. So those statements were contradictory to each other.
Ultimately, you obtained that warrant from the judge, correct?
Correct.
And did you execute a search warrant along with a whole lot of supporting detectives?
Correct.
During the course of the search warrant, the actual search, did you notice any particular items that were maybe missing from the scene or something you would expect at the scene that wasn't there?
Yes. Close to when the search warrant was being completed, we were basically looking for a cell phone of Johnathan's, his wallet, and possibly the keys too, because we were interested in the truck. But that we did not find his truck keys or his wallet with his ID or his cell phone anywhere at the house.
Did you find anything in the scene that could potentially be a murder weapon?
We did not.
Any weapons, or I guess I should say items, in the scene that you felt could have been used to decapitate John?
We did not.
You mentioned the blood staining earlier, and I want to just get a couple more details. I believe you already said no blood on the walls or ceiling, correct?
Correct.
Have you been on crime scenes in the past in which there are gunshot injuries?
Yes.
Have you been on sharp force injuries or stabbing cases in the past?
Yes.
Blunt force injury cases?
Correct.
Sometimes single blunt force, sometimes multiple blunt force, correct?
That's correct.
When it comes to multiple blunt forces, would you expect to see some cast off?
That's correct.
Why is that?
From multiple blunt force trauma, when we say cast off, we say that after the first hit, which would cause the bleeding at that point, and then as the continued hits after the fact, the blood would be on whatever object that was striking the body or the head at this point, and it would have had cast off coming off the item, and you would have that somewhere on the walls or somewhere near where the strikes were occurring.
But that's not necessarily the case if you have a single...
For one single blow, no.
Did you find any firearms evidence at the scene?
No.
Based upon your review of the scene, did you determine that a gun was probably unlikely to have been used in the scene?
Yes. So basically, since the fact that there were no bullet impact marks, there were no, like in the wall, there were no bullet impact marks that we saw in the mattress, no blood spatter from a bullet impact going through a body or a head was seen. Also the fact that Yoko and Yoshida didn't report that they heard a gunshot, and there were no phone calls coming from the neighborhood that there was a gunshot. There was no reason to believe that a gun was used in this incident.
As a result of that, are you generally kind of focused, narrowing your focus in on sharp or blunt weapons?
That is correct.
You're not ignoring a gun if you come across it, but your focus, what you're really looking for, is sharp or blunt.
At that time, yes.
Did you later learn that it was reported that a knife was missing from the scene?
That is correct.
Based upon the blood patterning as you saw it, can you describe kind of some of your investigative deductions you got from the blood near John?
So when you got closer to the body and where you saw the blood on top of the actual mattress, you saw it there next to his body, and then you kind of saw some off on the side of the bed, and there was a little bit of a pool of blood at the bottom on the carpet. Then when you look at it, you can kind of see there's certain voids in the blood. So when we round tabled it, talked together, it was kind of determined that, hey, there's probably something placed there, because where the blood was actually at, you could see, like I said, some voids. So where maybe a possible container was that possibly collected a lot of the blood, because even though there was a good amount of blood that was there on the scene, not as much as what you would believe, considering the type of injury that you saw with his head severed.
Okay, and try not to ask this in too morbid a way, but if you're assuming, or did you assume the decapitation occurred there in the scene?
That's correct.
If you're assuming that is the case, and the head finally is lopped off, if there's nothing under it, would you expect kind of a splash or a different patterning?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you notice whether there was a doggy door in the room?
Yes.
And what did you notice about that, or what deductions did you come to from that?
We were told that the doggy door was closed, which was unusual. When we were told by Yoko, and then when you saw where the doggy door was at, next to the slider, and you witnessed that it actually was still shut at the time.
Okay. As a result of the observations you made at the scene, did you or other detectives contact the defendant over the phone?
That's correct.
Was that you?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and the same phone number we just mentioned a minute ago?
That's correct.
What was the content of that? Was that a short contact?
After our initial interview?
Yes.
Yes.
Was there something referenced about a Burlington coat factory?
Yeah, so I had contacted Devyn again over the phone because we wanted to talk to her, ask more clarifying questions, and actually talk to Debbie also. So we asked if she was willing to meet. She said yes, and then we were going to head up to her place at 5510 Porcupine. During that conversation, she had mentioned that one of her daughters had actually told her that while they were school shopping at the Burlington Coat Factory, somebody a male had approached the daughter. I can't remember which one it was, but a male had approached the daughter and Johnathan at the Burlington Coat Factory and made the comment, I believe, "I'm coming to get you." So, being that it's still early in the investigation, things that we need to investigate everything. As myself and Detective Skinner are driving to the Porcupine Rim address, we had another detective go to the Burlington Coat Factory that she said that they were at and review video surveillance from that place.
And what was learned during the course of that?
So the video surveillance was reviewed. I believe Detective Kondratovich, who then relayed to me that at no time did he see anybody approach John and his daughter, and it looked like there was any kind of confrontation at all with anybody at the store.
Okay, so something that the defendant mentions it, you attempt to verify it, there's no evidence of it, but you note it for your investigation.
Correct.
And then did you start heading toward the 5510 Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you go with?
Detective Skinner.
As you arrived on scene, did you notice any trash cans out front?
Yes. Throughout the neighborhood.
Throughout the neighborhood?
Correct.
Okay. In addition to noting it's trash day and there's trash cans throughout the neighborhood, did you notice anything as you approached the actual home?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when we're approaching her house, her vehicle, the Nissan Armada, is parked on the left side of the driveway. And at that time, Devyn was already outside. It looks like she was taking things from her car back to the house. So then we follow her up the driveway, and as walking up the driveway, I see a black cell phone on the ground in a spot that typically you wouldn't see a cell phone just sitting on the floor. So I take note of that, and it looked like it was either dropped or left there. But at this point in time, we know that we're still missing John's cell phone, so the possibility that could be a cell phone. Take note. I let Detective Skinner know that also, and then we continue to follow Devyn inside the house.
And just so we're clear, as you're walking up, I'm not going to pull the photos up, but you said the defendant's vehicle is on the left. Of the driveway, parked nose in, facing the home.
That is correct.
Where is the cell phone in relation to her car?
It would have been close to the garage on the driver's side of the vehicle, and near the rock landscape that's on the outside of the driveway.
The vehicle meaning the Nissan Armada?
The Nissan Armada.
On the
correct.
driver's side?
Correct.
Okay. Why is it that you don't go pick it up right there and you just take note of it and talk to Skinner about it?
Because at that point, we want to be able to talk to Devyn and Devyn, and we want to be able to not have them know that we have that phone at that point, because we're not sure if it is John's phone, and if it is, then obviously our interviews are going to be different when we talk to them. So if it's actually evidence that we're going to need or use, it's going to be something that we want before we can talk to them and get more information from them. We don't want it to basically have them use that information also now to come up with different a story, I guess, per se, with us.
And as a homicide investigator, you are aware that you can't just go seizing evidence without a warrant, correct?
Correct.
And so even if you wanted to, you couldn't just walk up and seize the cell phone at that time. You would have to get a judge to sign off on an actual search.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you make contact with Devyn?
Yes.
Where was that? Was it out front, inside? Do you remember?
Initially inside the house, and then I conducted an interview with him inside my vehicle.
And did you conduct a recorded interview?
That is correct.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Devyn as you began to talk to him?
When we entered my vehicle, there was a heavy odor of alcohol that I detected, and then he actually apologized in the interview at the beginning, saying that he had actually been drinking since he had gotten home, and said he was sorry that he was basically possibly intoxicated.
Did he say why he started drinking when he got home?
Basically because of the news that he found out about his dad being deceased.
And you've spoken to dead people's next of kin and families many times in your career.
That is correct.
Was that out of the world of reasonableness for you, or what?
No, obviously I told him that, hey, I understand what you're saying, or why you've been drinking. It's people mourn in different ways, and that is one way that people mourn is they tend to drink sometimes too.
Nonetheless, even though he's been drinking, you still want to talk to him and ask him some questions, correct?
That is correct.
And you did that?
Yes.
Again, the jury has gone through a lot of evidence before you testified, so I'm going to just hit a couple of points, and you correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Generally, did Devyn say he had been home all day the day before?
That is correct.
Did he actually initially say, I was working, and kind of correct himself and be like, wait, is yesterday Sunday, that kind of thing?
That is correct.
Okay. So he corrected himself.
Yes.
And then he says he was home the day before, meaning August 6th.
That is correct.
Okay. And did he indicate that he was home the night before watching the girls?
Yes.
Did he, in your opinion, minimize the sexual relationship with the defendant?
He did.
And just generally, I'm not going to hold you to precise numbers, but was Devyn a bit younger than the defendant?
He was.
There was a question asked with a prior witness. It might be out of left field with you, but I want to ask you. There was kind of a suggestion made that Devyn in this interview had mentioned that cell phone in the driveway. Is that accurate?
No.
Did he say anything about the cell phone?
No. As I kind of stated previously, we didn't want to bring up the cell phone, and the fact that we had found it or seen it, just because we wanted to get information from him without kind of any evidence that he would know about at that time.
Okay, so any suggestion made earlier, unintentionally probably, that Devyn brought up that cell phone in the driveway, that did not happen?
No.
Okay.
Not in that interview.
Devyn at home during the time frame indicate that he worked the next morning and learned of his dad's death via phone calls from family and stuff?
That is correct.
I'm not going to go into too much detail on the phones because we have other witnesses to do that, but ultimately you did get his CDRs, correct?
Correct.
Did those CDRs confirm or refute his claim that he was home last night?
They confirmed his statement.
With the the video canvassing, that was done at Porcupine Rim and Pala Dura, correct?
Correct.
Was there any video in the area of Porcupine Rim that depicted Devier's vehicle or vehicles moving away from the scene?
No.
And while you were talking to Devier, did Detective Skinner talk to the two young girls?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you conduct an interview with the defendant, Miss Michaels, prior to executing the search warrant on Porcupine Rim?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, does something beep and draw your attention?
Yeah. During that second interview with Devyn, there was a Republic Services trash truck that had driven by and honked its horn and picking up the trash through the neighborhood.
Okay. At some point during that second interview, did the girls approach the vehicle?
That is correct.
Describe that.
It was close towards the end of the interview, and one of the daughters came up, and she was holding a black cell phone in her hand. When we rolled down the window, they basically were saying, "Hey, Mommy, this is Daddy's cell phone. This is the reason why you can't get a hold of him." So then she hands the phone to Devyn, who then we take the phone from her, and then it's given to Detective Skinner. And then basically Devyn confirms that cell phone does belong to Johnathan at that point.
Did you note anything particular about the cell phone itself?
Yeah, and then we discover that on the cell phone, the screen is cracked, and then there's apparent blood on the screen at that time.
Okay. After this, do you end up getting that search warrant through a judge for the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes.
And did that include the Porcupine Rim address itself as well as the cars?
That is correct.
All the vehicles?
All vehicles on scene.
Did that include a work van?
Yes.
And Your Honor, we had missed these earlier, so I believe there's a stipulation to 653 to 658 as well as 659.
Okay, so 653 to 659?
Yes.
Okay. 653 to 659, are we admitted?
Did you yourself conduct a search warrant on the work truck?
I did not myself.
Just going to show you, though, these are part of your investigative file, correct? 653,
Correct.
654, correct?
Correct.
655,
Yes.
656,
Yes.
657,
Yes.
658.
Yes.
And do you remember who searched that vehicle?
I believe it was Detective Lionel and Detective Christopher.
And then there was also a crime scene analyst documenting stuff, correct?
That is correct.
Were there any bloody weapons, tools, or anything of that nature found within that vehicle?
No.
Was the small sedan also searched?
That is correct.
Was there anything of note or evidentiary value associated with that?
There was not.
Did you note how the van was parked in relation to the car? Not the Nissan Armada yet, but the small sedan.
The work van that Devier said that he was the one using, yeah, it was parked partially in front of the Honda Civic. And we just kind of took note of that. It's strange because there was a lot more room on the street to be able to park to where there wouldn't be any reason why you would block the vehicle.
Was the Nissan Armada searched on scene or no?
Not on scene, no.
Was it sealed on scene?
Correct.
States 250, is that the Nissan?
It is.
And 248, is that a different angle of the Nissan?
That's correct.
So earlier you were describing where that cell phone with blood and cracked screen was found. Is it over here to the left in this photo?
That would be correct.
Further off?
Close to the rock landscape off there.
Got it. Did you observe anything about the Nissan itself?
When you first looked at the Nissan, it looked freshly cleaned on the outside, like it had been ran through one of the car washes that you just drive through, because it was clean, but yet you could still see like the water stain marks on it still.
251, this is a better photo that actually shows the rock. So it was over, was it this way more toward the driver's door, or?
Sorry.
Don't click or the judge will yell at you.
Okay.
We'll be on break while we
You can toggle over, but don't click.
So it would have been somewhere around this area right here.
Okay. And for the record, you're just pointing to the small gap of rocks we can see in 251.
That is correct. Yes. That Nissan Armada was searched later at the lab, correct? Correct.
Anything of evidentiary value that was found within the vehicle?
No.
Did you obtain a search warrant for the Nissan Armada's infotainment center?
We did.
And did you execute that warrant and one of your detectives pull the infotainment system with data out of it?
That is correct.
Ultimately, did you review that pretty thoroughly?
Yes.
That data associated with that?
Correct.
Was there anything of note related to that as well as the victim's phone?
In reference to the actual information taken from the vehicle, we got location data from there. So it showed from when it left Porcupine Rim and then went back to Pala Dura, and then we had it leaving Pala Dura middle of the night around 2:04, I believe, and then heading back to Porcupine Rim. And then with our, are you saying about our victim's cell phone?
Yes.
Later on, we were able to figure out that his cell phone had left the same time as the vehicle, which for us would say that Devyn was in possession of his cell phone at the time when it went back to the Porcupine Rim address.
Did you also, in addition to all the vehicles, search the home at Porcupine Rim?
Correct.
I want to show you 659. Can't remember if we had marked this earlier, so I just added it. Do you see some samurai swords here?
That is correct.
Anything of note about those?
There was no blood that we saw on there, and they look like movie prop replica souvenir type samurai swords.
Okay. So no blood on the blades at all, correct?
I don't remember specifically on the blades, but I just know that when I was told there was no blood found on
them.
On them.
Okay. Garage. Do you go into the garage at some point?
Yes.
Does somebody find some Ring cameras?
Yes.
And do you remember where those were found?
I believe they were in a bag on top of one of the trash cans.
Did you inspect those for an SD card or like an internal storage device?
That is correct.
Did you find one?
We did not.
Did you obtain a search warrant for the footage from Ring associated with those cameras?
We did.
And what did you do with that?
After we submitted the search warrant to Ring to get any video from that actual system, waited for the records, and then we were advised from Ring, which I believe is Amazon actually, because they're owned by Amazon, advising that there was no actual video recordings available.
Did they have any information to give you?
I believe it was just a subscriber info, which I can't remember if it came back to Johnathan or to the actual house.
Okay, but subscriber info is just paper.
Correct.
Saying who has the account.
Exactly. Who was in charge of the account.
There was no video footage with those cameras.
No.
According to Ring or Amazon, I guess.
Correct.
At some point during the execution of the warrant, did somebody find the victim's wallet and keys wrapped in plastic baggies in a female underwear drawer?
That is correct.
You took note of that as well?
We did.
Was there ever a white female tank top found during the execution of the warrant?
There was not.
Any black and white Nikes with a large white swoosh along the side?
We did not.
Why were the keys important if they were?
The keys that were found inside the bag that was tucked away, hidden in the drawer, were important due to the fact that they were the truck keys to Jonathan's vehicle.
Did you learn something after the arrest of the defendant related to those keys?
Basically, those were the only set of truck keys that we had for the Jonathan's truck.
So did you then go in and release that item of evidence to Yoko so that she could do what she wanted to do with the truck?
That's correct. She had reached out to me asking for the keys because there was another set of keys for her to use.
And I should ask you, during the execution of the warrant back at Pala Dura, was there ever a set of spare Chevy truck keys found anywhere in that search warrant?
There was not.
During the course of the Porcupine Rim search warrant, did somebody locate a Social Security card?
Yes.
Was that of any relevance to you?
Not really any relevance. She had told us that Jonathan had given it to her, and it was found in her purse, which she did say that she had in her purse.
Okay. Is it a fair deduction that if someone wanted to make changes to custody or school paperwork, they may need
Yes. They would need Social Security card, probably the ID, and any other kind of identifying information for that person.
Did you locate guns inside the home?
We did.
I believe you previously testified that the scene didn't appear consistent with gunshot, but do you take note, document all those guns, etc.?
Correct. Pictures are taken and documented of the weapons that we found, but like we said earlier, there was no evidence at that point to say that a gun was used, so they were just noted and documented.
And ultimately, at this particular scene, are there 11 electronic devices that are taken and later analyzed by digital forensics?
That is correct.
One being the victim's phone that was in the driveway.
Yes.
Was one of them Devier's device?
Correct.
Another one, the defendant's device?
Correct.
And then any other electronic devices you or anybody else found during the search warrant?
That is correct.
After the search warrant is conducted, or while it's still going on, do you conduct what'll be the third interview with the defendant?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, were you receiving information from your fellow detectives that were still inside?
That's correct.
One of those things being they found the wallet, the ID, the keys, and that?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant during this third interview about whether John's wallet would be at her house?
I did.
What did she say?
I had asked her, I think I actually had asked her if she knew where John's wallet was at, and she had told me no.
Okay. Did you then go a little bit further and ask her about, or I guess confront her with the fact that you had found it in the house?
We did.
And what did she say about that?
Then she had mentioned that she had multiple wallets of his with other IDs in it when we confronted her about also the ID. And then we had also talked to her, basically confronting her about that. Well, it's the most current ID. Why would you have that? And she really didn't have an answer for us for that.
I'm going to ask you a very important but specific question. Who is it in this interview that talks about the wallet being wrapped in plastic bags?
She was, Devyn.
So she volunteered that info?
That is correct.
You did not tell her the wallet was found wrapped in plastic bags?
We did not.
Did you ask her, or Skinner ask her about the timing of when this would have allegedly been tied in the plastic bags?
We did.
And what was the response, or what did you take from that?
What she had told us, with the keys for the truck being in the plastic bag, her time frame wasn't making sense, just due to the fact that she had told us that when Johnathan had given her the bag and then had dumped stuff in there with the wallet and the keys, it was between the time frame of 8 and 9 o'clock, and then they had still driven from Pala Dura back to the Porcupine Rim house. And so at that point, she said, when we went back to that house, that's when I had put the plastic bag in my drawer, and then we drove back to Pala Dura, which we know now also that couldn't have been possible since it was his truck keys that were actually in there. So that couldn't have been the time frame that he had given her all that stuff.
Did you attend John's autopsy?
I did.
Did you notice the obvious very large neck injury?
Yes, I did.
Other than that, were there any bleeding injuries on John's body at all?
There was not.
I want to go back to video surveillance for a moment. Fair to say that dozens and dozens of homes and businesses were canvassed for surveillance?
That is correct.
And there are lots of hours of footage and data to comb through.
Yes.
You, I would presume, can't do that all yourself, correct?
That is correct.
And so we've previously had a detective testify about a lot of that, but I just want to hit a couple of points with you, okay?
Okay.
You are generally familiar with the surveillance?
Generally, yes.
Generally. So was there footage taken from a Terrible's near the Pala Dura address?
Yes, there was.
Did that footage show the defendant and John alone leaving the store around 10:11 p.m.?
It did.
Was there a bunch of footage taken from the Pala Dura neighborhood itself?
There was.
Was there footage from 2699 Fan Palm?
Yes, there was.
And do you remember if that one was a fixed camera?
I believe, yeah, it was a fixed camera that recorded, constant recorded.
Was that, did that show the victim's truck arriving in the neighborhood about 10:12 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
And that would have been consistent with the distance from the Chevron?
It would be.
So if they leave Chevron at 10:11, it's real close by.
Correct. The Chevron was located just around the corner from their house.
2696 Pala Dura, was there footage from that?
Yes.
And was that, if you're facing the homicide scene, is that the home to the right?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. Was there a clip of that that you observed that showed the headlights arriving consistently around that time the Chevron video ends and all of that?
That's correct.
And that showed two shadows getting out what appeared to be the truck?
That would be correct, yes.
Around 11 a.m. 11 p.m. was there footage from that camera showing a figure put something in the Nissan, turn it on, and then move it forward a little bit?
Correct.
And then based on where you know that the truck was the next morning, did it appear that the Nissan moved nose to nose with that truck?
It would have, yes.
And fair to say that once it goes off screen, you can't actually see it?
No.
That same camera, was there an activation at 2:04 a.m.?
Yes.
And does that depict generally the Nissan backing up and leaving?
That is correct.
Video from Porcupine Rim. So we're moving now to Porcupine Rim. Was there a couple of videos that showed Devier's work van parked behind the sedan?
Yes.
And did it appear that work van stayed in the same spot from night to morning?
That is correct.
Was there video taken from 6505 Taylor Creek?
Yes.
And was that a motion activated camera?
That was.
Did it appear to you that the motion settings or the sensitivity was kind of weak on that one?
Yeah, and I believe I was told that it only activated when there's some kind of movement around the front of the house.
The house itself that it's on?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, 6621 Gray Jupiter, was there a fixed camera on that?
Correct.
And was that one continuous recording and not motion activated?
It was.
And is that positioned essentially at the only vehicle entrance and exit to the neighborhood?
That is correct.
And does that show the victim's truck leaving at 9:29 p.m. on the 6th?
Approximately, yes.
Does it also show the defendant's Nissan Armada entering the neighborhood at 2:39 a.m.
That is correct.
Does it also show Devier's work van leaving at 7:31 a.m. for the first time?
It does.
There's a road that's behind the Porcupine Rim address. Is that Rebecca?
I believe so.
Was there any video surveillance at the Rebecca Road? Did you canvass that?
I did.
Was there any video surveillance on Rebecca Road?
No.
There's also a CVS that was mentioned.
That's correct. Devyn had told us that when she left the Pala Dura address, she had driven home, but prior to getting home, she went to pick up her, I think, child's prescription at the CVS, and then she gave us the specific place that, the specific address to the CVS.
And you follow up on that?
I did.
And was there video showing the defendant in the drive-through prescription line at 2:28 a.m.?
Correct.
Was there anyone else seen inside the vehicle other than the defendant?
We did not see anybody else in the vehicle.
Okay. At some point in time, you and your fellow detectives make the decision to arrest the defendant, correct?
Correct.
After her arrest, is there another interview conducted by detectives Christopher and Lineau?
That is correct.
Okay. You did not witness that, so you can't speak to that, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Did you receive from them, without saying what it is, but did you receive from them after the interview like a one-page handwritten drawing?
Correct.
After that, do you conduct a whole bunch of follow-up investigation and start receiving information and analyzing it?
That is correct.
I want to talk about the Burla real quick. Burla being the Nissan Armada's infotainment.
Yes.
Did that particular item of evidence show pinpoint GPS tracking?
It did.
And did that suggest that the defendant's Nissan Armada left the scene at Pala Dura at 2:04 a.m.?
It did.
Did you also do a whole bunch of follow-up with call detail records?
We did.
And I believe you mentioned this previously, you obtained the CDRs for Andrea Reyes?
Yes.
Did those rule her out?
They did.
And those showed her up in a remote area far away from the scene?
Yeah, I believe in Oregon.
Did you obtain call detail records for the victim's phone?
We did.
And would that be phone number 702-561-9242?
Correct.
Does that sound right?
I believe so.
Those call detail records for Jonathan's phone, did they suggest that his phone kind of went inactive after around 11 p.m. on the 6th?
That is correct.
And then they show that that phone pops up at Porcupine Rim the next morning.
It did.
Did you also obtain Google data separate from the CDRs for Jonathan's device?
That's correct.
And is that what you mentioned earlier, that at 2:04 a.m. it showed traveling the same track as the defendant?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you obtain CDRs or call detail records for the defendant's main device?
Yes.
Would that be 702-677-4430?
Yes.
And you yourself talked to her on that number, correct?
That is correct.
And was the CDRs on that consistent with what we've talked about with the Burla and the Google data?
Correct. They all matched up together.
Did you also obtain CDRs for Devier's device?
We did.
And was that 707-628-1336?
Yes.
There's a subscriber sheet that comes with that.
There is.
And there was a man, I believe it was Joseph Sands, listed as a subscriber.
He was.
Did you do any research into Joseph Sands and the address on the subscriber sheet?
Yeah, we discovered with that same address in, it was Vacaville, California. Also living there was a female named Arminthia Sands, which is what Devier told us that's his mom.
Okay, so the male name is Joseph Sands, but you do some research into that to determine if there's a Sands relation?
Yeah.
Did the location data in Devier's phone suggest that he was home all night at the Porcupine Rim residence and doesn't leave until he goes to work the next day?
That's correct.
Did you cause various items of evidence to be submitted to the forensic lab for further testing?
We did.
I want to talk to you about fingerprints real quick. Did anything of note come back on fingerprints for either the defendant or Devier at the Pala Dura residence?
No.
Did a couple of things come back for the victim at his own home and Yoko at her own home?
Correct, which
Was
we
that-
would expect.
Okay. With regard to DNA, did you obtain or were you able to obtain a search warrant for the defendant's buccal swab after her arrest?
That is correct.
And you can't just go swabbing people, you have to get a warrant for that, correct?
Correct.
Did you obtain a buccal swab search warrant for Devier?
We did not.
Why not?
That's when he had been ruled out as a suspect, and we didn't. There was no probable cause for us to actually get his DNA.
And we're going to have an expert talk about DNA results, but very basically, did you learn that the DNA on the knot of the plastic bags came back to the defendant?
Correct.
And then the DNA on the driveway blood at Pala Dura and the blood on the victim's phone at Porcupine Rim come back to the victim?
That is correct.
Detective, I'm almost done with you. Just one little last line of questioning here. During the course of your investigation, you're receiving information consistently for an extended period of time, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, your job is to try to put it all together and see where it all fits, correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to establish a timeline based upon all the evidence for the homicide?
We were.
And fair to say that a forensic pathologist, medical examiner, they're a little wishy-washy when it comes to timing death, correct?
You could say that, yes.
What did you conclude the time of death was for John?
So, given all the evidence that we collected, phone data, and then the blood, the DNA, the stuff that came back to our victim, Johnathan, we kind of deduced that we know that he was last seen at the house at Pala Dura about 10-12 from Yoko and from Devyn telling us that, hey, yeah, Yoko saw him alive at about that time frame, 10 o'clock. And then we know that the last person to see him was Devyn, and then she left the house around 2 o'clock. And given the fact that we had the phone that had his blood on it, leaving the house at about 2:04, we know that definitely 2:04 was the end time. So between 10, I think it was like 10:12 when they arrived there, to 2:04 when she leaves, that would have been our time frame that we know the homicide would have occurred, given the fact that he didn't have any cuts on him. There was no other blood that would have been coming from Johnathan, except from when he was killed and then when his head was cut off. So that's how we can say that, yeah, the homicide would have occurred between that time frame.
Pass witness, thank you.
Your approach.
During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow citizens, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or responsibility to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 2:35 will be in recess until 2:50.
All rise for the jury.
Record and C, 3.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury is all present and accounted for.
We are back on the record in C, 377-239, State of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, Deputy Sheriff, on behalf of the state. Both parties for this departure?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Detective, I just remind you that you are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were the lead detective in reference to the investigation concerning this matter.
Yes.
And while you worked with the group, I mean, you made the primary decisions. You made the primary calls. Fair to say?
Sure. Fair to say, yes.
Fair to say. I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but fair to say that, I mean, you were the lead agent in this case.
Yeah. Collectively, though, we, as a unit, we do discuss the case entirely. And when decisions are made, we do collectively make decisions together.
Approximately how many detectives were involved in the investigation of this case?
As far as the crimes against person unit, or you're talking like the entire?
Overall.
I couldn't tell you the exact number of detectives that helped out with the case.
How many patrol officers were involved in the investigation of this case?
To the exact number, I couldn't tell you the exact number. No.
How many crime scene analysts were involved in the investigation of this case?
I mean, I can count them off for you if you wanted me to, off of memory, as far as like who assisted during each scene. But off the top of my head, I can't tell you how many exactly.
Okay. If I were to tell you we've heard from two crime scene analysts, specifically a crime scene analyst Wilson and a crime scene analyst Miriam, would that sum up the number of crime scene analysts that were involved in this case?
No.
How many were there then, just on memory?
So we had 3 crime scene that came out to the scene, Pala Dura, that helped collect evidence there. Then we had 1 that came out to Porcupine Rim, so that would be 4. And then autopsy, which would have been one of the same CSAs that were out originally. So 4, I think, CSAs that collectively came and collected everything.
Okay. You had testified that there were 11 electronic devices that were seized and examined as part of this investigation?
That's correct.
And what specific devices were those?
I'd have to review the reports as far as each specific device. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay. You had gave testimony concerning a phone believed to be possessed and used by Johnathan, correct?
Correct.
And what was the phone number that was associated with that phone?
I couldn't tell you the exact number off the top of my head right now.
Okay. It was the phone number that you had alluded to during your direct just a few moments ago, correct?
Okay.
Fair to say?
Sure. Yes.
Are you aware that John used a second phone?
Not at the moment, no.
Are you aware of any analysis or call records that were reviewed in reference to phone number 725-279-1715?
Not at the moment, no.
You had given testimony concerning various items that you found both in the Porcupine Rim residence as well as the Pala Dura residence, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to reference the swords in question, correct?
Correct.
Do you have that, Counsel? The swords? And we don't take issue with the photograph, but I have some questions concerning that. Thank you very much. In order to just not keep adding exhibits, we're going to use the state's exhibit. It's Exhibit 659. These were swords that you gave a testimony concerning that were found in the Porcupine Rim residence, correct?
Correct.
You had testified that there was no blood on the blades, but all we have is this photograph of the swords, correct?
I believe I said that I wasn't positive as far as being blood on the blades, but as far as when we examined them, which I didn't examine myself, but was told that there was no blood or any type of evidence on them that we believe was evidentiary value, and that they looked like prop collector stuff items.
These weren't seized as part of this investigation, correct?
They were not.
They were not preserved or kept, impounded into evidence, correct?
They were not.
So basically we have this photograph of these three swords, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony is that, well, I think you said, I don't think there was blood on them, correct?
No, I believe that I was told that there was no blood on the actual swords.
And who would have told you that?
The detectives that were conducting the search warrant at the time.
Detective Lippisch, we heard from him earlier today. Would it have been Detective Lippisch?
I'd have to go back and see who was at the house on the first search warrant at Porcupine Rim.
Fair to say we don't have any photographs wherein the blades are shown or preserved for a later hearing, like the trial.
That's correct.
No swabs were taken of either the blades or the handles, correct?
Correct.
No analysis, forensic analysis was done of these blades, correct?
Correct.
No fingerprint analysis was done on these swords, correct?
Correct.
Including the blades.
Correct.
And we're dealing with a decapitation case, correct?
That is correct.
Fair to say that samurai swords would kind of fall in that realm of importance when it comes to a decapitation case?
Depending if they were real samurai swords.
Well, and you're saying that you're not, but what do we have to show that they aren't?
If we have the photographs. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we have these photographs. We don't have a photograph of the blades, do we?
But correct.
We don't have any analysis concerning the steel of which the blades presumably were made, correct?
Correct.
We just have this photographs of the swords, correct?
Correct.
There was a photograph shown, I believe it was the second day of trial, concerning the bathroom area of the Pala Dura house, the downstairs bathroom. Do you recall? Do you know? Have you reviewed it?
I've seen the crime scene photos, yes.
Was there any analysis done inside that shower?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I would say that there probably would have been. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head right now if there was analysis done.
No swabbing the interior of that shower, presumed to test blood, nothing?
That you would have to ask the CSAs that were conducting the processing of that house.
No DNA swabs submitted for further analysis of the contents of that shower?
Like I said, I wouldn't be able to tell you if it was or no, we didn't submit any swabs from the shower. I can tell you that.
Okay. You had testified that no guns were impounded through the course of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And that was because I believe your testimony was that nobody had said anything about hearing a gunshot, correct?
That was part of it. It was also given the fact that we didn't have any bullet impact marks inside the house. There wasn't any blood spatter that you would believe to see from a bullet going through somebody anywhere inside the house. And then the fact that nobody had actually heard a gunshot or was reported a gunshot. So that was all part of it, correct?
You had testified that when you came across the body, you had noticed that there was not that much blood found, correct? Given the circumstances.
Given the circumstances, I thought that there'd be a little bit more blood there.
So this crime scene, you'd agree, was something that was out of the ordinary?
Unique.
It was unique. I mean, assuming the head had been severed by a mechanical powered saw, we would expect there to be cast off from this saw, would we not?
I guess it depends on what type of saw was used.
And you're aware of the analysis done by Dr. Burns wherein she opined her conclusion is that a mechanical powered saw was used.
Correct.
in addition to a knife or perhaps a sword, correct?
I don't believe she said a knife, no.
But nonetheless, you didn't find anything indicative of a mechanical powered saw upon your review of the crime scene where the headless body was, correct?
Correct.
But we know, at least based upon the anthropologist's expert opinion, that a mechanical powered saw was used, correct?
Correct.
In reference to a gunshot, again, you're just presuming a gunshot didn't occur, a gun wasn't used to kill this gentleman, correct?
Given all the evidence that we saw at the scene, we hadn't had anything to say that there was a gun used in this incident.
But there's really nothing to show other than what the anthropologist found, that a mechanical powered saw was used, correct? I mean, we have an anthropologist that said a mechanical powered saw was used, correct?
To sever the head.
Yes.
Correct.
And there was no evidence found concerning that mechanical powered saw, correct?
Correct.
We have a person that's dead, cause of death unknown, no guns are impounded or tested, correct?
Correct.
No gunshot residue tests are done concerning the decedent's body, correct?
Correct.
No gunshot residue tests are performed upon Devyn Willette's hands, correct?
Correct.
No gunshot residue tests are performed upon Devyn Michaels' hands, correct?
Correct. As stated previously, there wasn't any evidence to say that a gun was actually used. And to your point, as far as not doing GSR on our victim, there was chemicals poured on his body. So at that time, too, even if there was believed a gun to be used, we wouldn't have been able to do that with him, given the fact that there was believed chemicals to be poured on him.
But his hands were bagged, correct?
After the fact.
Yes. And presumably the decedent's hands were bagged for further testing, correct?
Correct.
In fact, we know that the hands were swabbed for DNA, correct?
Correct.
But the hands were not swabbed for any gunshot residue tests, correct?
Due to the fact that there was no evidence to say that a gun was used during the incident.
Well, and we discussed the saw, no evidence of that, but we don't know if that was. But nonetheless, my point being, there was no gunshot residue test performed upon anybody's hands, including the decedent's, correct?
Correct.
You were present during the collection of evidence at the Pala Dura residence, correct?
I was present during the search warrant, but as far as being completed, myself and Detective Skinner had already left the residence to speak with Devyn and Devyn.
There had been questions asked days ago concerning rings. Are you aware of that? Were you ever looking for any rings, evidence of rings, like wedding bands, at the Pala Dura residence?
I was not.
And you were the lead detective, correct?
Correct.
You've obviously reviewed the crime scene photos taken at the Pala Dura residence, correct?
Correct.
There are no photographs concerning the contents exposed of those garbage cans, are there?
Correct.
Specifically, exhibit number 68. It's a trash can downstairs. We have no photographs of what the contents of that trash can were, correct?
Correct.
In reference to electronic devices, I'm going to show you what's been marked and divided by the state's exhibits 284 and 287. This is 284. This is the Porcupine residence. And I'm going to ask him some questions concerning electronic devices. We have an Xbox here, don't we?
That's correct.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 287. That's an Xbox here, correct?
I believe so. I couldn't tell you just looking at that picture right there.
You'll agree that in the course of the investigation, reviewing text message and otherwise, Devyn Willette was a gamer, wasn't he?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. You're not aware of texts, he's gaming, complaints from Devyn concerning him playing all the time? Not aware of that?
I'd have to review the text messages.
That's an electronic device, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that gamers are able to communicate with one another through a game platform, like an Xbox.
Correct.
That Xbox was not seized or analyzed for potential evidence, was it?
It was not.
So you'll agree with me that all of the electronic devices were in fact not seized or analyzed through the course of this investigation?
From your definition of electronic devices with the Xbox, yes. Not all of them were collected.
That one in particular, in the room that Devyn and Devier shared, that was not collected, correct?
I couldn't tell you if they shared it or not, but that one was not collected, no.
You were asked concerning tennis shoes, shirt, shorts that presumably Devyn Michaels was wearing the night of August 6th, correct?
Correct.
This search warrant at the home was executed on August 7th, 6 p.m., give or take?
Approximately.
She had given an interview at 7:55 p.m. wherein she had discussed being in the terrible hearse with Johnathan, correct?
Correct.
The video that we saw from a prior witness, that was collected by Detective, I believe, August 11th. Does that conform with your recollection?
I don't know the exact date it was collected, but it would have been after the search warrant.
After the search warrant. So when we heard testimony from crime scene landless Miriam concerning, well, shoes weren't recovered, shorts weren't recovered, this search was going on when shoes were not being looked for, correct? The search occurred prior to your learning about the video and what Devyn was wearing, correct?
Correct. Or we had video from the Burlington Coat Factory, and I believe pictures that were being sent from the other detective that reviewed that video. And so all we had at that point, I think, was the dress that we had actually seized from the residents at that time.
Let me ask you about that. Since we're on that point, do we have copies of this Burlington video that's been referenced to?
We do not.
You didn't preserve that, did you?
We did not.
So we've heard testimony concerning, we're basically discrediting a story where someone comes up to the daughter, but we don't have the benefit of that video to review, do we?
No.
There are a couple of photos that were taken in reference to the Porcupine Rim search. I'm going to show you it's 265A. Or I'm sorry, it's just 265. We do see a couple of tennis shoes here, don't we? Black with white soles.
Yes.
Those were not collected through the course of this search warrant execution, were they?
They were not.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 291A. Presumably this is a closet in the Porcupine Rim residence, correct?
Correct.
We have tennis shoes up here, don't we?
That is correct.
But those weren't collected or put into evidence, correct?
They were not.
We had heard testimony from Dr. Burns in reference to a bone chip missing when the head was severed at the Pala Dura residence. Was a bone chip ever recovered at the crime scene?
No.
Was a bone chip ever looked for in the crime scene?
No.
Were the blankets surrounding the body booked into evidence?
That I could not tell you at the top of my head.
If I told you that there's been testimony that there wasn't, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
If you told me to say that again?
That they weren't?
That they weren't taken?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, wouldn't have any reason to disagree with you.
The blanket on top, the surrounding, the mattress, none of that was taken and impounded into evidence, correct?
Correct.
There was testimony from the last witness elicited concerning footprints in the backyard of the Pala Dura residence.
They're going to be up there. They're going to be up there. The footprints.
Yes. We had marked and admitted, and the court will have them, exhibits of footprints. You were aware of these footprints in the backyard?
Correct.
They were measured?
Correct.
Any further analysis done on the footprints in the backyard where this dead body's found?
As in what type of analysis?
Size comparisons.
To
Male, female, shoe size.
I do not believe so.
They were documented, but they weren't followed up on, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of what size Devyn Willette his feet are?
I could not tell you off the top of my head, no.
Were any of his shoes seized?
No.
Fair to say that those photographs appeared fairly recent footprints, based upon the review of the photographs?
I could not tell you if they were recent or not.
Okay. But they were fresh. They were there. They were in sand, correct? Presumably the elements wouldn't have changed them or flattened them, and we have seen pictures of those photographs, or we've seen, those have been admitted as exhibits. No follow-up investigation in reference to that, correct?
Well, we didn't have any evidence to say that somebody had come through the back towards the end of the investigation. So as far as any comparisons done, like you're saying, no, there were no comparisons done after the fact.
How about the directionality? Were those footprints leaving the residence or entering the residence?
I don't think you could tell whether or not.
But it's your testimony, nonetheless, that because Devier's phone was at the house, he was basically eliminated as a suspect, correct?
On top of his statement, Devyn's statement, the cellular phone, correct. His vehicle never left the neighborhood. Both vehicles never left the neighborhood. We deduced, that he and the girls were there at the house that he had to watch.
But the girls were asleep, correct? The girls were, they're going to school the next morning. That is fair to say. The girls were going to school the next morning, correct?
Correct.
Girls weren't up all night, were they?
I couldn't tell you if they were up all night or not. I just know that there was a text message also from Devier to Devyn stating, I think it was around 10:30-ish, where he said that he was going to sleep and the girls were already asleep.
But we don't know whether he stayed there or not. His phone stayed there. We don't know if he stayed there, do we?
Given all the video surveillance, given his phone, vehicles, nothing left the neighborhood, we could say that he didn't leave there.
There was a walkway, and we addressed it with the last detective, one house over from the Porcupine Rim residence, correct? One could walk out of the neighborhood and not be seen. Fair to say?
Correct.
He could have gone over the back fence because it was on Rebecca. He had butted against the street, correct?
Correct.
There was a presumption that perhaps someone had driven, but again, the video coverage of the Porcupine Rim residence was not perfect, was it?
Surrounding Porcupine Rim?
Yes.
It was motion activated.
Correct. And subpoenas weren't issued to get the entire documentation of the comings and goings, correct? Homeowners were relied upon, correct? And whatever they turned over.
Correct. But if you have motion activated cameras, they would have access to all the activations that are with the cameras. So subpoenaing, if you're asking us if we subpoenaed the actual company, see if there's extra video.
You weren't.
We didn't.
You had to rely upon the voluntary participation of the neighbors, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me, sometimes in Clark County in the Vegas Valley, oftentimes neighbors don't necessarily, they aren't the most cooperative, fair to say?
Sometimes, correct.
In reference to the analysis of Devier's phone, while that phone was at the Porcupine Rim residence, there wasn't any activity on it during the night, correct?
Activity as far as what?
Anything on the screen, apps, things being done. Are you aware of that?
That I couldn't tell you.
If a phone is left and a person crosses the valley, if there's no activity on that phone, that would be consistent. The person isn't with that phone, correct?
Say that again?
Yeah, if a phone is left, let's say a person leaves his residence, okay? Let's say Devier leaves the Porcupine Rim residence and goes to the Pala Dura residence and he leaves his phone behind. You wouldn't expect for there to be activity on that phone, correct?
Correct.
And the lack of activity on that phone would be consistent with that phone having been left there, correct?
Correct.
You testified that no DNA evidence was taken from Devier to compare it with any DNA that was taken, correct?
Correct.
You had testified that you did not obtain a warrant to do that, correct?
Correct.
You could have gotten that DNA by asking him for it, correct?
For consent, correct. We could have asked him.
Are you aware of that was ever done?
No, it was not.
It was assumed from the get-go that he was not involved because his phone was at the house that night, correct?
And everything else that we listed that ruled him out.
You've had cases wherein a person goes and commits a heinous crime and leaves a phone behind, correct?
It's happened.
Are you aware that Devier worked for Hometronics? He was involved in installing home security systems?
That's what he advised me, yes.
Are you aware that he had tools and that he installed hundreds of security systems in homes across the valley?
I don't know how, as far as the amount of stuff that he has installed, but yeah, he had mentioned that he installed security cameras and hung TVs and stuff like that.
Home entertainment systems?
Pretty much.
And you'd agree with me that in order to install a home entertainment system, you need to have tools like a mechanical-powered saw, correct?
That I couldn't tell you what exactly. I can tell you from experience, as far as me hanging TVs and doing security cameras, I used a drill bits, and that's it.
Speakers, you got to cut the drywall, put speakers in.
If that's what you're doing, as far as going into the wall.
You had testified that you had sealed up and taken the Nissan Armada, correct?
Say that again?
The Nissan Armada, you testified that it was basically sealed up and submitted for tests, correct?
It was sealed and then towed to the station, yes.
And that was done in order to obtain any trace evidence, blood, DNA, things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
And the results of that analysis was negative in reference to a crime having occurred, correct?
Correct.
No blood was found.
No blood was found inside the vehicle, no.
No DNA being traced back to Johnathan was found, correct?
Correct.
You know, you had testified that you said something about spots, water on the vehicle. It was your opinion that maybe the vehicle had been washed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you take any close-up photographs of that to substantiate that, or is that just an assumption that you're making?
That's from looking at the vehicle on scene, and yeah, noticing that there were water spots on the vehicle.
The inside of the vehicle was kind of a mess, wasn't it? Maybe not teenager mess that we heard from another witness, but I mean, it was not very clean, was it?
I guess it was whatever you consider clean. It's cleaner than my vehicle, so I considered it clean.
We had heard testimony, I believe it was from Detective Spangler, concerning a stop at Funnies. Are you aware of that? Under the analysis of the Burla. The morning of the 7th.
No.
We'd heard testimony, I think Detective Spangler had referred to it as through his analysis, as like a Funny's car wash. But Funny's is a gas station, isn't it?
I couldn't tell you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit X3. No objection. Move to admit and move to publish.
Did you say X3?
X3.
Okay, X3 will be admitted. Permission to publish is admitted.
This is Funny's. There is a car wash off to the side. There's also gas pumps, correct?
Correct.
As far as the analysis of the location of the vehicle, are you aware that it's consistent with being at a gas pump versus a car wash?
Like one or the other?
Yeah. No analysis done on this?
As far as it going to fill up gas or going through the car wash? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. We heard testimony from part of your team that the vehicle stopped here, presumably after going to the school on August 7th.
Yeah, if you're asking if we can say that it went through to get gas or the car wash, I couldn't tell you which one it did.
We heard testimony that under the burla that it was turned off, the vehicle, when it was at Funny's. Are you aware of that?
No.
You'd agree with me that you turn your car off to fill it up with gas? You don't leave your car running generally, correct?
No.
You drive through a car wash, don't you?
Correct.
Are you aware of the movements of this armada the morning of the 7th?
Not all the movements, no.
Okay. Through your investigation, you learned that Devyn took the girls to school, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you had learned earlier through your investigation that there had been a discussion with Johnathan of the girls going to the school next to Devyn's house, correct?
Correct.
Took the girls to school that morning, went to Funny's, fair to say, got gas.
I can't dispute that, no.
Okay. Also went to Taco Bell, correct?
Like I said, I don't know all the exact spots that the vehicle went.
You had given testimony in reference to the wallet belonging to Johnathan's Social Security card. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
There had been evidence found through the extraction that Johnathan had lost his wallet and then found it August 6th of 2023, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but I do remember, yes, that Devyn actually mentioned that to us also, and that we did see the pictures in the phone.
Okay, so Devyn told you that he had lost the phone the day before, August 6th, and then the phone analysis confirmed that there was text between the two of them where he'd lost his wallet. And
lost
said,
it,
hey,
yes, correct. Lost the wallet, not the phone.
Okay, the wallet, Social Security, those had been lost and they'd been found just the day before, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that obviously finding those items in the house would be consistent with Johnathan moving into Devyn's house, correct?
No.
Well, I mean, he'd lost his things. She had told you that he had lost things before and she'd given him items, correct?
That's what she had told us, yes.
All right. And you've moved before. You'd agree with me that moves can be hectic, correct?
Correct.
Especially if girls, young ones are involved, correct?
Correct.
All the evidence points to the days leading up to this that a move was occurring wherein Johnathan was moving in with Devyn, correct?
Correct.
The girls had been at Devyn's house since around May 27th of 2023, correct?
I don't know the exact day, but I believe that she told us they were there up until school ended, and then once school ended, the kids went with her.
Yeah, and they were with her all summer, correct?
Correct.
And then through the course of your investigation, you learned that they were going to try things again and that Johnathan was moving in with her and the girls, and that was the plan, correct?
That's what we were told, yes.
Through your investigation, walking through the house at Pala Dura, there are empty alcohol bottles, correct?
Correct.
Through the course of your investigation, you learned that Johnathan was a drinker.
Correct.
Through the course of your investigation, you'd learned that he had been drinking throughout the day of August 6th.
That's what we were told.
His key, and you've given testimony concerning the truck pulled in front of the Pala Dura residence like it was almost going to be a temporary stay or something. You remember that testimony?
Correct. That's what it appeared to look like.
But you'd agree with me that the truck's pulled in, he's been drinking, a reasonable person would probably take the key away from him if there was a concern about him drinking and driving, correct?
Sure.
You would testify that when you came up the driveway, Porcupine Rim, it's your testimony you saw a cell phone off to the side, correct?
Correct.
That was the side of Devyn's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You would testify that she was moving things. It appeared she was carrying items in to the residence, correct?
That's what it appeared to be.
You can't say when that phone was dropped, whether it was accidentally or otherwise through the course of this move, correct?
No, not exactly.
You are aware through the analysis of the phones that Devyn had sent a voice note to Johnathan's phone at about 4 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that concerned registering the girls in the morning, correct?
I believe so.
You'd agree with me that one interpretation of that is that Devyn thought that he was alive, correct? She was complaining about his failure to register the girls.
Sure.
I mean, you said sure. You agree with me. That's possible.
I can agree with
isn't
what
it?
you're saying, yes. It's possible.
And that through the analysis of Devyn's phone, she had received several calls the night before from the landline of her home, correct?
Correct.
11 calls, correct?
From the landline?
Yes.
I don't know the exact number.
You're also aware through the analysis of the phones that the night before she'd been with Johnathan until about 1 a.m. and that she'd received a number of phone calls from the landline from her home address, correct?
She would have been there till at least 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, the night before. So she was there late 2 nights in a row, correct?
The night, you're talking about the 5th?
Yes.
Oh, that I'm not sure as far as how late she stayed there at that time.
Okay, but she'd received a number of phone calls from her home 2 nights in a row, correct?
I don't have anything to dispute that now.
And there was a landline at her residence, correct?
That's what she told us, yes.
Devyn, if you're aware, has testified that there was no landline at the residence. Are you aware of that?
No.
You had been asked concerning your interview with Devyn and how he had minimized the relationship, the type of relationship that he had with Devyn, correct?
Correct.
He outright lied to you, didn't he?
Like I said, he minimized his relationship with her, yes.
He was asked by you if they slept in the same bed and he said no, correct?
Correct.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
Correct.
You had asked him if they were intimate and he said no, correct?
Correct.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
It's what, he told us, and what Devyn had told us also.
They were both minimizing that relationship. They were both covering for Devyn. Isn't that right?
Minimizing their relationship.
Later on through the course of the interview, Devyn says that he didn't know his dad was moving in, correct?
That's what he had said.
But that was a lie, wasn't it? Based upon the analysis of the phones and interviewing witnesses, correct?
That he didn't know that his dad was moving in?
Yeah.
I think through the course of the investigation, he had kind of said that, he didn't know, but it was aware that the plan was John was going to move in. Because I think he actually had said during our interview that he knew that Yoko was trying to kick him out because he wasn't paying rent. And at the same time, he basically was told that he wasn't going to allow his dad to be homeless. So he said, I don't want my dad to be homeless, so I'll agree, and I was just going to move out for a little bit.
But then he later was untruthful in saying, in reference to the knowledge of his dad moving in and him having to move out, correct?
I don't believe that was in the interview that I conducted.
Okay. You had testified that when you interviewed him in the morning of the 7th, I'm referring to Devier, he told you he'd been drinking, correct?
Correct.
But you're unaware if he'd been drinking continuously from the night before, correct? You don't know.
I don't. Just from what he told me, that he started drinking as soon as he got home after finding out about his father's death.
Are you aware of where he went the morning of August 7th?
Not specifically. We do have his phone tracks that show that he had driven around town.
Okay. But you really didn't follow up or look too closely at that because he really wasn't on the radar. In fact, he was told that he was under the radar, correct?
Correct.
Detective, you'd agree with me that this was not a complete investigation.
No, I would not agree with you.
So it's your testimony that this was a complete investigation?
Yes.
Given all the things that we have talked about, it was a complete investigation, that's your testimony?
Correct.
Finally, in reference to the autopsy, you testified that you were present during the course of the autopsy, correct?
That is correct.
And you reviewed the autopsy report?
Correct.
In your opinion, was the autopsy report correct concerning its various findings? And I'm not asking for a legal opinion, but was it accurate?
I can't argue that it wasn't.
Okay. States here, page 2, tattoos, and this is in reference to Jonathan's body. It states no tattoos identified, correct?
I couldn't tell you if that was part of it, no.
If I may approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm referring to page 2 of the autopsy report.
Which part are you referring to?
Tattoos.
Yes, it says no tattoos identified.
These two marked. That's the next couple of defense exhibits. And YZ and Z3?
Yes, Y3 and Z3.
Y3 and Z3. Showing you what's been marked, and I'd move for admission. There's no opposition.
Y3 and Z3 are admitted?
Fair to say that that's a tattoo on Jonathan's arm, correct?
Correct.
Appears to be his right arm, correct?
I couldn't tell you from this view.
Z3, left arm, correct?
Correct.
So we've got a mistake made, at least one of, I'd submit many, concerning the autopsy. It states no tattoos. He's got tattoos, correct?
Correct.
Do I have this as well?
A4.
Move for admission of A4.
A4 for admitted?
This is Jonathan's hand. Appears we've got a wound on that hand, don't we?
From the picture, yeah, there's a wound there.
Court's indulgence. Just one final question. Through the course of your investigation, you came in contact with the Principal Leatherman, and it was learned that Johnathan and Devyn were planning on enrolling the girls to the school next to Devyn's house, correct?
Through that interview, I found out that Devyn was trying to.
But then you make reference to Johnathan wanting to enroll the girls with her, correct? at the school near her house?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Detective, at the beginning of Mr. Draskovich's cross-examination, he referenced a potential second phone for Johnathan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just want to clarify, no cell phone associated with John was found at Pala Dura, correct?
Correct.
No cell phone for John was found anywhere inside the Pala Dura scene.
Correct.
There was the phone found for John at Porcupine Rim,
That's correct.
the one in the driveway,
Yes,
and then you got the CDRs or call detail records for that phone.
that is correct.
Just so the jury understands, the 11 devices that were submitted for forensic analysis, those were all found inside the Porcupine Rim home.
That is correct.
So if John may have had a second phone, it's not his active phone at the time.
That is correct.
In fact, there's activity on John's phone on the 6th into the morning of the 7th, and we know that's the one he was primarily using.
That's correct.
With regard to the swords and the shower at Pala Dura, you indicated that you don't know what exactly was done with those items, correct?
Correct.
But you can say that the swords were found at Porcupine Rim, the shower would have been at Pala Dura. We agree there.
That's correct.
And if someone has an item in their home, do you expect for DNA, their own DNA, to be found on it?
That is correct.
And so let's talk about the swords for a second. If defendant's DNA is found on it, or Devier's, would that be shocking considering the fact that it's in their home?
No.
Same thing with the shower. There's been testimony that Ms. Michaels has been in and out of the Pala Dura home several times. John obviously lives there. Devier's lived there in the past. If there's DNA found in the shower, would you be shocked by any of those people?
No.
Okay. That's not necessarily an investigative tool that will help you answer an unanswered question.
Correct.
There was some questions about the shoes and the clothing associated with the defendant, and I just want to make sure everyone understands. There was the initial search warrant at Porcupine Rim on August 7th, correct?
Correct.
And then at a subsequent date, I can't remember off the top of my head, they went back and took more photos.
Correct.
And they found those blue shorts.
That is correct.
Okay. The white tank top that you see in that Chevron video, was that ever found?
No.
And then there was photos of, I believe it was 2 sets of black and white shoes. You recall that?
That's correct.
But your testimony is no one ever found the black and white shoes with the big white Nike. Swoop.
That is correct.
That was seen in that Chevron video.
Yes.
There was some also questioning about the amount of blood. You would expect more, correct?
Correct.
You cannot testify to this jury whether or not the person who did the killing put a towel over the head or anything like that when the real wet work was happening, correct?
Correct.
In fact, there's evidence to suggest there's a lot of evidence removed from the scene.
Correct.
One big glaring piece of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
At least. There was some testimony about the shoe prints in the backyard.
Yes.
It's kind of the same line of questioning. You can't time shoe prints, correct?
No.
So if there is a shoe print in the backyard, it could be from anyone who's ever been in that residence.
Correct.
Now, the point Mr. Draskovich made is a good one. Maybe wind blows and it would look more weathered or something, but you can't say when that shoe print was left, no matter how much testing you do with that.
I could not know.
You were discussing how you ruled out Devier, and you kept saying it was a multitude of things. It wasn't just you take his word for it that he wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you state 663, you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
A Google map showing directions from one place to another.
And specifically walking directions from 5510 Porcupine Rim to 2698 Pala Dura?
Correct.
I move for the admission of that.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
That'll be ready.
663. Just real quickly for the record, what's the walking distance between the two?
Looks approximately 7 hours and 27 minutes.
And that's, to be fair, that's just one route. Like, I'm sure there's hundreds of different combinations of streets you could take, correct?
Correct.
But fair to say it's quite a ways across town.
Correct.
And you indicated that the video surveillance ruled out Devier's vehicles from having either left his home or entered the scene.
Correct.
At Pala Dura.
That is correct.
Mr. Draskovich asked you about activity on Devier's phone. He's basically saying, like, it was left at home. You got that line of questioning.
Correct.
And asking if there is activity on it, and I believe his question was that would be consistent with him not being with the phone. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Correct.
Could also be consistent with him being asleep.
That is correct.
So that doesn't tell you much. And would you defer to the expert that we haven't called yet, Clinton Campbell, Detective Campbell, when it comes to any technological findings on the phones?
Yes.
Okay. So he's better suited to answer those
That is
questions.
correct.
Okay. Mr. Draskovich asked you about these post-homicide text to John from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And he said one interpretation is that she thought he was alive, correct?
Correct.
Another interpretation is that she was alibying herself, correct?
That is correct.
In fact, the killer in this case took substantial steps to cover up what he or she had done, correct?
Correct.
And taking a head from a crime scene is kind of an extreme example of covering up.
Very extreme.
Not exactly shocking to see an alibi text.
Correct.
The autopsy, there was just an autopsy photo shown suggesting Mr. Draskovich's word was wound on A4. Remember that?
Yes.
You're not a forensic pathologist, correct?
Correct.
You're not a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
Would you defer to the doctor's testimony as it relates to injuries?
Correct.
Have you ever heard the term slippage before?
Yes.
Understanding you're not a doctor, so if you're not comfortable answering, what is slippage generally?
After, basically, we would say slippage, skin slippage, at post-mortem, the body starts to decay. When you touch the body, the skin actually can start slipping off the body since it's decaying at that point.
Okay. And so when you agreed with Mr. Draskovich, hey, that looks like a wound, ultimately you're going to defer to a medical doctor as to whether that's a wound or not.
Correct.
And what exhibit was that? A4. A4.
Yeah. And Detective, I apologize, I forgot to put these up before. May I approach?
Yes.
Almost done. You recognize all of these?
Yes.
And do those all appear to be images of the relevant folks we've been talking about?
Correct.
Judge, I move the admission of 13, 609 through 613.
Number 13, 609 through 613?
Yeah.
No objection.
Thank you. Just for the record, 613, who is that?
Masao Yoshida.
612, who is that?
Victim Johnathan Willette.
611, who is that?
His mother, Yoko Willette.
609, who is that?
Devyn Willette.
610, who is that?
Devyn Michaels.
613, who is that?
Johnathan with his 2 kids.
Do you see the defendant who you arrested for murder with use of deadly weapon here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person and describe something she's wearing today?
We stipulate the ID of Devyn Michaels.
All right. Identification has been stipulated.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness. Thank you, sir.
As far as deferring to the medical doctor in this case, that's the same medical doctor that said that there were no tattoos, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen have any questions for this witness? If you could write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your jury number. Counsel to observe. Detective,
Yes, ma'am.
was there an inventory of tools taken in Devyn's work van and verified with his employer?
There was not.
Okay. And at any time, was the missing knife ever described to you?
Yes.
If so, could you describe the missing knife? What type of blade? Was it serrated, the size or length?
It was described as kind of like a meat cleaver hatchet type.
Okay. State any follow-up based on the jury questions.
Just, I don't know if you caught that part. It said, was it serrated or not?
She said no.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No follow-up, thank you.
Okay, do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, Detective, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Statement, call your next witness.
State's next witness is Elizabeth Papakostas.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
You may stand. Ma'am, please state your full name and spell it for the record.
My first name's Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Papakostas, Papacostas.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I'm currently a forensic scientist at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Forensic Laboratory, and I'm in the biology DNA unit.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I started part-time at the laboratory in January of 2020. In February of 2020, I was promoted to a forensic laboratory technologist. And then in October of 2022, I was promoted into a forensic scientist position.
And you mentioned your unit is the biology unit, is that right?
Correct, biology and DNA.
And what is that unit?
We primarily focus on examining items of evidence for biological fluids, such as semen, blood, and saliva. We also do examine items for what we call trace DNA, and we examine those items, we take them through the laboratory process, and then I also write reports.
And you mentioned trace DNA. Can you please define that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Trace DNA was previously referred to as touch DNA. So it's commonly items that are handled, clothing that's worn by somebody, and essentially what it is the skin cells that come off when you're handling items.
And you sort of touched on it, but can you go in depth about what your duties are in your position?
Sure. In the laboratory, I can take physical items of evidence. Again, I'm looking for any signs of those biological fluids, and once I take those items, they go through a laboratory process, and then at the end of that process, data is generated. Once I have the electronic data, I can then evaluate that and make any comparisons to known individuals, and then I do write reports.
And what is your training and experience that makes you qualified to be able to do this work?
I hold a Bachelor's of Science degree from the University of Nevada, Reno. And then during my first position as a laboratory technologist, I underwent a training program. And then once I was promoted into my current position, I also went another training program. During that time, essentially we work on mock casework. We go through a series of tests. We also do competency testing just to ensure that we're able to work on real life casework. And then during that real casework, we're also supervised by other analysts in the lab.
In addition to your previous training, do you also do ongoing training to make sure that you're up to speed on all the modern technology out there?
Yes, every year we have to undergo at least 8 hours of continuing education.
And you're up to date on that?
Yes.
You mentioned that you work at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Forensic Lab, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that an accredited lab?
Yes, the lab is accredited.
What does that mean?
Essentially, accreditation is the recognition by an outside body that the laboratory is meeting a certain set of standards. And then also within that, we undergo audits, and essentially accreditation shows that the lab is producing reliable work.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
And I believe you mentioned that one of your job responsibilities, in addition to conducting analysis on different pieces of evidence that are collected, you actually draft reports based on your conclusions of your testing, correct?
Correct.
And are those reports reviewed by another person before they're actually released?
Correct. Within the laboratory, our electronic data goes under one set of review, and then once the case file is put together, it undergoes a technical review, which is where somebody else looks to make sure that all the procedures were followed. And then after the technical review, an administrative review is done, and that's looking for things like grammar, spelling, things like that.
Now, do you conduct DNA analysis as part of your duties?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's essentially the backbone of our bodies, and it's useful within forensics because it's what we are able to use to differentiate individuals. So your DNA would be different from yours and so on unless you have an identical twin. That's the only time someone would have the same set of DNA. And within that DNA, we're looking at portions of it, which are called alleles. And from those alleles, you receive one from your mother and one from your father. And then within our data, that's what we're looking at when we're making comparisons from the evidence to the reference standards.
Now, in your work of DNA analysis specifically, are there things called known samples versus unknown samples?
Correct. We refer to evidence samples as unknowns because we don't know who the evidence is coming from. And then known samples are also referred to as reference standards. So that's when a sample is collected from the inside of somebody's cheek, and then we use that as that individual's known standard.
So those terms are interchangeably used then?
Correct.
So known sample and reference standard?
Correct.
Okay. If you have a known sample or reference standard, how would you go developing a profile from that sample?
The unknown, so the evidence samples and the reference standards essentially undergo the same process. The first step in that process is actually screening the item. So commonly we see swabs, so the swabs will be cut into a tube. Then the next step is called extraction, and that's where chemicals are added to the tube. And what those chemicals are doing is essentially trying to break apart the cells to get to that DNA. And then once we have that sample, we take that to quantitation. Quantitation is where we use an instrument to see how much DNA is present there. It can also show things like how much male DNA is present, if the sample may be degraded, things like that. After that step, we go to amplification. It's essentially like a Xerox machine. So what that's doing is making copies and copies of the DNA, which takes us to what we call our loading phase, or where the data is actually generated by another instrument.
So when we're dealing with an unknown sample now, is it common to obtain multiple different DNA profiles from that?
So we can see different things. So we can have what's called a single source sample, which means that it's only coming from one individual, or we can have a mixture sample, which means that we are seeing multiple people's profile in the same sample.
And is it possible with an unknown sample, occasions where you may not get a profile at all?
Sure, it depends on a lot of different things. So environmental factors, so say for instance if a sample was left out in the summer in Las Vegas, that DNA would be very degraded and we may not get a good sample. But there's different things such as, say, if someone is really good about washing their hands, they may not leave much DNA behind. If an item is out in the public and a lot of people could be touching it, we would see more people in that sample. So there's quite a few different environmental things that can play a part in that.
Another example could be someone wearing gloves, right?
Correct.
Less likely to leave something behind in that case.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you touched on this a bit. Are there different sources of DNA? I know you talked about trace DNA, but are there other sources of DNA?
Yes. Commonly within the laboratory, the best sources of DNA that we see are things like blood, semen, and saliva, so those biological fluids.
When you say best sources, what does that mean?
They commonly are just, those fluids have a higher amount of DNA present compared to skin cells that can be left behind.
And then again, the trace DNA is skin cells that are left behind?
Correct.
Now that we have a little bit of a background, I do want to talk to you about this particular case that you're testifying for today. Did you conduct an analysis on items impounded under an event number 23-15229?
Yes, so actually within this case, I did process an item of evidence, as well as another laboratory technologist in the lab. We do what's called group work, so she also did process items, and then I received the electronic data from her.
But ultimately, you're aware of all the testing that was done with
Correct.
these items, correct?
Yes.
Because you're making the conclusions.
Correct.
Okay. And it was under that event number, those items, correct?
Yes.
And that's a Henderson event number.
Correct.
And there were several items that were tested, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you talk to us a little bit about when the lab is receiving items, how are they packaged?
Most commonly, we see items within manila envelopes or brown paper bags. Everything is sealed with evidence tape, and on that tape, it typically has the date and the person's initials and P number, or their personnel number. So that's the person that actually packaged those items, impounded them into the laboratory. And then when we receive those items, they are processed through an evidence technician, and then there is also an electronic chain of custody.
And a report number is typically listed on
Correct.
the items as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're conducting an analysis of different items, such as the ones in this case, are there precautions that are taken to ensure the integrity of the items and that remains intact?
Yes, so within the laboratory, when we are first receiving a package, we make sure that everything is sealed, there's no signs of any tampering or tears within the package. Then whoever's handling the package does wear gloves and a face mask and a lab coat. We make sure that there's only one item of evidence open at a time, so that way nothing can be mixed up, put into the wrong package. The main thing that we're trying to prevent is any contamination. So whether that could be contamination from us onto the item or from item to item. And then once we examine an item of evidence, we do swap out any paper that we use on our lab bench. We bleach down all of our instruments. And again, we just make sure we only have one thing out at a time.
So then, knowing that, I want to turn your attention to some of the samples that you did an analysis on in this case. Specifically, I want to start with the reference standards from both Johnathan Willette, which was lab item 5, as well as Devyn Michaels, lab item 11. You're aware of both of those, correct?
Yes.
Specifically, the reference standard for Johnathan Willette was in an impound package number 1678-004.
Correct.
And then the reference standard for Devyn Michaels was in an impound package number 1554-001.
Correct.
Can you walk us through the analysis done on those items?
So with the reference standards, we actually examine all items of evidence first before touching the reference standards. Again, that's just to make sure that there's no contamination between the known samples from the individuals to the items of evidence. And those items essentially undergo the same process. So they go through the extraction stage, quantitation stage, amplification, and then the data is generated from those.
Okay. And are these reference standards, do they come in what we call a buccal swab?
Correct. So the buccal swab kit is just a little white envelope. Those are again sealed with evidence tape. And then inside is commonly a swab box with two, they look like very large Q-tips, and those are what's used to swab on the inside of somebody's mouth.
And that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
Now I want to turn your attention then to an apparent hair lab item 19.2. There wasn't a long analysis on that, correct?
No, that was not tested.
Okay. And that was just found during your analysis of all the items, correct?
Correct. The laboratory technologist found it on another item of evidence, so she just packaged it and put it with the original evidence.
Okay. Then going to lab item 1, there was swabs from Johnathan Willette's cell phone screen, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was from an impound package number 2312-004?
Correct.
And did you prepare a report in conjunction of your analysis of that sample?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding of this sample was that there was a positive presumptive blood test, correct?
Correct. So what that essentially means is when we're doing the testing, if we see something that may resemble blood, we use it's essentially a color change test. So the technologist will take a small sample of that, apply chemicals to the filter paper, and if there's a color change, that indicates that it's a presumptive positive test for blood.
And in this case, you were aware that the owner of the phone was Johnathan Willette, correct?
Correct.
So he was then considered an assumed contributor, correct?
Correct. We do what's called an assumption when we are aware of, say, swabs are coming from somebody's body or an item of someone's. In this case, it was his cell phone. So I was able to look at the data and assume that his DNA was present. And again, in my conclusions, there was also no foreign DNA indicated.
And what is foreign DNA?
In this case, foreign DNA would just be from somebody besides Mr. Willette.
And there was no foreign DNA, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are there better sources of DNA than others? I think you touched on this a little bit about blood and saliva and things of that nature having more DNA contained in it.
Correct.
Then, turning to the swab from underneath Jonathan's left-hand fingernails, that was lab item 6, correct?
Correct.
And that was collected under impound package number 1678-003.
Yes.
Walk us through the processing of that item.
It was essentially the same processing. So again, it went from the extraction stage to data generation. In this case, again, since it's a swab coming from his body, I'm able to make the assumption. So assuming that he is a contributor, there was also no foreign DNA present.
Okay. Now let's go to the swab from underneath Jonathan's right-hand fingernails, lab item 7, correct?
Correct.
That was impound package number 1678-003.
Correct.
Same sort of processing as the left hand.
Correct.
Okay. Any results from the right hand?
In this case, for this sample, looking at the data, it was what we call too limited, which means that there wasn't enough data there to basically make any interpretations.
And when you say not enough data, what do you mean by that?
Within the laboratory, we have internal validations, which essentially show values for how much DNA we're expecting in a sample to generate a profile. So looking at this sample, because it didn't meet our thresholds, it wasn't processed further. Or once it was processed, can I start over with that one?
Sure, go for it.
It did meet our validation, so it was processed to the data generation phase, but then once we received the data, at that point, there weren't enough alleles present to make any further interpretations.
And are you surprised by this at all?
No, we commonly see that.
Okay. Now, I just want to go back briefly to the swab from Johnathan Willette's cell phone screen that you conducted analysis on, that we just talked about. You recall that?
Yes.
Did you look at the profiles of it and compare that to the alleles?
So what we do when we're looking at data is essentially we do look at all of our evidence first before we make any comparisons. So looking at the cell phone sample, it appeared to be one male contributor. And then at that point, I take that profile and I do compare it to the reference standards. So it was consistent with Johnathan Willette.
And the reference standards, plural?
Yes, all evidence samples are compared to all reference standards.
Okay, and in this case, there were multiple, correct?
Correct.
Devyn Michaels and Johnathan Willette.
Correct.
Okay. Moving on then to the swabs of placard number A, that was lab item 2, correct?
Correct.
And that was contained in impound package number 1951-005, correct?
Yes.
How was that item processed?
For this sample, there was also a positive presumptive blood test. So again, it was a color change test, and the color change was indicated. So the laboratory technologists did take that forward. And then with that sample, when I looked at the data, there was one male contributor detected. And when we're looking at our data, we also generate statistics. So our statistic is called a likelihood ratio. And essentially, what a likelihood ratio is trying to do is answer the question of how many times more likely is it to observe the DNA profile if the person is a contributor than if they are not a contributor. So in this case, I did generate a likelihood ratio for Johnathan Willette.
Okay, and do you recall what that was?
May I reference my report?
Absolutely. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. And with Your Honor's permission, I believe there's stipulation with defense. If I could leave these reports up here, just because there are multiple pieces of DNA that she may not have memorized.
And that's completely fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We're just not testifying from it. So specifically, swabs of placard number A, do you recall the likelihood there?
Yes.
What was it?
So Devyn Michaels was excluded from the sample, and it is 223 octillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if Johnathan Willette is a contributor than if he is not a contributor.
How many zeros is that?
It's 223 with 27 zeros.
27 zeros?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else from that specific item?
No.
Okay. Moving on then to the swabs of placard number B, lab item 3.
Correct.
And you conducted testing on that.
Yes.
Impound package number 1951-005.
Yes.
And did that item undergo the same processing as the sample from placard A?
Yes, I had the same a positive presumptive blood test, and then it was also one male contributor with the same statistic as the previous sample.
And what was the statistical conclusion again?
It is 223 octillion times more likely to observe this DNA profile if Johnathan Willette is a contributor than if he is not.
And was someone excluded?
Yes, Devyn Michaels was excluded.
Again, 27 zeros?
Yes.
For the inclusion of Johnathan Willette?
Correct.
Anything else from that sample?
No.
Okay. Moving on to the swab of the lemon ammonia bottle, lab item 12. You conducted testing?
Yes.
That was in impound package number 2102-001.
Yes.
What was the testing conducted on that item?
This item did not undergo the whole process. So once we got to the quantitation stage, it was determined that there was not enough DNA present in order to produce a profile. So we did not take it forward.
What determines whether or not there's enough DNA?
Again, with our internal validations, that's kind of what determines our values when we're looking at the quantitation stage. And then based on those values, if it doesn't meet that threshold, then it's called we drop the sample, or essentially we just don't take it forward.
Now, certain surfaces can provide more conclusions, right? Meaning some surfaces hold DNA better than others.
Sure. Certain things, say if something is more porous or there's more textured surfaces, that can often be better sources of DNA. But again, it just depends on a lot of environmental things, or if the items were cleaned, things like that.
Including wearing gloves, right?
Correct.
Now I want anything else from that sample?
No.
Okay. So moving on then to the swab of the soft scrub cleanser with bleach bottle, lab item 13, you conducted testing?
Correct.
That was in impound package number 2102-002.
Yes.
And there was testing conducted on that item, correct?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
That again is sort of like the last item, so it did go up to the quantitation stage, and again there was an insufficient amount of DNA, so it wasn't taken forward to data generation.
Anything else from that sample?
No.
Moving on to the swab from the textured surfaces of a wooden stick, lab item 15. You conducted testing?
Correct.
And that was in impound package number 2102-004/001.
Yes.
And there was testing conducted on that?
Correct.
What was the process for that?
In that case, a profile was generated, but within the profile there was indications of a mixture, so I could see that there was more than one person present. But again, because the data was too limited, I could not make any further comparisons.
Okay, moving on to the swab from the textured surfaces of a doggy door cover, lab item 16. You conducted testing?
Yes.
And that was in impound package number 2102-003-001?
Yes.
What was the testing conducted on that item?
That sample went to the quantitation stage, and at that time it was determined there was an insufficient amount of DNA, so it was dropped at that time.
Again, that in-house validation you talked about earlier.
Correct.
Now, are you surprised by this with, trace DNA samples and things of that nature being what they are?
No, it's commonly seen within the laboratory.
And we kind of already went over this, but certain surfaces are easier to lift DNA from than others.
Correct.
Moving on to the swab from the garage door opener button, lab item 17, you conducted testing.
Yes.
And that was contained in impound package number 1951-006-007.
Yes.
What was the processing of that sample?
Data was generated for that sample, and looking at it, I determined that there was 2 contributors present. At least one was male. Devyn Michaels was uninformative, so that essentially means that there wasn't statistical support for an inclusion or an exclusion. And then there was support for inclusion for Johnathan Willette.
Now, looking specifically at the inclusion of Johnathan Willette, what was the statistical conclusion of that?
It is 194 million times more likely to observe the DNA evidence if Johnathan Willette is a contributor than if he is not a contributor.
How many zeros is that? Is that 6?
6, correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that it was uninformative regarding Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct.
But there was a statistic related to that.
Correct. So we do still receive that likelihood ratio. In this case, it was 0.0108.
Now, your lab, as well as yourself, conducted analysis on some bags that were impounded, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk specifically about the swabbing of the outside and inside of the wallet, including all pocket openings, also known as lab item 18.2.
Yes.
Testing was done on that.
Correct.
Impound package number 2312-002-002.
Correct.
What was the testing on that sample?
Data was generated for that sample. Looking at the profile, I determined it was a 4-person mixture. At least one was male. And there was actually support for inclusion for both individuals. And then since there is support for both, we do what's called a combined support for inclusion. So that means that we're ensuring that the statistic shows they can be present on the sample together.
So you said both. What do you mean by both? Who?
Oh, I'm sorry. For both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels.
So both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels are included.
Correct. There is support for inclusion for both individuals.
And what was the statistical conclusions? Let's start with Johnathan Willette's first.
His likelihood ratio was 13.6 times 10 to the 27th, which is the octillion.
And how many zeros is that?
27.
Okay. And how about Devyn Michaels?
766 times 10 to the 21st, which is sextillion.
21 zeros?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the combined statistical conclusion, what was that?
It is 2.8, I'm sorry, I'm going to read this just because it's long, septendecillion, which is 10 to the 54th, times more likely to observe the DNA evidence if both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels are contributors than if they are not contributors.
Okay. And how many zeros is that?
54.
Anything else from that item?
No.
Okay. Let's move over to swabbing of entire contents of wallet, also known as lab item 18.3. You did testing of that.
Correct.
And that was contained in impound package number 2312-002-002.
Correct.
What was the testing on that sample?
Data was generated for that sample, but looking at the data, I determined that there was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. In our software program, we are only validated to evaluate samples with up to 4 contributors. So in this case, it's called too complex, so I could not make any further interpretations.
Anything else from that sample?
No.
Moving on then to the swabbing of a knot of plastic bag containing wallet, also known as lab item 18.1. You conducted testing.
Correct.
And that was found in impound package number 2312-002-002.
Yes.
What was the testing of that item?
Data was generated, and it was determined to be a mixture of 3 contributors with at least 1 male. Johnathan Willette was uninformative, and there was support for inclusion for Devyn Michaels.
So you mentioned what uninformative was previously, but you were able to come up with a statistical conclusion still, even though it was uninformative.
Correct.
What was that statistical conclusion involving Johnathan Willette?
The likelihood ratio for that is 6.18.
And then how about Devyn Michaels, who there is support for inclusion?
It is 90 octillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if Devyn Michaels is a contributor than if she is not a contributor.
And how many zeros is that?
27.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there are multiple contributors to this bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you surprised by that?
No, it's commonly seen. Again, it could be something in the environment, or think about if you get bags from the store, you don't know how many people are touching the bag. So it's commonly seen with trace DNA like that.
So if bags are reused multiple times, there could be more than one contributor?
Correct.
Now, can you talk to us briefly a little bit about transfer DNA and what that means?
Essentially, transfer DNA, I can give an example of, say, if we're shaking hands, and then, so I would get some of her DNA onto my hand, and then I go to touch the door when I'm leaving, I could possibly leave some of her DNA on that door, even though she hasn't touched the door yet. So we commonly do see transfer with items, but within our testing, we're not able to say, like, to what degree, if any, DNA was transferred.
Moving on then to swabbing of Social Security card from Johnathan Willette, also known as lab item 19.1. You did testing on that.
Yes.
That was contained in an impound package number of 2312-002-005.
Correct.
What was the testing of that sample?
Within that sample, it was determined to be a mixture of 4 contributors with at least 1 male. And there was support for inclusion for both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels. And then, so since there's support for both, I also calculated the combined support for inclusion.
Let's start with the individuals. So let's start with support for inclusion of Johnathan Willette.
It is 32.3 trillion, so 10 to the 12th.
And then what about Devyn Michaels individually?
413 million, which is 10 to the 6th.
And now the combined inclusion, including both.
It is 6.28 nonillion, which is 10 to the 30th, times more likely to observe the DNA profile if both Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels are contributors than if they are not contributors.
So 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
Court's indulgence? Pass the witness?
Yes, briefly. And in reference to the reference standards, generally taken from buccal swabs or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, we just had 2 reference standards, correct?
Correct.
Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
There was no reference standard submitted for your evaluation concerning a Devyn Willette, correct?
No, I did not receive a standard for him.
Fair to say that based upon your analysis, we had DNA attributable to Devyn Michaels and Johnathan Willette on the plastic bag containing the wallet, based upon your testimony.
So yes, there was support that they could be contributors to the profiles, yes.
Same thing concerning the outside and inside of the wallet, correct?
Yes.
Devyn and Johnathan, correct?
Correct.
And again, you're not able to say how long that had been there. It could have been a day, it could have been months, but we have basically DNA that's attributable to these 2 individuals, correct?
Correct. Within our testing, we're not able to say when someone's DNA was deposited or how. We're just able to say that it's there or not.
And again, this DNA is possible to be transferred. There have been questions concerning that, but also just by merely handling it. We leave epithelial cells, we can leave DNA on things that we touch, correct?
Correct.
And again, you found that DNA attributable to both Devyn Michaels and Johnathan Willette on the bags that you evaluated, correct?
Correct.
As well as the wallet.
Correct.
The cell phone, however, there was only 1 individual, correct?
Correct. I was only able to, again, assume Johnathan Willette on the cell phone, and there was no foreign DNA noted.
Specifically that of Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct. She was excluded.
She was excluded. As far as the swab taken from underneath Johnathan Willette's right hand, that was lab item number 7.
Okay.
Your findings were the DNA profile obtained is consistent with at least 1 male contributor, correct?
Correct.
That would be, there could have been more male contributors, correct? Based upon the wording of this. At least 1.
Well, for example, for this sample, the data was too limited, so I'm not able to make any further comparisons. I was just able to see, based on certain gender markers that we have, there was data present showing that there was a male, but I wasn't able to make any further comparisons.
Okay, and that would be one male in addition to Johnathan Willette, correct?
No. So within the sample, I'm not comparing it to his DNA. I'm just essentially looking at the data, seeing that there is at least one male present, but the entire profile is too limited, so I'm not comparing it to Mr. Willette or Mrs. Michaels.
Okay, and just so we're clear, you just had the 2 reference standards, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any regrets there?
Court's indulgence. And just briefly, if something has blood on it, is it possible to subsume other sources of DNA as a result?
Are you able to reword the question?
Yeah, that was probably very confusing. So if there's a blood sample, is it possible that the blood being so saturated that it could subsume other sources of DNA?
Well, within our testing, we're not confirming if it is blood or not. Our testing is just a presumptive test, so it gives the indication that blood may be present, but I can't, I can't confirm that it is blood present. So what we're doing is just showing, blood may be indicated and then DNA is also there. So we're not able to say for sure this DNA is coming from the blood. And then also, I'm not sure how the cell phone was swabbed, so I wasn't the one collecting it, so I'm not too sure, how they handled that evidence.
So if I were to touch an item, with my finger, for instance, but then my nose started bleeding and it went on the item, would that make a difference?
Well, in that case, I wouldn't be able to tell, if her DNA came from the skin cells or if it came from her blood. Essentially, it would just be showing that her profile would be present.
Past witness.
Follow-up question. This is my cell phone. I handled it. You'd presume that my DNA would be found on this, correct?
Yes.
And that would come from the epithelial cells of my fingers on this cell phone, correct?
Yes.
So presumably, if a person handled the cell phone or carried it, you would expect to find that person's DNA on the cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And in reference to the cell phone that you had tested, only Johnathan Willette's DNA was found, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
And no foreign DNA, correct?
Correct.
On the phone?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, please write your question and pull it to the table with your name and your jury. Cell phone was ma'am? On the cell phone, was DNA found on the outside of the phone or just on the screen?
Again, the swabs were collected by the Henderson crime scene analyst, so I'm not sure how they swabbed the phone.
State, any follow-up?
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. One more question. Counsel Roach. Ma'am, there's been testimony that Devyn and the kids touched the phone. Why would there not be DNA?
Again, there's a lot of environmental factors. So again, if someone was wearing gloves, if the item was cleaned recently, some people are what we call shedders, so they just naturally leave more DNA behind than others. So there's a lot of different factors that can play into that.
State, any follow-up based on your question?
Court's indulgence. It's possible any item that I touch, I could not leave DNA, correct?
Correct.
Past witness.
Oh, depends, any follow-up based on your question?
I think we have another juror question coming.
There's one more coming back. You want to wait until? Ma'am, would a child be less of a shedder?
I don't have any indication for that. We don't really study that within the laboratory, so I'm not sure.
Okay. State any follow-up based on that additional question?
No, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any follow-up based on any of the jury?
Just briefly, you have to rely upon what's provided to you, correct?
Correct. We just receive a very brief case scenario, so I don't know, much of the information. I only know where some of the swabs are coming from, and then the parties within the case.
You have to rely upon law enforcement, presumably in this case, that collected this evidence and ultimately turned it over to you, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up on that, Stan?
No, Your Honor.
Do the ladies and jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay. Write your question on a 4-sheet paper with your name and your jury number. Given the blood on the cell phone, is it more likely that that area was swabbed?
Again, I'm not sure. I don't know, how much possible blood was present on the phone, so I'm not sure if that was the only area that the crime scene analyst swabbed or if they swabbed the entire phone.
Does CSA document their swabbing procedures when they turn in a sample, such as the area swabbed, the number of times, things like that?
I'm not too sure, especially since it's an outside jurisdiction. I'm not sure how Henderson handles their cases.
Sure.
I do have a couple of questions.
State, you're going to try to go to order, Mr. President. Okay, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. And that brings forth a question. The samples that you had analyzed on the phone, you would testify that obviously it was Johnathan Willette's DNA, correct?
Correct.
You're not able to say whether that was in fact blood, are you?
Correct. Again, it was just a positive presumptive test for blood. So it was an indication, not a confirmation.
Okay, so it could have been epithelial cells and not blood.
Correct.
It could have been fluid from a blister, something like that, correct?
It could be a mixture. So with the test, it is, it gives the indication that it's blood, so not, we're not going to have all these different substances that would give a positive test. There are a few things that could give a false positive, like certain, there's certain food, like enzymes in food that can get, I can't name one off the top of my head, but there's different things like that that could give a false positive, but the test is specific to enzymes within our blood.
But you can't say that it was blood, correct?
Correct. I can't confirm that it's blood.
Thank you. No further questions.
State any follow-up based on that?
No.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this point we are going to take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news, or media accounts or content about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make an investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case unless it's submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be at recess till tomorrow at 11 a.m. All rise for the jury.
All right, so that concludes day 5. Now we're going to get over to day 6. And let me just put this up so that... All right, so day 5 is over. We heard from 3 witnesses, carryover Detective Carl Lippisch, Detective Dennis Ozawa, and then Elizabeth Papakostas Costos, she was the DNA expert. So let us get over now to day 6. So day 5 is over, continuing on to day 6.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's all present and accounted for.
You are back on the record in C-377239 State of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, Deputy District Attorneys on behalf of the state. The both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this moment to remind you guys that there is media coverage regarding this case. You guys see all the cameras that are in the courtroom. In this particular situation, it is very important that you follow and abide by the admonishment that I give you. That you guys are not allowed to read the newspaper, you're not allowed to have any media coverage or anything like that in regards to this case. Because you guys are going to determine the facts and the evidence in this case based on what you hear in this courtroom. So it's very important that you guys remember, anything you may have seen or heard outside of this courtroom is not evidence, and it must be disregarded. Anything that I have deemed to be admissible evidence is what you will be considering in your deliberations. But it is very important that you guys do not do any outside research in regards to this case, and that you do not have any communication on social media. That's by phone, text, internet. You do not read, watch, or listen to the news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You do not make any investigation. I know you guys have heard me say that, and you could probably memorize it yourself by this point. But that is very, very important to preserve the integrity of this trial and make sure that both sides have their right to a fair trial preserved, because we're counting on you guys to give that to them. If anyone tries to approach you or anything in regards to any media coverage or anything, please make sure you let Officer Page know, who will then bring it to my attention. And ladies and gentlemen, during the presentation of the next witness, I just want to alert you that one of the district attorneys will be wearing headphones, and that is not a sign of disrespect to any of you guys. She has some additional things she needs to do to make sure we keep this trial on track and make sure that we keep going. So that is not in any way a sign of disrespect, and please do not consider that in any way. State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, Nicole Marion.
Shall you truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes. Thank you. If you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Nicole Mariam, Nicole Mariam.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you remind the jury what it is you do?
Sure, I work for the Henderson Police Department as a crime scene analyst too.
And ma'am, last night did I inform you that there were a couple jury questions I needed to recall you very briefly as a witness?
Yes.
I want to first ask you about these samurai swords. There was a little confusion with Detective Ozawa. I believe he didn't know what went on with them.
Okay.
Can you tell us what you did with those samurai swords?
Sure. So obviously we saw them, and in this case they were something we definitely took note of. We looked at each of the 3 swords. We took them out of the sheaths, so we actually looked at the blades. There was no damage. There was no dents in the blades. The blades weren't bent. We saw no signs of apparent blood on the blade or on the handle or on the sheaths. So we did thoroughly visually inspect the swords, and there was no indication that any of these 3 swords were used as a weapon.
There was also a little confusion with the DNA analyst, and I want to address it with 238. Do you recognize this phone?
Yes, that's the cell phone that Detective Carrie Skinner had.
And 236, we got a little glare going, but fair to say there's a crack across the screen?
Yes.
And then with your mouse, do not click, but you can toggle over whether you saw the apparent blood.
Okay. So right here, you can see it starts right there, and it is swiped up. You can kind of see that movement up there. So that was the area of apparent blood on the thumb.
And so at the bottom, you see kind of a ring.
Yes.
And you're familiar with blood. You've seen a lot of blood in your career.
Yes.
Did this appear to be like a drop of blood?
Yes, it appeared to be a drop of blood that had dried and skeletonized. So that means it dries, and then remnants are kind of left behind. So you can see it was swiped. So it looks like there was a drop of blood, and then something moved through that blood, swiping it across the screen.
What part of this phone did you swab for DNA?
The area where the blood was at.
Not the back of the phone?
No, on my evidence impound, it clearly states the screen was swabbed. The sole purpose of this swab was to collect that blood. So I focused specifically on that area of blood with the swabs.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll pass it away.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. You know, in reference to this purported confusion, we heard from DNA specialist, forensic scientist Elizabeth Papakostas. Do you know her?
No.
Have you ever worked with her?
No.
You've given testimony that you've been involved in hundreds of crime scenes. So through the course of your employment at the Henderson Police Department, you've never worked with Ms. Papakostas?
No. Does she work for the Henderson Police Department?
She works with the District Attorney's Office and with Clark County.
Okay, no, not to my knowledge.
No, she doesn't.
She works for Metro, doesn't she? Yes.
She's called by the District Attorney's Office in many cases.
She's called by the District Attorney's Office, but she's not employed by them. She's an employee of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay, no. To my knowledge, I've never worked with her.
She gave testimony yesterday, and would you agree with me that she's qualified to give expert testimony?
Again, I don't know her.
I think it's a fair question. I mean, she was submitted and proposed as an expert yesterday.
Well, if she doesn't know her, I don't know what knowledge she has. I mean, you can voir dire her as to how she would have that knowledge, because she testified she doesn't know her.
Do you work with other DNA experts?
No, actually, we send all of our DNA to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for analysis.
And that's a good point. So is the reason you submit whatever evidence that you collect for analysis to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, is the reason being is they have people that are employed that are experts in reference to the analyzing of evidence that's collected by yourself.
Again, I'm not sure what the definition of expert would be or what their qualifications are to get hired in their position. I would hope and assume that they have hired people that are well qualified, but personally, I can't speak on the behalf of their individual qualifications.
In this case, we've heard that you took a swab from a cell phone, the screen of the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And then you submitted it for further analysis.
Correct.
And you submitted it for further analysis to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, correct?
Yes, I booked it, and then I believe a detective or my supervisor is the one that filled out the form to request it be analyzed. But I did swab it and book it so that it could be later analyzed.
Okay. You've given testimony just moments ago that this was blood on the phone, correct?
Apparent blood.
Apparent blood. And if I told you that Ms. Papakostas testified yesterday that she could not confirm it was blood, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
I also did not confirm it was blood. I just said that the presumptive test of phenolphthalein came back with a positive result, which strongly indicates the presence of it being blood.
What's the percentage?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware of the existence of false positives?
Yes.
Are you aware what may cause a false positive?
Not specifically.
So again, open question, correct? You can't give expert testimony concerning that was blood on the screen of this cell phone.
Right, I never said I did. I said it was apparent blood due to my training experience. It appeared to be blood. That, coupled with the positive phenolphthalein test, indicates strongly that it is blood.
But when you say strongly, you can't quantify that, can you?
Correct.
So again, we should leave that to the experts as to whether or not they confirm that it's blood.
Which is why I always refer to it as apparent blood, because apparently it was blood.
In reference to the swabs, there was 2 that you took?
I took 3. 1 was used to do the presumptive test. 2 were actually booked in as evidence.
Okay. And again, you're not aware of what the results were as you sit here today?
Not the confirmatory results. The presumptives that I did personally, I'm aware of those results, but not what the results were passed after I booked them.
Fair to say that there's a presumption, but then you send it to Metro for a confirmation.
Right.
In reference to the swords, You testified last week, and you're testifying today that you saw the swords, correct?
Correct.
You acknowledge their existence.
Correct.
You have testified that you looked at the swords and didn't see anything, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not swab the swords.
Correct.
And you did not impound those swords for future evaluations, analysis, correct?
Correct.
So those swords were not submitted to Metro to confirm the absence of blood, correct?
Correct.
They were not submitted to Metro to confirm the absence of any other items of evidentiary value, like DNA, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you can't see DNA.
Correct.
Obviously, you are aware that the phone was submitted for a DNA analysis?
I'm aware that the swab that I took was submitted to be analyzed.
Okay. And we've heard testimony concerning that from the expert, Ms. Papakostas. But again, no swabs were submitted for the evaluation in the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's crime lab, correct?
Of the swords, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Are you able to see fingerprints on metal surfaces at times?
Yes, occasionally.
And did you inspect every inch of these 3 separate blades to look for potential blood and fingerprints?
Yes, we thoroughly looked at the blades and the handles of the swords to see if I could see anything. So it wasn't just fingerprints, wasn't just blood. I was looking at these swords in their entirety to see if I noticed anything.
Had you seen anything, those would have been impounded?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Did you document, you prepared a report, a crime scene analyst report in reference to the steps that you took, the investigative steps you took, correct, at the Porcupine Rim?
Not the investigative steps. I wrote a report documenting what we did. So pretty much what the scene consisted of and the photos that I took and then what I impounded.
Did you, and having done hundreds of crime scenes, I've reviewed hundreds of crime scenes, I'm assuming you've done several over the last 2 years, correct?
Yes.
Did you review that report in preparation for your testimony in this case?
Yes.
You'd agree with me, you did not lay out any steps that were taken in reference to the preservation or the analysis of any evidence that may have been on those swords, correct?
No, that's not what we put in our reports.
So you didn't put anything, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
The steps that you took.
No, we do not document the steps that we take in our reports.
In your reports, you did not document looking at the swords, correct?
No.
You didn't document, I think, saying looking over every inch of the swords for fingerprints, correct?
No.
You didn't document any of that?
No.
I have no further questions.
Well, you didn't document it in writing, but you documented by photography, correct?
Correct. I took pictures of the swords. I don't document everything that I've looked at in an entire house. That would be... I wouldn't even begin to know how to document every single thing that I look at on a full house in every room, and so no.
So as an example, if you take photos of a crime scene and you're looking for a big item like a head, I would presume that pursuant to that search warrant, you're opening every container, looking through every trash can and all that.
Yes.
We don't necessarily see photography of the trash can dumped out on the ground, but you testify under oath, this is what I observed and saw, and you have expectations through your agency, correct?
Right, and I didn't write that I didn't find a head, so it's the same token.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. In reference to your preservation of whatever evidence you say you saw or didn't see, that's it. We don't have any photographs of the blades of the swords, do we?
Correct, because they weren't really an evidence that we took note of once we saw it. Had there been anything of note, we would have taken pictures of it.
You didn't book these for further analysis. You already testified that,
correct?
For the record, Mr. Gusty, what exhibit is that?
It states Exhibit 659. You did document a white table in the garage of the Porcupine residence, correct?
I don't recall specifically focusing on a white table.
So there are things that you may have done or not done and you can't recall as you sit here.
I take overall pictures of the rooms in the house, so I take pictures normally from at least 4 angles, all 4 corners of the rooms looking at it. So just because there is a picture of a white table doesn't mean I necessarily focus in on it. Maybe there was something on top of it, or a lot of times I'll take pictures of things on tables or nightstands because I don't necessarily know what's in play or what we're going to find. So I'll take a picture of, say, a table or a nightstand, and then the detectives do their search. And so then if they say, oh, I found this item of evidence on this table, I likely have a picture of the table so we can likely see that evidence that they later found on that table.
But you've been testifying concerning steps that you took specifically in reference to these swords, correct?
You've asked me multiple questions about them, yes.
As has the...
Correct, yes.
Correct. And then I asked you about this table, and you don't really have a recollection of what you did or what you didn't do in reference to the white table in the garage.
I don't specifically remember doing anything with a white table. If it's in a picture, it's because it was there and I took a picture of the garage.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony here today. Statement by your next witness.
Clinton Campbell.
Step on the question story. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Yes. And officer, please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
My name is Clinton Campbell, Clinton Campbell.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a detective with the Henderson Police Department. I work as a digital forensics examiner in the lab.
What does a digital forensics examiner do?
Conducts digital forensics on electronic devices.
And can you explain generally the process by which you do that?
Yes. Most of the devices we encounter are cell phones, and we'll get a cell phone from an investigator or a scene, and then take that cell phone to our lab to conduct an examination on it.
Okay. Have you received specialized education and training in order to do what you do?
Yes, I have.
And can you describe that briefly for the jury?
Yes. I attended courses at the National Computer Forensics Institute, which is put on by the Secret Service. It's a facility in Alabama where they train in digital forensics. With that training, I received certification through Celebrite as a certified operator and a certified physical analyst. I also received a certification with Magnet Forensics as a certified examiner, and I'm also a certified examiner with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center.
Okay. So the jury understands you and other detectives divide up duties when it comes to a large investigation such as this. Is that right?
Typically, yes.
In this particular case, Detective Luke Good kind of focused in on the CDR or call detail record mapping stuff. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yep.
Detective Spangler handled the Burla mapping, correct?
Yes.
And what was your main role in this investigation?
I conducted examinations on the cellular devices.
And so I want to ask you generally, when you receive items of evidence, do you document that?
Yes.
And you essentially create your own report?
Correct.
And then that report ends up getting copy and pasted or whatever into like a main officer's report?
Yes.
And in this particular case, how many devices did you receive for examination?
I don't recall. I'd have to see.
With looking at the main report, refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Page 7. Doesn't have page numbers on it, but I counted them last time. May I approach?
Yes.
So starting down here, you see your name there?
Yes.
You need your readers?
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection as to the totality of number of devices? And you can keep going if you need to.
Yeah. Yes, there were 11 devices. I also conducted an examination on the router at the residence.
Okay.
So technically 12 devices.
Technically 12 devices. So, in looking at this report, does it appear to be consistent with what you initially documented and then provided to Detective Ozawa?
Yes.
So with that in mind, I'm going to go through the devices you received and just have you acknowledge yes or no, did you receive them, okay?
Okay.
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold cell phone.
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy Note 8 cell phone.
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy A52 5G cell phone.
Yes.
Apple iPad 6 tablet.
Yes.
LG GBX ThinQ cell phone.
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy A52 5G cell phone, another one.
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy Tab A tablet.
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy S8 Plus cell phone.
Yes.
Samsung Galaxy S5 cell phone.
Yes.
A Lenovo tablet.
Yes.
An HP laptop.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you receive all of these devices, is it you and you alone that starts to analyze them, or are you working in tandem?
We'll work in tandem typically.
Okay.
Just depends on the duties that are happening at the time.
What types of tools are you using to analyze these different types of devices?
We use hardware and software that's made to analyze the devices, and specifically we'll use like gray key or magnet forensics devices and software, as well as Celebrite.
And are you trained in all of those different softwares and hardwares?
Yes.
Is Celebrite the main one that's used for cell phones?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
So, of the 11 devices, did I ask you in preparation for this trial a few weeks ago to go through and see which devices were active during an operative time period?
Yes.
And did you then narrow the devices down to those that were active during August 6, 2023, around 9 or 10 p.m. up until about 9 a.m. on August 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And did you narrow that down to 3?
I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Before court today, did you and I and the defense attorney and their digital forensics expert sit down and go through a whole bunch of exhibits that we're both going to be addressing?
Yes.
You recognize these 3?
Yes.
This would be 4, 5, and 6.
Yes.
And are these downloads from those 3 devices you narrowed down to active during the time period?
Yes.
I move for the admission of those.
What are the numbers?
4, 5, and 6.
4, 5, and 6, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
4, 5, and 6 will be amended.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
Permission granted.
Publishing 4. So in Exhibit 4, we have item number 2, note 8, Johnathan timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you add the title item number 2, is that 2 on that list of all the 11?
Correct.
Okay. And then it says note 8. What does that mean?
That is the model of the device.
And then it says Johnathan timeline.
Yes.
So when you go into Celebrite, Celebrite hardware plugs into the actual phone itself, correct?
Yes.
And then that hardware and software extract the contents of the device.
Yes.
When you extract the contents, are you attempting to extract every possible thing on that phone?
Yes.
It's like a little computer, right?
Correct.
So you're trying to get everything from it, and then you can focus on different categories, etc., once you've taken everything from it.
Yes.
And in this particular case, with this exhibit 5, we've narrowed the timeline a bit because I would imagine that small computer has a whole lot of stuff on it.
Yes, yes.
And so here we have 5 subfolders. And before we get into them, I want to ask you, why do you title it Johnathan? Are you able to go into a device and determine ownership?
Yes.
How do you do that?
By looking at the data that comes from the device, typically there's an owner will assign a name to it or an email, and we'll use that information.
Okay, and so you confirmed this was the Johnathan device, correct?
Yes.
So 5 separate folders. I'm going to start with call log. And I open that up just for the jury, since they're going to have this in the back. What does this PDF mean to these folders up here?
So the folders that are included with the PDF are dependencies or folders that are needed to open hyperlinks that are in the PDF. So if there's a photo or some other link that you need to open, then in the PDF you can open it straight from the PDF, but it's in those folders.
Okay. And so the PDF starts with, on page 1, or it is 1 page, I apologize, call logs, correct?
Yes.
And this shows this first one in column 1, or I should say in row 1, says 8/7/23, 7:24:50 a.m. You see that?
Yes.
And it says UTC -7. Does that mean that this exhibit is already adjusted out of UTC time?
Correct.
So this should be our Pacific Daylight Time, accurate time on the date in question.
Yes.
And it shows some missed calls here.
Yes.
And then it says like the name, one's a private number, one's mom, another's mom. Then we get into Tracy Willette, private number, Tracy Willette. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so when I close out of this, why are these folders included in the exhibit, basically?
They're typically included when the report is created, so that if there's any data that or hyperlinks that need to be linked, they would be in that folders.
Okay. And so this one looks like just a random or generic image.
Yeah.
So, but anything that's relevant to the PDF is contained up here.
Yes.
Could be audio, could be photo, could be any number of things.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to close out of that. Move on to Exhibit 6. For the record, this says item number 3A52 Devier timeline, correct?
Yes.
Then inside, looks like the same title. And then we have several subfolders here, all associated with the Devier phone, correct?
Yes.
Let's start with messages. So again, inside the message folder, there's a PDF, and then there's 3 subfolders, right?
Yes.
All right. And so this would be, the PDF, would be the messages that you extracted from the phone during the operative time period.
Yes.
All in chronological order, not pulling stuff out of it, correct?
Correct.
Like not picking and choosing, it's just, it's a line,
Yeah.
a timeline.
Yeah. From one time frame to the next.
Got it. And then again, whatever is up here would be associated with the PDF in that exact folder.
Yes.
You have web history, UFDR location, searches, messages, locations, images, call log, and audio, correct?
Yes.
When it comes to, if the jury sees these folders that say locations or UFDR locations, explain to them, is that something that you rely upon to determine the phone's location or not?
Not necessarily. When it comes to locations, the way that the Celebrite software pulls those out, it will pull from multiple databases, and some of those locations won't be as reliable as others because of how they're obtained by the device. For instance, if you have locations that have to do with navigation, those are going to be more accurate than ones that have to do with like a weather app or something like that. So some of the locations, the time stamps may not be accurate, so it's hard to take every single location we get in these reports as, gold. We have to be careful. And Celebrite actually provides a document that shows which databases are more reliable than others.
Okay. So I'm going to row 43, just picking a random one here, August 7th at 4:18 a.m. There is a lat and long, latitude and longitude over here, correct?
Yes.
Oh, jeez. So I'm going to feel the access here. Because I'm on here. Okay. So I log out of this.
Then maybe plug in there.
Okay. Well, let's do it this way. In preparation for this case, I asked you if you were able to determine from this where this Devier device was throughout the night and into the morning of August 7th. Do you remember that?
I do.
And there are a bunch of GPSs, and we had a discussion about spot checking them and putting them in the maps.
Yes.
Fair to say that there is not a single location in this phone away from the Porcupine Rim address during the operative time frame I've been discussing.
The time frame being 10 p.m. to 9 a.m.?
Yes.
And this is, yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Devier device.
Yes.
So if you put in that lat long, it's going to show it at the Porcupine Rim.
Yes.
But what you're telling the jury is that that's not necessarily as reliable as you would like to rely on.
Correct.
So when it comes to location data, even though it shows them at Porcupine Rim all night, they need to be relying on the CDR cell towers for location.
It's a second verification, yes.
Okay. And if the jury wants, they can just check these on a map.
Yes, they could.
Latin law.
Yes.
In this particular device, did I ask you to look at this device and see if you could tell whether the person who had this device was using it throughout the night into the morning hours that we've described?
Yes.
Were you able to see if there was active use on the phone?
There was some, yes.
What was that?
There was some Instagram use. There were messages, I think, sent. That's what I can recall right now.
Okay. So, are there going to be artifacts on a phone if, for example, if someone leaves a phone alone, goes somewhere else, and that phone receives, say, an email in the background, is that going to show as received?
It can show on the phone, yes.
Okay. But you do have ways, for example, with Instagram, to see if someone's actively using the device.
Depending on what database that data comes from that you're looking at.
And with this exhibit, this Devier phone, this device, was it in use, like active use, not passive use?
At certain points, yes.
Throughout the evening?
Yes.
And into the morning?
I don't recall the time frames for into the morning.
Can you look at, where can I go to show you, or to verify? Was it the web history?
Well, these are just specific to the time frame, and we've pulled out just the messages, just the searches. So I don't. You'd have to pull up the UFDR report
Okay.
to see some of that other stuff.
And the UFDR report is actually the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to pause there. We're going to have a break, and we might do that
Okay.
a little bit later, so let's move on. Going now to exhibit 4. That says item number 1, Z-Fold Devyn timeline, correct?
Yes.
This particular device, did you actually download this 2 times?
I only downloaded it once.
You being your team?
Yes.
What was the purpose of doing it twice? Like, why would you have to do it twice?
I'm not sure on why the detective wanted to do that, but I could assume.
Okay, well, I don't want you to assume, but fair to say you're asked to check it once up until August 7th when the phone is seized,
Yes.
and then you're asked again to do it all the way up until August 16th or so?
Yes.
Okay. So within this folder, we have a whole bunch of subfolders yet again, correct?
Yes.
And this would include messages, locations, images, calls, and call logs, audio, UFDR locations, web history, correct?
Yes.
And so as an example, let's go to the call log. Once again, in that subfolder, you have a PDF and then some supporting folders, correct?
Yes.
So with this particular device, I'm going to jump down to rows 17 to 18. Or no, let me back up. So let's start with 10:58 p.m. That appears to be an outgoing call to Devier at 10:58.
Yes.
Then there's a bunch of these Michaels home incoming. Does that mean this phone is receiving calls from Michaels home?
Yes.
11, 11:40, 11:12, 11:13, 11:13, 11:14. You see those?
Yes.
And these are missed calls.
Yes.
11:16, 11:18, 11:20. You see those?
Yes.
Some of those went to voicemail.
Yes.
Some were, and none of them appear to be answered, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to keep scrolling. All missed up until 11:59 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then at 6:54 a.m. there is an answered call from a unsaved number, I guess, 485-5180, correct?
Yes.
That would be outgoing.
Yes.
And then an outgoing call to Johnathan Willette at 7:24 a.m.
Yes.
And it says answered.
Yes.
At 8:13 a.m. outgoing call to Johnathan Willette and it says answered.
Yes.
These are all the supporting files, correct?
Yes.
And that would be the same for any of these folders that the jury would like to open.
Correct.
At some point last week, did I send you a bunch of DFL Celebrite reports that the defense had provided me for you to verify?
Yes.
And did you in fact verify those they're from the phone, they're from the devices, they're actually contained within the devices?
Yes.
Mike, I'm going to need your exhibits just to say that.
And I gave everything back to her. They're actually, those are getting better. No. May I approach?
Yes.
And just for the record, the things you reviewed started with defense A through Z2, and you and the defense attorney, myself, and their expert went back and verified these in the back room before trial.
Yes.
There are a couple of very specific items I asked you to look into. Is that right?
Yes.
There was a suggestion that there was a gun photo on Devier's phone from August 7th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did I ask you to look into that and say, hey, was Devier looking at a gun photo on August 7th or creating one? You remember that?
I do remember that.
And did you create a separate report for that?
Yes.
Showing you 651. Does that appear to be the 6-hour photos that we referenced?
Yes.
And Judge, I move for the admission of 651.
In addition?
We could approach briefly.
Yes.
I move the admission of 651.
All right.
No admission.
651 will be admitted.
This isn't. Well, it's not loading yet. Oh, maybe it is.
Yeah, it's a blank page, that first one.
Sorry. This information on the third page, what is this telling the jury?
It's basically the version of the software that we used and then the device information or the source extraction.
Got it. And so these photos were what I asked you to look into?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start as an example with 12, row 12. What type of information do you have about this device? I'm sorry, this file.
Okay. It shows on that first pane the name of the photo itself, what it was named, as well as the path that you can find that in the database. Then that second pane shows the metadata for the photo, meaning the camera that took the photo, the model, what time, different information about the photo itself, and then obviously that last one is a thumbnail of the photo.
What does capture time mean?
That's typically when the picture was taken by whatever camera or device.
So these all appear to be 7:15 of 22, right?
Yes.
Nothing on 8/7?
No.
Show you another one. $664. What are we looking at here?
I did a reverse image search on one of the photos in question.
What does that mean?
It means you can take basically a image or a photo that you have, put it into Google. Google will look at that picture and tell you if it exists anywhere else on the internet, for instance.
And this is with specific regard to a gun photo that I provided to you that was provided to me by the defense.
Yes.
I move the admission of 664.
Any objection to 661?
No, Your Honor.
664, read the name.
Thank you. So showing you the second image there, this one is the image in question, correct?
Yes.
Purported to be Devier on August 7th, but you actually researched that, correct?
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
So I placed that photo in Google Images so that I could do a reverse search, and it was on several different websites. This one was one of them. It's like a concealed carry website where they're advertising.
Okay. And what does cache data mean?
So applications will cache photos into folders or databases so that you can see them later more quickly. If you're familiar with like internet cookies, it's the same, similar concept where it'll fill a folder with photos. For instance, if you're scrolling on Instagram, it will cache folders that photos that you may not have gotten to yet in that feed, so that when you get there, or if you have a poor signal, you'll be able to see those faster.
So fair to say that this particular image is not an image captured on Devier's device on August 7th of 2023?
Yeah, it was in a cache folder.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 667.
My kid would have a field day with that exhibit number. You recognize this?
Yes.
This is one that was prepared just in the back with defense counsel and their expert. Is that right?
Yes.
I move for the admission of 667.
Any objection to 667?
No, Your objection.
Okay, 667 will be the minute.
Fair to say this is a text conversation between Devyn Willette and whom? Is this the one with Dad?
1536.
Let me just go back.
Yeah.
Dad?
Yes.
And this is several pages. The jury will have it if they want to look through it. But there was some text messages referenced on the very last page, 37. Where apparently Dad is finding out Devier is married to the defendant. Does that look about right?
Yes.
And then there's a last text between them was July 2nd of 23, and it's to Devier, Dad saying, hey.
Yes.
Did you mark that? Did I mark that? We moved the admission of 608.
Any objection
It's
to
just the head.
608?
I don't know why it's set up.
Any objection to 608?
No, Your Honor.
608 will be the minute.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 614. Recognize that?
Yes.
And is that an image from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
The Devyn phone?
Yes.
Move for the admission of 614.
And the guest for 614?
No, Your Honor.
614 will be admitted.
And that's just one of many family type photos.
Yes.
Showing you already admitted 431. Have you ever seen this image before?
Yes.
Okay. This was suggested to be an injury. Did you look into this phone and do some research on whether or not that was an old healed injury?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you states 665. You recognize that?
Yes.
What does that appear to be?
Photos of a hand injury.
Okay.
Move the admission of 665.
Any objection to 665?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
665 will be admitted.
And just for the record, I'm putting back up 431. That was the right hand first two knuckles, the pointer finger and the middle finger, correct?
Yes.
And I'm just going to jump to, let's start with page 1. You find some images where Devyn had a pretty significant injury to those fingers?
Yes.
And the dates associated with those photos?
Yeah, I can't read that on the screen. Sorry. December 5th of 2022.
We've got some digger photos just to show you. So page 7, page 8, see that?
Yes.
Fair to say pretty significant gashes to the pointer finger and the middle finger at the knuckle?
Yes.
There's actually some medical paperwork too.
Yes.
December 19th, 2022 is the date. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Your exhibit U. I gave him your exhibits.
Yeah. It should be here than that. The one I'm getting are all right there. That's
What do you mean?
And U was not included in that stack, so it should still be in the back.
It is admitted.
No, he was not included.
So would it be you're not admitted?
Prohibition of what?
What is this? L? It's through you.
L through U, in again,
No, Judge.
L through U originally?
Sorry for the confusion. So, defense L through U is a conversation that I think the jury has seen part of this. Liar, cheater, liar, cheater.
Yes.
Who is this conversation between?
This is between Devyn and Devere.
Okay. And then there's a bunch of stuff on and on, relationship stuff. And it ends at U, it says clearly not cheating.
Yes.
What's the date and time on that?
I can't see it, sorry.
Let me zoom.
8/5/23 at 5 a.m.
Okay. That's not the last text in that chain, correct?
No.
Showing you exhibit 666.
Yes.
This includes the last text on that chain, correct?
Yes.
I've moved the admission of 666.
No objection.
666 will be amended.
So, on page 1, this is the liar cheater stuff, right?
Yes.
I want a divorce, a bunch of back and forth. Keep your alcohol. I'll see you when I'm off. Don't bother. It's not a bother. I really am over this. Honestly, sounds like a personal problem. Just relationship stuff, right?
Yes.
And then at the end, what we see is that conversation goes on. Some cheating accusations and stuff, right?
Yes.
And I want to focus in on this last one. What are we looking at here?
It's a message sent on 8/6/23 at 10:36 p.m. from Devier to Devyn's device. Says, "See you when you get back. I'm going to sleep. Girls are in the living room."
At 10:36 p.m. on August 6th of 2023?
Yes.
These two I saw.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. I will pass the witness.
Here, let me make your approach real quickly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we cross-examine this witness, we are going to take our motion. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using any reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way to learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case until it's transmitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:10. We will be in recess until 1:20.
All rise for the jury. All rise for the jury. Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted.
We are back on the record in C-377-239, City of Devyn Michaels. And the record reflects that Mr. Michaels is present. The attorney, Deputy District Attorney, on behalf of the state, do both prosecutors in presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And ladies and gentlemen, jury, I do apologize for the delay, but as I told you in the preliminary instructions, if we have to delay, it's only because we're trying to make things smoother for you guys on the back end. So I apologize you have to wait now, but hopefully that alleviates you having to wait on the back end. But if you guys are in any way frustrated about your wait times, please hold that against me and not against either of the parties. But I do apologize on behalf of the court for the delay in bringing you guys back from lunch. Mr. Horvath, are you prepared for your cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Detective, I just remind you that you are still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Detective Campbell. I'm going to start with just a few things that were touched on your direct from the state. This slide was brought up, and it sounded like, and we reviewed it, it was a report that you generated at the direction of the District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
We'd referenced it, defense had referenced it in their opening statement. It says that it was modified on 8/7, is that correct?
Yes.
I don't think the state was trying to mislead you, but what was testified to, what was brought up about this is that it was accessed or looked at that day. Is that what that time says?
Not necessarily. Accessed by the device, yes.
Okay. So it could have been accessed that morning and that time, correct?
Yes.
And that's what that shows?
Yes.
It wasn't made that day? It was just
No.
okay. Now, there's a few things I want to go to, and I know that we've talked about how we've stipulated and gone through a lot of these things, but one of the things that was brought up yesterday in the crime scene with Detective Ozawa was collection of evidence. And you were given a list of electronics to go through and examine, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever examine an Xbox?
No.
A Nintendo Switch?
No.
I'm pulling up, and I have a thumb drive here that the exhibits on here have been stipulated to, so I don't know if I should be referring to this as what number or letter would this be?
Is your next in line?
Yes, we have a thumb drive. Instead of having all the exhibits for the jury to hold on time, I just put them all in one so they can access it.
Next one will be B4.
B4. Thank you. So on B4, I have a bunch of, let me go back here a little bit. I've got a bunch of files that we're just going to go to, and these are things that have been provided to the defense, and our own experts looked at this. It's stuff that was on the phones. So right here, there's this is a text message chain with Devier, and it looks like potentially some of his friends. I'm trying to make this a little bit bigger because I know it's a little bit smaller up there.
Thank you.
And the name of this chat, it says Legend of Dick Combat. This is something that you haven't seen, right? I mean, you saw it previously today, but this is not something you were asked to examine.
Correct.
This was on his phone between his friends talking about their gaming. Is that what it seems to be?
Yes.
So, Devier is known to be a gamer from the messages that we saw on the phone between him and Devyn. But you were never asked by Detective Ozawa or anyone to analyze an Xbox about anything.
No.
When you're going through the text messages of Devier, I know that they said that they wanted you to look at Johnathan Willette, Devier Willette, and Devyn Michaels, but was there anyone else that you were asked to focus on?
No.
And just kind of along the same lines of the Xbox, do you recognize these at all?
Just from what I saw previously today.
And if I told you they were from Devyn's cell phone showing Devier playing Xbox and that he was a big gamer, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
And there's even more messages that we got from Miss Michaels' phone from the Celebrite extraction, talking about the video gaming. Because obviously it seems like he was a big gamer from reviewing all these messages, correct?
Yes.
Now, in going through the text messages, were you asked to look at the conversations between Devyn and Johnathan?
Yes.
And I apologize, I'm just going through the files that are on this thumb drive that's on B4. And I'll say the name of the file on this, and I apologize. It's Devyn and Johnathan Cordial Conversations PDF. So I'm actually going to go down a little bit here. It's kind of a long file. I think there's 200 and some pages on this extraction that was created. Now, who would this, from what you're seeing, who would this be to? Can you tell which parties are which?
Just by the phone number, a lot of times the names or whatever they put in the phone, but the 9242 phone number to someone else, I'm not sure.
Okay, and if I told you that these are messages between Devyn and Johnathan, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Just on this message from 8/2/2023. I'm doing good, trying to hustle up $50 someday or somehow today. I have Saturday for sure, but need gas. It's 2 trips to Las Vegas, to St. Rose. I also have turf next week. And then also I'm getting up early to get the girls used to getting up for school. You see that?
Yes.
And what was the date of that one?
August 2nd, 23 at 8:18 a.m.
On another one on August 2nd, I'm gonna have good things happen for me today. It's just early. And it looks like she responds, great things. Correct?
Yes.
And that's around the time, you said 10:03 in the morning?
Yep, same day at 10:03, yes.
I'm going to jump around a little bit because this will go back to the jury and they'll be able to see these conversations. So on 10/2, later on that day, that evening, it looks like a list on ribs, crab legs. It looks like maybe like a dinner list or food that they're getting.
Yes.
And then they asked what kind of drinks, and they're talking about getting Coca-Cola is what it looks like, some kind of sodas.
Sorry, I'm sure that you just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
No kind of crazy fighting text from just your observation of these text messages, right?
Not in these that I've seen. No.
And this is the This is Devyn Michael, or a Devyn medical activity file on the thumb drive. So, if I zoom in on this, do you know which phone this came from?
I don't see it in here. It says it's an SD card backup. I believe that was from Devyn's phone.
Okay. And on this kind of, I zoomed in a little bit. I forget that those ones are a little, looks like a picture of Miss Michaels in the hospital.
Yes.
Looks like some medical records of her going to the hospital.
Yes.
I'm going to zoom out here a little bit. There's just a few more. And that's what that looks like. Those came from her phone, correct?
Yes.
Now I'm going between Devyn and Devier. And who does this look like? I'm sorry, yeah, Devyn and Devier. These messages were previously addressed by the state, but we put them in here for the jury to have easier access to them. But do you know what number that came from, that top one? Liar, cheater, liar, cheater?
It doesn't look like it shows here.
Let me go down a little bit and pull. See if I get the extraction one. There you go. Does it say there?
Yes.
And that's Devier's
phone, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, counsel, can we just clarify who sent it?
That was Devyn to Devier. Now I'm clicking on Johnathan and Devier text. This appears to be the extraction from Devier, or the exchange between Johnathan and Devier, correct?
Yes.
And it goes on for a while because this, I mean, it starts back on this extraction starts back on October of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes all the way down to looks like July 2nd of 2023.
Yeah.
And the last file on this is the messages between Johnathan and Yoko. Is that what those numbers look like up there in this exchange? I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of moving it fast.
Between Johnathan and who?
Yoko.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, yes.
And this goes all the way up to July of 29 of 2023.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
That last message. All right. Now, I'm not going to bore the jury with all the exhibits. Like I said, they'll have an opportunity to look back at them, and we may touch on them later on. But what I'd like to do is, in your investigation, you weren't at the crime scene, were you?
I was.
Okay, and then was it you that takes inventory of what to grab, or does someone tell you?
That time someone told me.
Okay, that time meaning when you were out there, or when they came to your office and said, hey, go through all of these?
Meaning since that time, we've gone to scenes to collect devices ourselves.
Okay.
And have input on what gets collected.
So when you show up to the scene, do you have an idea of what's going on, or do they just say some devices need to be looked at or collected and you're going to take them back and look at them?
So in this particular instance, I was called just to go and do a router interrogation. So I had no input or had no idea what other devices were there.
Were you given any details of the incident before arriving?
Yes.
On the router, that was a Cox panoramic router, correct? Sound about right?
Yes.
During that interrogation, you took photos of the device and you collected the router logs that were stored.
Yes.
And you took photos of that?
I don't recall if I took photos of the logs or if I just collected the logs themselves. But I took photos of the router.
You didn't, okay. And the evidence law or the logs, were those given to Detective Ozawa, or do you make the determination on what's important and give it to Detective Ozawa?
I don't recall if they were given to Detective Ozawa. Normally I would, yes, but I don't recall in this case if they were.
And if I told you, let me see here. In your report, in the 18-page report authored by Detective Ozawa, let me see here. I'll give you a page number here in a second. Court's indulgence. I don't know if it's not a number. I know you were trying to make it here. Still. Still there. Sorry. I think it's just this order of conflict. So it says that you collected the data logs for Detective Ozawa, and that's what you did, correct?
Yes.
And did you discuss that with him, or the findings of those?
I don't recall for sure. I probably did.
I don't want you to guess, but you don't remember having any significant conversation with him.
I don't.
Fair to say that the router didn't have much on it for you to go back and tell Detective Ozawa.
That's correct.
Now, when we get into all the devices, there's 11 devices plus the router, so there's 12.
Yes.
I want to clear up a few things. You talked about the UFDR as the complete file, or download of a phone.
Yes.
Now, the UFDR, is that something that when you extract the phone, you get that and that's the whole thing, or is that something you are focused in on?
No, the UFDR is like a full report of all the data from the phone.
Is a UFDR different from a UD or UFD?
I'm not sure.
The UFDR it's a reader, right? Like you put in it all and it spits out what you are kind of looking for, right? So if it's a certain phone, certain things, it's marked for you, correct?
What do you mean by marked?
When you put it in, when you extract the phone, and then you put it into the Celebrite, and then do you click on what you want, or is it just a whole thing and then you decide what to do?
There are different settings in the Celebrite software, but where you can, after it's processed everything in Physical Analyzer, you can create a UFDR report. You can change that by time frame if you want, or include just specific things.
And then was your UFDR, was it one that you had changed the settings on, or was it a full one?
It was a full one.
Okay. Now, when you go through your findings on these phones, you give it to Detective Ozawa to review.
Yes.
Is there any other follow-up of the phone? Or let me go back. You go through the phones, you tell Detective Ozawa, and that's it, right?
Normally, yes.
If in a complete investigation, wouldn't a detective like Detective Ozawa want to go further deep into it, or does he just trust what you have to say?
No. So typically, we'll create that report of the entire data from the phone. Mm-hmm. We'll give that to the investigator, and the investigator will go through and look for the evidence that they need.
Do you know if Detective Ozawa went through this?
I don't know.
Court's indulgence. In your report to Detective Ozawa, it states what you did, but I'm kind of hitting on this is that it's his job to follow up, and if there's anything more that he wants, he's got to. It's up to him, correct?
Yes.
Any more artifacts, meaning the things that potentially could be left out of a report, or if there's anything that he, goes through?
Yes.
And did he ever do that with any of the devices?
I don't know.
Do you remember going through the HP laptop?
Yes.
Anything of any evidentiary value on there?
No.
And so Detective Ozawa, when he went through his investigation, as far as you know, he just used your report to come to his conclusions or direct his investigation, correct?
Yes.
He never came back and asked for any kind of follow-up or anything more that he needed from you?
I don't remember. I know that we, to prepare for trial, I started assisting in going through the devices, and so, but I don't recall if back initially if there was any, collaboration between him and I.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor. Press witness.
Okay? You can always ask on a full sheet of paper with your name and doing it. Does the system collect deleted messages?
It can, yes.
Would examination of the home router show activity for the Nintendo Switch or the Xbox?
Most of the activity that on this router and specifically, and on most routers, is it just shows connected devices. The other logs are like system logs and that don't really give us much information.
You have another question? Character information. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Can counsel approach?
Logs connect. Briefly, Judge. Detective, with regard to the router at home, you said it logs connected devices.
Yes.
If I have a router at my home, my line connects to it, it's going to show connected consistently, correct?
Yes.
If my device is at home.
Yes.
So there's not really much information you can glean from the router.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Herbert, based on the jury question?
Yes, just briefly. Do you remember where the router was that you interrogated? What address it was?
I don't remember it was on Pala Dura.
Did you conduct a router search at Porcupine?
I never went to that residence.
No further questions.
Any final statement?
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no further, sir, you are excused this time. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Can I take?
Yes.
Your Honor, just may I admit this?
Yes, Mr. Giordano, you can go ahead and go outside while we're
Just to be before.
Yes, that's a good Okay, and we're just going to take like a quick minute, but we're not going to take another recess. I know you guys are on the up and down.
Your Honor, the state calls Nick Eason.
This way, sir. Take your wallet. Step on up. Raise your right hand. Of course, that's what you
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And sir, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Sure. My full name is Nicholas Anthony Eason. First name Nicholas. Anthony Anthony. Last name Eason Eason.
Who do you work for, sir?
I work for Clark County Family Services.
What is your position there?
I'm a family services supervisor.
Turning your attention to October 16th of 2022, did you come into contact with a family, that being Devyn Michaels and Johnathan Willette's family?
Yes.
And you became the primary on that case, correct?
Yes.
You made contact with Devyn Michaels during that case, correct?
Yes.
You met with the two daughters of those two individuals, correct?
Yes.
You met with Johnathan Willette multiple times, correct?
Yes.
And he was a pleasant person, correct?
Yes.
He was very polite.
Yes.
He seemed very appreciative of your work.
Yes.
Seemed very organic, your conversations with him.
Yes.
Not hateful toward Devyn in any way.
No.
And there were just relationship things between them that just didn't work, correct?
To my understanding, yes.
Now, as far as meeting with Devyn Michaels, what were briefly your observations of her when you met with her?
So when I met with Devyn, she presented as what I would describe as bizarre. Her affect and presentation to questions were inappropriate given the nature of the questions.
She shared with you that she had been married to Johnathan in 2012, correct?
Yes.
That they were married for 6 years.
Yes.
And that they had broken up 4 days after having Tamaya, one of their daughters.
Yes.
And that the two of them had an agreement to have another child, even though they weren't together, correct?
Yes.
And her and Johnathan, she explained they were not a real married couple, correct?
Yes.
For the record, you are using air quotes.
That is correct, Your Honor. Lived in different rooms.
Yes.
And they were ultimately separated in 2018, that being Johnathan and Devyn, correct?
Yes.
And this is everything she told you.
Yes.
And I think you briefly mentioned this, but she presented with an affect that was not consistent with the situation, correct?
Yes.
And there was a contentious custody agreement between Devyn Michaels and Johnathan Willette, correct?
Yes.
On October 25th of 2022, Devyn expressed that she was at the office to, quote, and this is her own words, do whatever she needed to get her girls back home, end quote.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And at that point, she showed desperation. Is that right?
Yes, I would agree.
The girls were then in Dad's physical custody, and the girls were released to him specifically on October 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you work with an individual, or at that time, an individual by the name of Yolanda Lizardo.
Yes.
And you are aware that she met, Ms. Lizardo met with the family on October 27th as well as October 28th of 2022.
Yes.
And your involvement with the case concluded on December 18th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, just I have a couple of very narrow questions for you.
Yes.
There had been a question concerning a contentious custody issue, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was specifically in October of 2022, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So you were not involved following that concerning a reunification of the parties, were you?
I was not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up statement?
No, Your Honor.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, you may call your witness.
State's next witness is Yolanda Lizardo.
Yolanda?
You can step on up here and say the person is swearing in.
Hi.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I see? Nancy, please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Yolanda Lizardo, Yolanda, last name Lizardo.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Ma'am, were you employed with the Department of Family Services back in 2022?
Yes.
At some point, did you become involved in a custody matter involving Tamaya and Janaea?
Yes.
And those were two minor girls.
Yes.
And the natural mother was Devyn Michaels.
Yes.
The natural father was Johnathan Willette, correct?
Yes.
On October 27th of 2022, physical custody of the girls was given to the natural father, Johnathan Willette, correct?
Yes.
And there is something called a parent placement verification letter that was given out. Is that right?
Yes.
At this time, I believe between stipulation of the parties, the state is now moving to admit States 14.
States 14 will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
Showing you, once I zoom out. States 14 there, is that parent placement verification letter we just spoke about?
Yes.
And the two minor children's names are there, Tamaya Baker and Janaea Willette, correct?
Yes.
With, I assume, their birthdays, correct?
Yes.
And then down below is your signature there.
Yes.
And it states that they have been reunified with their natural father, Johnathan Willette, on October 27th, 2022.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And that he resided at 2698 Pala Dura Drive in Henderson, Nevada, 89074.
Correct.
And that's your signature at the bottom.
Yes, it is.
And you dated this October 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, this was a contentious agreement between the mother and the father, correct?
Yes.
The mother, Devyn, was not happy about it. Is that correct?
Yes.
The father, Johnathan, was happy about getting the girls, correct?
Yes.
Devyn was not involved in the custody agreement, correct?
Yes.
And you yourself met with Dad, Johnathan Willette, multiple times.
Yes.
You were actually the individual that gave the two minor girls to the father, Johnathan, correct?
Yes.
And you conducted follow-up at the father's home with the girls.
Yes.
The girls appeared happy with Dad during those follow-ups.
Yes.
They were well taken care of.
Yes.
All their needs were met.
Yes.
Once they were placed with their father, Johnathan, you had no further involvement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Cross.
Your involvement was just primarily limited to October of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Nothing following that?
No.
No further questions?
Can you follow up, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
for being here today. Statement and call your next witness.
State's next witness is Elizabeth Lemons Woods.
You can step on up, remain standing. The clerk's going to swear you.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Yes. Again, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Elizabeth Lemons Woods. Elizabeth is Eliz, Abeth. Lemons, Lemons, and Woods, Woods.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
With the Department of Family Services.
And you were employed in that capacity in 2023 as well, correct?
Yes.
Turning your attention then to August of 2023, did you become involved in a custody matter involving the two minor girls, Tamaya and Janaea, correct?
Yes.
And the natural mother was Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
The natural father was Johnathan Willette, correct?
Yes.
You received information that the primary custody holder of the girls, the two daughters, was the father who was deceased, correct?
Yes.
And the mother had been arrested, correct?
Yes.
You were tasked with finding out where the two girls were and where they would be placed, correct?
Yes.
Now turning your attention to August 16th, 2023, you went to the mother's home, Devyn Michaels, at Porcupine Rim address and removed the girls, correct?
Yes.
Then the next day on August 17th, 2023, you actually met with the mother, Devyn, who was at the Henderson Detention Center, correct?
Yes.
And the purpose of that conversation with Devyn was to notify Devyn that the girls had been removed, correct?
Yes.
You weren't expecting to really have a conversation beyond that, correct?
No, I wasn't.
But you had a conversation about the homicide, correct?
Yes.
Devyn told you during the conversation that she had to do it, correct?
Yes.
And she explained that she was married to Devier when he came back from California in 2021, correct?
Yes.
She explained that their relationship didn't work out and they were just really good friends, correct?
Yes.
Devyn then said that Johnathan had wanted to move back in, right?
Yes.
He wanted something more, but she did not, correct?
Yes.
Devyn explained that she had agreed with Johnathan to move his belongings, correct?
Yes.
She explained her relationship with Johnathan was transactional, correct?
Yes.
And then elaborated that she would have sex with him and he would pay bills, correct?
Yes.
Devyn went on to explain to you that she was rubbing Jonathan's back and then cut herself off in the conversation, correct?
That's correct.
So the conversation stopped.
Yes.
But then, okay. I want to touch on just briefly, what were her emotions like throughout the discussion that you had with her? Was she having physical emotion? Did it seem forced? Anything of that nature?
From what I can recall, not much emotion at all.
She didn't cry at all?
I think she initially tried to, but I don't remember her actually crying.
but she initially tried to.
Yes.
Pass the witness. Carl?
You didn't know Devyn Michaels, did you?
No.
Never met with her before, correct?
No.
You meet her and she's been arrested, correct?
Yes.
People react to traumatic circumstances in different ways, don't they?
That's fair to say, yes.
What, we could approach this briefly. Brief question, ma'am. This conversation that you had, it was not recorded, was it?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. You weren't recording it. You weren't collecting evidence, anything of that nature, correct?
I was not recording it, but I was getting information for my investigation.
Okay. And that involved the custody of the children, correct?
Correct.
The placement of the children.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any problems, Dave?
No, not at this time.
Does ladies and gentlemen, jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. State, you may call your next witness.
Douglas Lina.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Officer, please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Douglas, Douglas, Lionel, Lynaugh.
Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
Excuse me. I'm a detective with the City of Henderson.
And which unit are you currently assigned to?
Robbery homicide.
How long have you been with robbery homicide?
About 6 years.
And how long have you been with the City of Henderson in total?
About 18 and a half years.
What did you do prior to joining robbery homicide?
Prior to robbery homicide, I was in the property unit. Prior to that was a criminal intelligence unit. Prior to that, problem-solving unit. And then prior to that, patrol.
So kind of a wide range of experience in law enforcement, sir?
Yeah.
And as a robbery homicide detective, have you been the lead investigator on several cases and also a support investigator on several cases?
Yes.
Your team also is responsible for investigating officer-involved shootings within your department?
Yes, that's accurate.
So you have kind of a wide range of duties as a detective?
Correct.
In this particular case, were you enlisted in the support role on August 7th, 2023?
I was.
Did you respond to the initial scene?
I did.
Did you do a little video canvassing at that scene?
Yes, I did. And then just some workup on the individuals involved.
Okay. And fair to say that Detective Ozawa kind of led the investigation, or he was the one divvying up duties?
Correct.
Did you become involved in an interview with a person by the name of Devyn Michaels on August 15th of 2023?
Yes, that's true.
And where did that occur, sir?
At the Henderson Police Station, the main station.
And on that date, had the defendant already been arrested prior to you making contact with her?
Yes.
Who did you make contact with her? Who were you with?
Another detective?
Yes.
Detective Rick Christopher.
Okay. And was that conducted in an interview room at the station?
It was actually done in a conference room in the investigative bureau.
Was that both audio and video recorded?
It was.
Was the video recording the kind of the primary, and then the audio was a backup?
Correct.
And in fact, during the video portion, like over an hour in or around an hour in, the video loses storage space, correct?
Correct.
But you did have an audio backup running?
Yes.
Okay, so we might transition as we play,
okay.
Once we get to the end of the video. And Judge, I would move for the admission of
I move the admission of 621 and 621A.
Any objection to 621 and 621A?
Outside of what's on the address, no, Your Honor.
Okay, those will be admitted.
May I publish 621?
Yes.
Pause that. Detective, it looks like it's a little over an hour, about an hour and 15 minutes. Can you see the bottom right?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. And so we're going to play this in its entirety, and then there is a small portion at the end where it's just audio, correct?
Correct.
We will transition at that time. This particular interview room, did it have a recorder set up in it already, or did you record this?
The video?
Yes.
No, it was just a video camera that we placed into the room.
Got it. Understood. May I, Judge?
Yes.
Just going to skip ahead a little bit. Pause it here, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. What is this little thing right here?
That's an audio recorder.
That's your backup there?
Correct.
Yeah. So we're going to take your handcuffs off and then we're going to put it on. Okay, so it's a little more comfortable for you. Okay? So just, maybe press that forward a little bit. Alright. You're going to go with you want to hear anything on board or something? Yeah. He's at one more. Yeah, I see. Hey, let's switch forward a little bit. Ready for everything? Was that true? Search on just give it a minute until first comes back and we'll talk, okay? Need water or anything? Put them on good. Do you know what's going on, or do you understand what's going on? But you understand the severity of what's actually occurring?
No, because I said I didn't murder Sean. I would say that.
We'll get into it and just... that right in hearsay can will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to speak to an attorney before answering any questions and have the attorney present while you answer any questions. If you cannot afford an attorney will be provided at no cost to you. If you decide to answer any questions now, you may stop at any time and ask to speak with an attorney before questioning continues. If you decide to stop answering questions, once you have begun, all questioning will stop. You understand that? Okay. So, there's been, you've given a handful of different statements and a handful of different stories along the way, and that's just what we're trying to clear out some. Okay? You understand that? So, do you want to start from on the 6th? You were hanging out with John and doing some shopping? Yes? Yes. Okay. Describe that day to me. The Cliff Note version.
Simple day.
Okay.
Shopping, got household supplies. Clothes, groceries. That's it. It was a very easy, pleasant day for the most part.
Okay. And then at night, John was moving in with you?
John was moving the girls' stuff to my house. It wasn't until he had actually moved everything over until I realized he was moving some of his things over.
Okay.
I'm going to pause there, 7 minutes, 18 seconds. And Your Honor, if I may inquire with the jury, if everyone can hear all the voices?
Can you guys hear the voice now?
Okay. Detective, you had just asked about John and the moving situation, and is it true that the subject said that she had just learned that he was actually moving in, essentially?
Correct.
Okay. And you can see 3 people in the room. You are on the right?
Yes.
On the left is Detective Richard Christopher?
Correct.
In the center is whom?
Devyn Michaels.
And do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person, describe an article of clothing she's wearing today?
Black and white shirt.
Would the record reflect identification, Judge?
The record is on the record.
Thank you. I will resume.
Had been telling me he was going to move, but that happened months ago back and forth that he hadn't actually moved in her house. I didn't put any stock into it. So when he moved some of his things over, that's when I realized he was actually moving his things. Yes, I remember talking to John about it. Yes, I remember talking to other people about it. But until that moment, it really wasn't something that was going to take place. Because at one point, a few times, he said he wasn't going to move. And it had happened more than one time, so I just took it as it was.
Okay. You said earlier that you're shopping. You invited him over to drop off the last load of the night?
Yes.
Okay.
He assisted in his shopper.
Okay. And you rode with him?
We rode with him all.
Okay.
He wanted to take his truck because the trailer has his information on it and he said it's free advertising.
Oh, was the trailer loaded as well, or just the truck?
And at that time, the trailer was loaded later on that evening by John and John alone.
Okay. And did that make his way over to your house?
Yes. And that's when I found out what he had actually loaded up. It was supposed to have been the girls' things up on the bed, dressers and clothes. And it turned out to be a lot more than that.
Okay. How did you feel?
Buildings were right. There was more tools and DVDs than anything. So it really wasn't too much to feel bad about. It was just a whole bunch of extra his guns over there.
Okay.
That was for the most part.
Okay. So after you have those, what happens?
We went back to his house.
The both of you? Okay. About what time was that? About 9? Okay, and then now you're going back to his house? Are the girls with you or are they at home? Okay. And what happens then?
We went to the gas station, had a couple of drinks, some chips and stuff, I think. Went back, changed clothes, ate, took a shower. I let out some more of the girls' small items.
In what?
The back of the car.
That Nissan SUV?
Yes.
Okay.
I was at 88. I smoked, drank some more. Smoked the vehicle. And it was after I left. He said I didn't leave for a while there. I didn't remember all of that. Couldn't be there that much later. I remember going to the pharmacy.
After you left? Okay.
Going home, showering, going to bed.
Okay. So he wanted some sort of sexual encounter with you?
That wasn't going to happen to him. He was not dead.
Okay.
That's when the girl came down. I spoke with her. And like I said, afterwards I left.
Okay. Have you recently had a sexual intimate relationship with him?
Recently?
Well, in the past month, obviously he's moved back in, you were speaking. Have
He's
you?
asked me for sexual favors, yes, but no, we have not had intercourse, no.
Okay. Well, because part of the reason we've been told otherwise by other people that he was telling other people that we do that. That's why we're trying to clarify some of this stuff.
No, we have not had intercourse.
Okay, and other things like honeyest, any type of foreplay or anything like that.
Most he said was the hand
Okay. You two moving in together, was there a expectation that you were going to be in a relationship together? Or?
Certainly expected it, but he's quite aware that I'm not able to do anything. I was not trying to have sex with him.
Okay. So he's asking for sex, you say no.
As usual.
Okay. And then from there, what happens?
I gave him a back massage off his back.
How did this, obviously you're quite a bit smaller than he is. How did you pop his back?
He was laying on the ground and pushed it in, formed line, very solid, supposed to off.
Okay, so you're straddling his lower back area, something like that, or standing up, something?
Standing up, yes.
Okay, and you're just pushing his back, he's out. Okay, and where was that? In the bedroom or the?
On the floor of his room, yes.
I'm sorry?
On the floor of his room.
The floor of his room? Okay. And then from there, what happens?
He went to go smoke again. When he came back in and was laying on his bed, and he had me rubbing his back. That's when I was rubbing his back. And that's when the yoga was coming down the stairs.
So you're rubbing his back, are you using anything? Like, how was he positioned on the bed when you were rubbing his back?
Laying down on the bed.
But how, like, is he up next to the headboard? Is he laying long ways? Is he laying opposite of the headboard?
He's laying more towards the bottom of the bed.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's have you on the bed and show us You see a figure, he's like, okay, where's the head of it? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna for you, I'm just gonna say that's the bed and this is the headboard. Okay? So obviously for headboard purposes, these would be pillows, this is where somebody would lay their head. So you drew a line across. Now I want to put words in your mouth, so I want you to correct me if I say something that's wrong. He's lying across the bed, is that right? Okay. Which side would be his head? This side, so closest to the edge of the bed, or lower left, laying on it, the right side. There's like a wall and like a makeshift closet on this side, right? So I'm just going to draw a circle for it. Is that correct? So he was laying this way. Where exactly were you while you were getting in the background? This side. So you were on the bed? Yes. Between the headboard and him? Yes. So I'm going to draw an X for you. Does that sound about fair? Yes. Were you on top of him, kind of sitting on his butt, or?
Pausing at 1601. Approach. Showing you states 12, sir. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What does that appear to be?
The hand-drawn photo that was just depicted right there.
I move for admission of that.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
That would be a minute.
So, Detective, we just witnessed this, but I just want to clarify. As Detective Christopher was assisting, obviously Ms. Michaels was in handcuffs up front. He was kind of helping her.
Correct.
And asking for her instruction on where everything went, right?
Yes.
And this up here being the headboard where the pillows are?
Correct.
What does the X represent?
Where she was sitting?
And then this at the bottom represents where John was, correct?
Correct. With the circle being his head.
With the circle being his head. Now, there is a folder sitting on the table as you're interviewing her, correct?
Yes.
That folder was closed.
Yes.
That contained a couple of the photos of John dead, missing his head in the bed.
Correct.
Those were not shown to her prior to this drawing, correct?
No, they were not.
They're shown later, we'll see that. And that
Yes.
will be the first time she will have seen those.
Correct.
Resuming.
Back running, or were you on the side? On the side. Okay. Any lotions or oils or anything like that? Okay. I mean, just for this instance, did you introduce lotions or oils or anything like that later on? Okay, so just when we talk about this incident here, not the past or anything else like that. Okay. So this is going on. Now what happens?
He was rubbing on me, and I said, "Locals coming down the stairs."
So in the house, there's stairs to go to the second floor, and then there's like the, we'll say, kitchen dining. Okay, so not stairs into the, we'll call it makeshift John's bedroom. Not those couple little stairs there, but the stairs from upstairs down. Okay. And how do you know this? Did you hear when somebody walks up and down the stairs? Okay. How do you know it's her, not the stepfather?
I mean, he's just usually when I've been there before, so we should call the
Okay. And just to clarify, what do you hear?
Footsteps.
Okay. Have you ever lived in this house? Okay. So John and Andrea have been together for 5-6 years or so. Have you been at this house during that time, before or after? Okay. So it's, how long has John lived at this house? I know his parents have been there a long time.
Okay. And we was living there. We separated.
was he doing that? Like, was it?
Trying to reach backwards.
Did he say anything to you?
No, just he said it looks good and he's happy.
Are you replying to any of that? Are you saying anything to him?
No, I'm just trying to get his back.
Okay.
Talk so much.
Does he, what does he wear at that time?
He had his boxer shorts on at that time.
What color were his boxer shorts?
Either black or a darker color.
Darker color. Okay, so nothing else, it's just boxers. Okay.
What's on the bed? Comforters or anything like that, you know? Blankets. Do you know what the blankets look like? White blankets? Okay. Is his head resting on the bed, or is it off the bed? It's on the bed. Okay. So it's obviously if he's talking to you and stuff like that, his face is in the bed. Is that what you feel one way or another? Okay. He's rubbing on you, or is this making you upset or some sort of something?
Visually to bother me.
Okay. What bothered you about it?
That he's still pursuing sex, you know. He kisses me, I turn away and everything like that. So trying to do something.
Well, but you're still giving him that work, correct?
Because I know he has some girls, and I don't can keep him from me to a point. He can keep him away from me, but she has burned me before.
You love your girl, don't you?
Very much so.
With all your heart?
Yes,
I didn't say that. I'm just asking that you love them with all your heart. That's not you to her.
Is that why you're asking me back in to have, is it currently, or we'll say at this time, he had full custody?
No, we both had temporary joint custody. He filed to get sole custody, and he never showed up, so his motion was denied.
I thought CPS revoked or took your parental rights away for that.
They did.
Okay, that's what I'm referring to.
And that case was closed, and we had temporary joint custody. And he was supposed to file custody, and he never showed up.
When was that?
That was in April.
Okay.
So his motion was denied. That's where it left it. Both had temporary joint custody. He had physical custody of the girls.
Okay, so you got legal custody, legal joint. He had physical custody. What was the visitation like?
Based on CPS, I was supposed to see the girls for supervised visits or therapy sessions only, and he never enrolled them. I enrolled them, and that was it. And he said he didn't want to go to the courts anymore. We were going to be one happy family, and we were actually working towards it. We were not perfect, but we were getting along.
You kind of smirked a little bit while you were telling that story. What kind of brought that emotion out?
Because when it was all said and done, when he needed something, I was helping him. No matter how much he did something, I was helping him. And everything said, thank you for helping me, thank you for helping me. And it's like, I was literally trying my best to put it back together with my family.
Go back to your family or get your girls back?
Because my girls wanted everybody in their mom. It was like,
Your girls?
Yes, sir.
Not what you wanted. Understandable.
So you said the CPS case was closed down?
Yes, sir. Back in February.
Back in February?
Yes.
Okay. respect.
I didn't want to be in a physical sexual relationship with John. Me hanging out with John was fine. We got along well enough for that. Like, we went on picnics together, we did all of the shopping together, we watched movies together. We got along just fine for that.
Okay. But you mentioned that he could keep your kids from you. How would he do that?
Because he had the physical custody of them. That's all. I had legal joint, but he had the physical custody. So like on Father's Day, he got mad at everyone and said, "F this, go pack up the girls' stuff, bring them back."
So hopefully he had the upper hand.
So he's said yes.
Right.
That's it.
He basically called the shots.
Sometimes yes.
How did you feel when it came to your daughters?
They let me go that, okay, don't piss them off.
So, made you feel like you had no problem.
I just didn't argue with them.
Because you want to make it worse.
It wasn't a worse situation, I just didn't argue with them.
Well, you just didn't want him to keep your kids from you. Okay.
He wasn't keeping them from me, but he always kept trying to threaten that. Like,
So that was always an option you had.
he would threaten it, yeah, but it seemed like he wanted me to keep the girls because it made it easier for him to work. Because I had him so he could work.
Okay. So you discussed with, we'll call him Deb because of your current husband. He was moving out, or what was the?
When we first talked about it, he made it clear he did not want to be the same vendor with John.
Okay.
Because nothing came to be, it wasn't really a conversation we had more than once. Like I said, John didn't actually take any actions towards it. So, yeah, John was kind of living here and said he would move out. But John hadn't not moved in, so it wasn't our conversation. I am not trying to make myself out to be anything other than what I am. Yes, I hate John.
Let's talk about that. He's laying here, got a massage. He's rubbing on you. You said at some point you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, he was starting to get on my nerves because he kept grabbing on me. I already said no, stop touching me.
Okay. Then what happens?
I hit him, he stopped touching me.
What did you do?
Some step thing that was on the fireplace.
Okay. So the fireplace in the same room?
Yes.
So he's laying on the bed, you get off the bed, walk over to the fireplace. What do you grab?
This
The lamp, sir.
I don't know what it's called.
Describe it.
It looks like a candle holder.
A candle holder?
I don't know, it was square. It was, I can't make the shape. I don't know how to describe it.
Okay. So is it, and how long is it? Are we talking short?
Shorter than that.
Shorter than that.
A little bit of this one. At the inside of this.
Which was your chair?
Yeah, the
Okay.
inside.
How big? Okay. So about that.
Yes.
And same thickness throughout the length. Is that correct?
I just have like a square thing on the top, the square thing on the bottom.
Okay, so the candle holder or something on the ground the candle sits on? Is that
Something that's better than that.
okay? And what color was it?
Wooden color?
Like black, or was it like a dark brown or black? That had black coating on it?
I said real black color.
Okay. And just out of the middle of the massage, you get up and you walk over to the fireplace.
place? Does he say anything to you? So when he's in bed, did you say, hey, I'll be right back, don't move? You just got up and walked over.
I got up and I walked up.
Okay, and what happened after that? Where were you standing when you did it?
I was sitting in the bed.
In the same position? So you got back in the same position, just for clarification purposes, back where you originally gave it the back massage, between the headboards, correct? Which direction was the head facing? So facing away from you. Okay. Where exactly did you hit him?
On the head.
Okay, so if he's facing away from you, and I don't know who words your mouth, so if I say anything that's incorrect, please stop me and correct me. Okay? So he's facing away from you, you say you hit him in the head. So if I'm facing away from you, did you hit him like in the ear, or at the top, or in the front, or in the back?
Around the back of his head, yes.
Okay. Well, you can't guess, you were there. Right?
I'm just not positive where anyone actually struck it somewhere.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So there's no nice number. Correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there light on by indication? So is there any ambient light whatsoever coming into the room, or is it just pitch dark?
It's dark.
It's dark. Okay. So how do you know what you grab when you walk over to the fireplace?
I'm just going by what I remember.
Okay, what was that? So you hit him somewhere around the ear or something like that. You believe, correct? That's safe to say. How many times did you hit him?
One.
Okay. How hard did you hit him? Okay, so
As hard as you could?
like did you use all your hands? One hand, two hands, right hand, left hand.
My right hand.
Your right hand. Okay. Did you say anything before you hit him?
Stop.
Stop. Why did you say stop?
Just kept touching me.
Okay.
What is these things?
Didn't say anything. He stopped moving. But he was still breathing.
Okay, so you hit him. He's still breathing, but he completely stops moving.
His hands stopped moving, yes.
Okay. And does he say anything else after that?
That's when I heard local and everything that
Okay. And what did he say? What did she say, or what did you say?
we were just talking about it, and she was asking me about, can you help Sean give me some money for the insurance, and he hasn't paid this, and also just
Okay, did she want to go talk to him? So how did you get her to go back upstairs?
I didn't give her all that, she walked upstairs.
Okay, so why did she come downstairs?
She was into the kitchen, I didn't tell her to come downstairs, she came downstairs.
So why did you go and talk to her?
Because they were in the kitchen.
So you see her walk in and just have a conversation with her?
I didn't know.
Okay, what happened after she went back upstairs?
Myself in the car and I left.
You put what's up in the car?
My bag.
Okay. Where'd you have the bag?
The keys, my mom and stuff.
You talking like a purse? Or you got like a purse?
It's like a backpack, yes. Like a purse.
Okay, the black one. Okay. I've seen your house. Things are decorated and stuff. I think if you walked over and grabbed a candlestick or something that resembles a candlestick, you would understand what that is. Right? So, what did you actually grab?
I don't know what it was. I said that's what it seems like. I don't know what you call it because it wasn't my house.
Okay, so what did you do with it?
It was on the bed or on the floor. I don't know. I gotta have that.
Okay. You can have that. So let's try again. Hey, this shit's about to get real. Okay? I'm going to explain something to you. There's about 40 years of law enforcement experience in this room right now. And that doesn't include you. Does that make sense? Okay, don't play what's going on, okay? Okay, well, I'm just being direct with you. All right? We're talking about your father's kid, or the father's, your children, is no longer here. And you were the last person that was with him. You were the last person to use force on him. Does that make sense? So the shit's getting real. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, but the games are over. And you should look at that picture, because that's the last position you saw him in. And that's the position we saw him in when we was at that house. Does that make sense? So cut the shit, and let's get down to the nitty-gritty and start answering some questions for us. Don't tell us the same bullshit that you felt Detective Gonzalo. You have your rest of your life ahead of you right now. You have a big decision to make right now. A huge decision that can ultimately affect your two little girls. The whole time that we've been sitting here having this conversation with you, you've had this defeated look. This can go one or two ways. When we write this report, we're going to say Devyn was non-remorseful, not even emotional.
Sir,
You don't have to call me sir, all right? We're beyond that, all right?
I don't remember your name.
It's Rick Christopher, okay? My apologies, I assume that he introduced myself even though I wasn't in the room, all right? So as we move forward, my question to you before we even get into details is if there's no light in that room, you described something to me that you picked up. So there's only that is one thing. When you took it with you, or you hid it, you saw it in light. So somehow there came light, and you saw an object. Because we know it was not on the bed, and we know it was not on the floor. So that's the stuff that I'm talking about. Does that make sense? So where is it? Okay, so where is it? Where did you put it? Where did you put it?
You keep looking at this bed like you're reliving this situation right here. This happens right here. You hear Yogo coming down the stairs. You don't want her coming in here. Because you just hit it in the head with this candle stick that you so said. Right? That's not what I'm saying. This right here. You don't want her coming down, but you just hit him and knock him out. Because he's there.
Yes.
So you rush up to go to the kitchen? Yes?
Yeah, I would tell the doctor, yes.
Okay. And you say, oh, he's drunk, he's going to sleep it off, or whatever, not to come down there. And then she goes upstairs. That's at 1 o'clock, right? You go back down there. You're there for an hour and 4 minutes. There's video and everything else from the neighborhood, everything around the room. We know exactly what time you left. We had tracks on your car going from the Pala Dura address to John's address, all the way back to your house and everything else. So we know exactly what time you left, what time you got home. So you're there for an hour and 4 minutes. You didn't just get out of there. They talk about the cleaning supplies, the ammonia and stuff like that, that you said that you saw them. And like, oh, yeah, I just saw them.
Anything cleans supplies and shop.
Okay, who is that?
I don't know anything about cleaning supplies and shop. She didn't ask me. I didn't know anything about that. And I just stayed out before.
Okay, so you saw the cleaning supplies?
Yes, there were some on the floor by the bathroom in the laundry room area, yes.
Okay, so John's right here. You hit him. He lays there. You go out. Now we have an hour where you just don't remember what happened. What did you go back there and do?
Just cleaning up the dishes and things.
Cleaning up the dishes in his room?
That's what I was doing when I gave everything to go home, yes.
No, after you
just cleaning up the area. When I left, when I hit him, he was breathing. I didn't.
How do you know it was breathing?
You can tell if a person is breathing.
Okay.
The chest goes up and down.
Okay. You said it was dark.
You can still know when someone's breathing.
In the dark.
It's not pitch dark, but yeah, it's not.
So you can't see an area on his head because it's so dark, but you can see his chest moving? You can't see what you grab off the shelf because it's so dark, and you walk over, but then you can see him breathing?
Yeah, you can see some person breathing. Your eyes can adjust.
Oh, then your eyes should have adjusted before a little bit, too.
I just don't know the exact spot.
Okay.
Asked me, and I said, I'm not positive.
So right hand or left hand you use?
Right, sir. Yes.
Right. Okay, well, I'm just trying to clarify, so I don't say that's wrong.
I already said I feel horrible about it, but I didn't write.
Why did you get it to the place? Pain on you?
She couldn't leave me alone.
Okay, you got up and walked away. Why did you get up and walk out? You could have left you on out there, right? Why did you say that?
Okay, you got up, walked over there, and walked back, and you never said anything to you, or you attempted to get off the bed, right?
It wasn't like that.
What was it like? What was it like? So, you mean to tell us you hit him in the head, right here, where you're showing this, and he doesn't move from there?
Right, but I didn't take long, because I wanted to make sure he was breathing.
Okay, so you hang around for an hour and 4
Not an
minutes.
hour, I did not know I was there alone.
Okay, it doesn't matter if you know it or not, you were there. You were there for an hour and 4 minutes hanging around with somebody you just hit in the head to make sure that they're doing okay. Do you recall any ambulance or anything? Do you go over physically touch him or check out or anything?
Yes, I did touch him.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
Why?
Because he was unconscious.
Did you ever hear a ventilate?
To a breathing person.
Who was unconscious? From law enforcement to that. Don't look at like those two questions, it's a valid question.
Did you roll him from his back to his roundabout? How did you check on her?
I just felt him and I felt he was breathing.
Okay.
But when I saw him, he was breathing, so I thought, okay, it's all right.
Okay, so you're hanging out in this room for an hour. No, you aren't. Unless you're running around, going back and inside and outside of the but that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so describe to me what you're doing during this time. And don't say clean.
I don't know. I just kept moving around. I just kept moving.
Just kept moving around.
Is it because you were in panic?
So I guess
Understand? That was on you. Okay, why are you in panic?
I was afraid that I actually just hurt him. Maybe I'm not sure something like that.
Okay, let me ask you this: were you in a panic because you knew you hurt him and he was in severe life-threatening injuries?
No, sir. No.
I don't want to ask you because I've been doing this too long to understand what went on. So it's fine.
You didn't know him.
Okay, explain.
That, and then he would be the nicest person in the world, and then try to do everything he could to help him.
Okay, so you have some resentment towards him.
Yes, but it wasn't for me. It was for others.
There's going to be some dislike towards that person. I understand that. That's reality. I get that. But for you not to go into details on exactly what happened, other than the fact that you gave him, is not going to help you out. I'm telling you that.
I cannot remember.
You have amnesia. Do you take medication for memory loss?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what type of medication do you take?
I don't know the names of it, but I do take medication.
Who's your doctor that prescribes that? What history is?
My medical history, but yes, I do take medication for seizures, headaches, memory loss, sights, all this stuff's right now.
Okay, so is there a possibility that you could have not been in your right frame of mind while you were there that night? Because of all the medications you were on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when people are on medications that come home to their thinking, sometimes they do things that they don't believe that they're doing. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now reading you, sounds like that could be a possibility that night in question.
I just don't remember. They were telling me things that happened, like I don't remember doing that. You're saying I was there that long.
We know you were there. I was trying to explain to you we had videos of answers you eating.
Hear you, but I remember talking to Yoko, getting my stuff, leaving, going to the pharmacy and going home.
But Devyn, what you don't understand is this, you know you're under arrest, okay? There is going to be a police report, and it's going to have the interviews that we have with you.
I don't think anybody believes that he was laying here, you hit him in the head, you don't know what you do for an hour and 4 minutes, you leave, he's found in the exact same spot, dead, then you're like, oh, I don't know.
No, but the hitting him didn't feel real. Like I don't.
I understand. So you're not in the right frame of mind. Maybe because your medications, that will make it feel like it's not real.
No, everything, like, all of this feels like a nightmare, like a dream. Like, I remember being with him, and him, us talking and everything like that, but the actual, it does not feel real. I don't feel I was there that long. I remember being there, Yoko, pharmacy, home. I thought I was home at like 2 something. You guys are saying it was
2:42.
Yeah, I promise you.
Okay. So what do you do that night after you get home?
I got home, I got a shower, I went to bed.
How you doing? How long did you sleep for?
About 2 hours.
Because you get home at 2:42, you're texting John's phone saying, oh, I can't find this, or where's this? And then, like, remember, we took her phone, we took his phones, we did all these downloads. I've read text messages between you, Dev, everyone else, things like that.
About 2 hours.
Okay, it was, if you got home and showered and then went to bed, then be about 1 hour. Then you would have been able to sleep and wake up and start looking. If that. So it doesn't look like you slept at all that night.
I said about 2 hours, so I'm not, it's a bit off, but you guys are telling me I'm there for a long time, and I know for a fact that's not what it is.
Yes, that is exactly. You can say, I don't think I was there that long, and I don't remember.
I don't remember, and in my recollection, it was not like that. I remember talking to Yoko, giving her the keys, picking up my stuff, and walking out the door. I picked up one more thing and left. I do not remember any of this. They told me, they asked me, where's his head? And until then, I didn't know anything about that. They're like, well, didn't Debbie ever tell you? No, Debbie didn't tell me anything about that. Well, did he leave that night? No, I don't remember Debbie ever leaving, but I don't remember anything. I just remember going home and everything. I don't remember really driving to the damn pharmacy. I just remember being at the pharmacy.
Okay. They told you he was decapitated. He had his head cut off. Yes. And they said you did not even blink.
Because it doesn't sound believable. Who does that?
I don't know. You tell us. That's it. It's this whole thing. Remember, everything you're saying does not make sense. I was here. I did this. Do you think anybody's going to believe I hit him in the head and I left? I took his. How did? When did he get it? When did he give you that wallet that you claimed it was given to you earlier?
You said that he was a security card.
And when was that?
Around the time he was eating.
So at night?
Yes.
Okay. He had his own key to the truck.
I didn't know that.
Okay, so why would he give you the one key to his truck when he's supposed to be over there in 2 hours? And his wallet? Yeah, because he's supposed to come over with you in the morning to take the kids to the...
In the morning.
So how was he supposed to get to your house then?
I don't think I was supposed to take them. I know I was supposed to take the social security card, but the other time I don't think I was supposed to take.
Why were they in your underwear drawer outside of the bags?
Because when he gave them to me, I didn't realize what I was taking, and I just put them away and said, keep them safe.
That's not normal.
You just said, when he gave them to me, but I don't think I was supposed to take these.
No, I said in hindsight. I literally said in hindsight, I don't think I was supposed to take those. The social security card he gave me, the other cards he gave me, you could see that on the surveillance camera. He hands me the card, but those ones, I don't think I was supposed to take them out of the house. I think I was just supposed to put them up, and then in the morning, he's supposed to go and get them. That's what I said. In hindsight, I don't think I was supposed to.
Well, why did you wrap them in the bags if it wasn't hiding in your dresser drawer?
I wrapped them up. I don't think I was supposed to bring those with me.
You're not answering my question. Why were they wrapped up in plastic bags and put in your underwear?
I wrapped them up right then and there in front of them.
Why didn't you just put them on your dresser?
One time, another time, another time. It wasn't like one of them time. It was repeatedly wrapped over and over. This was a thoughtful process. Put it in there, tie it up. Put it in another bag, tie it up.
Right. Like I said, I didn't realize what I had at the time. And he's saying keep them safe, so I'm wrapping everything up and I'm hiding it.
For what reason?
I don't know. He didn't say anything. He gave me this. He says keep it safe. It was a social security card.
The social security card was in your black backpack.
Right. I didn't even get a chance to put that away.
So you take that, put that in this not safe spot. The only thing that he asked you to keep safe, you keep in your backpack. But the stuff that you were not supposed to take, you wrapped up 8 separate times in a bag, in bags, and then in that.
No, do you not understand?
No, I don't.
I got home. It was late. I showered. I went to bed. That was it. In the morning, I would have sorted through everything. I would have talked to John, and everything would have been figured out.
None of that makes sense. If you
None of it makes any sense to me at all.
okay, if you expect anybody else, the jury, a judge, or the general public, to believe anything what you're saying,
No, because I don't understand any of it. You guys are asking me questions about what I did.
What does that look like to you? You don't know?
This is John?
That's this Johnathan when I saw him?
Yeah, but he had his boxers on.
Okay, now his boxers on.
I don't know, he had his boxers on. His boxers were black boxer briefs. He had boxer briefs on.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit's getting real. Keep looking at that. Take another look at this. This is reality we're talking about. Think long and hard about your decisions on how you go forward with explaining the bullshit that you're giving us right now. Nobody's going to believe you.
I understand.
And tell us where the object is that you used to do this. Tell us where it's at.
Do this.
Who did?
I don't know.
Who did?
I don't know.
That's not good enough. You did that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Then prove it.
How do I prove that?
Because you were the last person to see him alive. And you were the last person with him. You did that. That's reality. Look at that picture. He's gone.
this is the exact spot where you left it. What do you think? People are going to see this, and what do you think they're going to think of you? This has got to be eating you up. Holding this in has just got to be fucking eating you alive. You have to be going nuts.
For the sake of your daughters, tell us where the weapon is at so we can recover it, and there gives me some closure for your two daughters when they grow up for the rest of their lives. You owe it to them. That is their father. You owe it to them. Stop. Go ahead and say it. Stop. It's not good enough. Tell me something that I can go research to know that you didn't do this. Give me some evidence that I can go follow up with so I can help you in front of a jury of 6 or 12. Look at the photo. Your children will never see him again. Ever. And that's a choice that you decided. You decided for them.
That's the exact spot where you said he's at, right? You left him there. You hit him in the head. He's unconscious, not moving.
There wasn't this much blood. When I left, he wasn't bleeding like that.
No, this is because it emptied out after you cut his head off.
I didn't cut his head off.
Well, you did it.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Explain how this happened.
I don't know. I can't cut a person's head off.
But you can hit him with a stick. Is there a chance that that could have been a knife of some sort? Why? How do you know it's dark? Doesn't make sense, does it? There is no doubt in my mind that you did that. You owe it to your girls to have closure. We want to know where the object is that you used to do this. Where is the object? Tell us where the object is at right now so we can start working closure for your daughters.
Do you expect anybody to believe that? Listen, just listen to that. Listen to exactly that, what you just said. I don't remember. I wasn't there that long. We can prove 100% you were there that long. You remember everything else. You remember going to the CVS, getting your daughter's prescription, getting home. Oh, I showered. I started looking for school supplies. I started doing all this. I remember everything except the hour and 4 minutes after I cracked him in the head. His cell phone is at his house. You leave, drive back to your house. His cell phone now gets back to your house and has blood on it. It was not left at your house. Conveniently.
No.
Yes, conveniently.
No.
There's no possible chance that you would forget taking somebody, cutting their head off, going to dispose of this.
Fathom doing that. Hitting a person is one thing.
Yeah, it is.
But to do this is something completely different.
Believe me, I know. That's why you're sitting here. You sat here this whole time and made these faces and stuff like that, not to shed a single tear.
I've been crying all damn day.
Really?
Yes, I have.
Okay, because they said when they showed you and told you that he was decapitated, you didn't even blink.
They didn't show me he was decapitated. They told me. And I don't know how to feel about this. This is disgusting. It is utterly disgusting. And you're telling me I did it. No, I didn't do this.
You did this. We're beyond that.
No.
Well, you can be in denial all you want. That's not going to help you. You can deny it all you want. But we've been doing this too long to explain to you. We're giving you an opportunity to save face for you and the rest of your family. We're giving you that opportunity. But for you to sit here and deny that he did that, we're beyond that. We are so beyond that. There is no doubt in our mind that we can prove this in a court of law with a jury. You did this. However, you have an opportunity to save faith and have closure for your daughters to tell us where the weapon is. And don't sit here and say, I don't know. Where's the last place that you put it? Don't say, I don't know. Because just like Detective Lionel said, is you were very descriptive up to and very descriptive afterwards. However, there's that hour or that window that you were with him, which you said you were in a panic. No shit, you were in a panic. I would be in a panic too. You remember what you did, so tell us what you did. I know it's weighing on you. I can see it all over your face. You're going to feel better once you get it off your chest. Nobody is here to pass judgment on you. Not a single person.
You heard us stop staring at that picture since we put it up.
Okay, and I know whoever you're praying to is telling you to do the right thing and tell us what we're asking. Tell us the answer to it. You're going to feel better. I'm telling you right now. You're going to feel better. And you can start to have closure and you can start moving on. Because that is the right thing to do. And you know it's the right thing to do. I know you know that. I know you're a good person.
There has to be a reason why it's happened. And if you could explain that, it'd be a lot better off for you.
Don't look at me. I know you're a good person. And listen, look at me. I know we can't change this. I know we can't. Nobody can. But you can do the right thing and close it the right way. You truly can. I know you can. You are a good person. Do the right thing.
Is this how you want your girls to remember you? Or do you want to have a reason and an explanation on why it happened? So why? Why did it have to happen like this? What led up to this? What caused you to do this? Did something escalate in this room, or did this room pass, or what? Why did this happen?
It's okay to cry. It's okay to show emotion. It's going to be okay. It truly is. It's going to be okay. Do the right thing. You're a good person. Do the right thing. We're going to get through this together. We're not against you by no means. We're going to get through this together, but you have to help us. You have to help us, allow me to help you. You're a good person, Devyn. I'm telling you, I know you are. You're not a monster. You're not a bad person. But you need to start doing the right thing right now. This is where you change things and make things right.
This had to have a reason. You guys, your girls remember you as this.
Let's take the reason out of it, okay, for right now. Okay? Where is the object? Just tell us where the object is. That's all we're asking. Right now, let's take small steps. Heaven, please please. I'm begging you. I'm trying to help you. I'm sincerely trying to help you. Don't go down that road. It's not fair to you or your kids. No, I understand. I understand, but you're not allowing us to go through this together. You put up this wall, and you're in denial. This is reality, as I said before. This is not going away. But you have an opportunity right now to make things right for yourself. To start moving in a right direction. You start to have an opportunity for closure for his parents, for your children. Understand what? Lord, this is simply amazing. In my 22-year career, this is amazing to hear you sit here and say that. Listen.
Maybe it was because I didn't get rid of it.
Are your fingerprints or DNA going to be on either one of those bottles?
I do not know.
Why not?
Let me guess, you don't remember.
I read that one. I don't think I remember.
Where would you move these from?
It was in the hallway of the lane.
This is the hallway right here.
Right, but it's like laying in the hallway in the lane.
That's what these are. They're laying in the hallway. Right there.
Set it up. And it was completely full.
So these are tipped over, laying right where they're at. You walk over and set it up, and then leave, and not set that one?
Yeah, but that was like hours earlier in the day.
What was hours earlier in the day?
Like, maybe 6, 7 in the evening, earlier today.
So these are sitting there all day long?
No.
Yes, these are there the next one. You're just claiming that these are in the hallway anyway. They're in the same spot where you just said.
Right, but it was not like that. Well, I'm not sure where this is.
Okay. So, you got this same bottle over at your house? No, you don't? What is this? So you don't even know what it is, you say no. Soft stroke? Soft stroke?
Looks like it says yes.
Yeah. So you said no. You don't have that at your house? Sit on top of your washing machine.
That is?
Yeah. Listen.
Wait,
That's the love to you because it is. I don't know. It's no listen. You can sit here and say, you think that you're smarter than me.
no, I don't think I'm smarter than anybody. But I didn't do this.
Okay.
It's only because I have the same cleaning.
No. The cell phone that you take, you have to take the cell phone from his house back to your house after he's dead. Is this blood on it? His wallet, his keys, things that you're not supposed to have wrapped up in a bag 8 times, shoved in your underwear drawer. Number one, you're the last person to see him. You're the last person to physically assault him. Hit him in the head. He's in the exact same spot. You remember everything from him handing you debit cards and EBT cards at which specific gas station, and this and that, and going to CVS to get your daughter's this, and the school, and he's supposed to be here at 5 a.m. or whatever time to go do all this stuff with the taking to school and this and that. Or did your girls go to school that day?
I tried, I couldn't get him.
Why not?
Because John wasn't there.
Because your kids aren't registered for school? Because your kids aren't registered for school?
I needed to register.
Why does he have to register them?
We both had to register them.
No. No, both parents don't have to register them. They generally don't go to school to drop the kids off at school on the very first day of school to register them.
Yes, John was supposed to.
Okay, so all of this stuff. And then the only thing that you don't remember is the time that you were denying that you're at the house, where 100% you were there for an hour and 4 minutes, running around the room, that you can't explain.
I don't remember what I was there about it. I do not remember anything else.
Okay, that's all I do. Good luck with that, because that is not going to fly. But I think we're done.
Absolutely. And your girls are definitely going to take you because you can't even have the audacity to give them closure. Shame on you. That's terrible. There's some anger now, huh?
I told you from the beginning I didn't.
Is that how you feel against him?
No! That's not how I feel against him.
I think you're just upset that you got confidence and... No? Personally, I think that you weren't expecting him to move into your house so soon, so you had to go over to the house.
No.
And killed him at his mom's house, so you went to be the suspect.
No. I was going to talk about moving to my house for months.
Yeah, and you were surprised he was actually about to prove it.
No, because it wasn't following through. He just moved tools and DVDs and stuff. You guys were there.
You said he moved all of his stuff.
Tools and DVDs. I didn't say he moved all this stuff. I said he moved a whole bunch of crap.
Do you want to get somebody to transport and hang out? Let me see my options right here. Okay. Do you understand that it does not sound even feasible? No, just answer my question. You explained everything except an hour and 4 minutes that after you hit it in the head, that you don't remember.
Yes, because I had nothing to do with it.
That's not answering the question.
Yes, I said yes.
So if that's not feasible to you, how would it be to a jury or the general
I
public?
didn't say it wasn't feasible to me. I didn't.
Oh, it's feasible. You remember everything except the hour and 4 minutes after you hit somebody in the head. That's what you're saying? You have to have something for the hour and 4 minutes where he was murdered, that you were in the house. That's it. That's the only time that you don't remember.
I didn't know I was there that long.
It doesn't matter if you don't.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't remember being there that long. I didn't know I left.
Okay, so is it possible you did it? You don't remember?
Yes, sir. It is very possible.
Okay, how? Have you had moments in the past where you've done stuff where
yes.
it's happened?
Yes, there's things in my past where I cannot remember. And yes, I have talked to my doctor about it. Yes, they're trying to figure out what's going on with me. Yes.
Okay, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but what is wrong with you that you say that
I don't know. They're testing me now. I went yesterday. For whatever reason, my brain tingled and I blacked out. And I literally have it on documentation from the doctor, and they're trying to figure out what's going on with me.
Okay. Do you take Xanax or benzos or anything like that?
I have a whole bunch of pills.
Okay.
And I don't know what they are because they're about 20 different syllables, and I don't know, but I didn't do this. I know I'm...
Ever been diagnosed with mental illness or...
No.
No.
They were just testing me for everything. I just did an MRI, an EEG. They were doing a whole bunch of other tests. But yes, I mean, the last thing that has happened to me, I remember my brain starts tingling, and then I would wake up. I don't remember doing any of this. I know I don't remember being there that day long. I remember getting my daughter's medication. I remember being home. I don't remember even hitting him like that. I know he was pissing me off, so I hit him, but it wasn't anything where he was dead, he was breathing, he definitely had his head on him. You guys are trying to say I did all this stuff. I did not.
You don't remember, is what you're saying. You don't remember doing any of this. Okay. So that's it. There's a possibility you did, but you don't remember because you were locked out.
Sir, I'm not an evil person. You guys are telling me that I did all these things, and I'm like,
the next day when you woke up, or I don't think that you went to bed based on the activity and everything like that, because when we print out a phone thing, everything comes out, it's like minute by minute and everything else. Activity, it appears that you're pretty active the entire night. The next day, what did you do? Did you go to school first, or you went to the oncology? So you drove to the school?
Yes.
Did you go to the oncology appointment first, or the school first?
School first.
Okay. And you got to the school?
Yes.
Who did you talk to at school?
The school staff, the red school. And they said I can register, I had to turn in some paperwork.
Okay.
So I went to my apartment, asked the detective to call me. And I got in there, talked to him. She tried to get paperwork, turned it in.
So we're working on all of this stuff. Obviously, it's whatever, but video surveillance from the school, video surveillance from the oncology place, all of this stuff, we have tons and tons. You told us, like, hey, we stopped here at this gas station. So we spend the time, we go out there, boom.
Detective, is that when your video storage ran out?
It was.
All right, Steve, before you move on, you just say, I'll take a brief recess.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the rest of this will take us through the rest of the day. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or today, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionary, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, testify the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case until it's finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 3:45 will be recess at 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
We are back on the record in C-37723, Mountain County State Department versus Devyn Michaels. And the record reflects that is Michaels, the president of the lawyers, that is discharged on behalf of the state. We will require speakers to presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, you may resume your question.
And Detective, you indicated you had the backup recorder going.
Correct.
I'm going to just play the audio, hopefully around the same time where we just left off.
Yeah, you and his mom both went out pay the truck bill or something like that, or I think it was end of July.
No, I called and they had to arrange it, so I'm trying to pay it.
Obviously, he's got some money issues and not really contributing a lot. It seems like what he really contributed was the EBT card.
I apologize, Detective. I'm going to have to back up a couple minutes there.
The school staff, the red school, and they said I can register, I have to turn in some paperwork. So I went to my apartment, that's when the detective called me. We were down there talking to him. She tried to get the order turned it in.
So we're working on all of this stuff. Obviously, it's whatever, but video surveillance from the school, video surveillance from the oncology place, all of this stuff, we have tons and tons. She told us, like, hey, we stopped here at this gas station. So we spend the time, we go out there, we get video surveillance from that place. We get video surveillance from any place that you said that you were at or could have been at, or any place that your phone or vehicle or anything like that put you at. We have video surveillance from the entire neighborhood. Streets along the way, in and out, everything else like that. Nothing says anybody else did it. And the difference is, where we're at here is, a lot of it looks like it's planned. There's cleaning supplies, there's this, it's the last, when the last time he's supposed to be at home, the cameras are taken down. It looks very plain and methodical. Or is it something that happens and, hey, I got angry, he was touching me, this and that, whatever, I hit him, went too far, and ended up with this. That's the difference. And you just say, well, I don't remember. So you and Dad,
Detective, that was very soft there. You're asking about the cameras, and she says he took the cameras down, meaning John?
Yeah, he took the cameras down and he did all that. Conversations that he had about any of this stuff.
John chose he's sitting with his family in the car. Basically, I've been along with the cross.
You seem to be a very emotionally dependent person based on the conversations between you two. Would you characterize yourself like that, or is that you don't feel like that? Because everything's very, it seems like there's an issue with the intimacy or something, and then I hate you out. You're cheating on me, you're this, that, you don't have sex with me, and then, like a day later, hey, grab me 2 beers and a baby from the store. Okay, see you at home, when you come home, I hate you, liar, cheater. It's a very up and down. I think on the third you told me you wanted a divorce.
Yeah.
What, it's just fed up, or? I don't know what your financial situation is, but I'm assuming he pays some money.
Yeah, that's why it wasn't really a big thing for John,
But John doesn't really have money to pay anything, right?
Yeah, he said he was going to try to help.
I'm trying to, obviously, like, you just had to help him out with some money with his mom, right?
No.
You and his mom didn't give him some money? Well, he told somebody you and his mom helped him out pay the truck bill or something like that for, I think it was August, end of July.
No, I called and we held the arrangements from him, and I didn't pay it.
Obviously, he's got some money issues and not really contributing a lot. It seems like what he really contributed was with the EBT card.
Yes.
But he can't really pay bills on the EBT card.
But she's willing to accept me without the card down.
I was saying they're moving with you. Now, Dad, he's was paying $1,100 a month.
Yes, the plan did was I was going to rent out my home. Something small. I really wasn't so much of a financial burden on myself.
Did he have any sort of relationship with his dad towards the end? Did he ever go over to that house or anything like that? Do you have any psychiatrist or anything that you're under current care of? Or who was your doctor that is dealing with the lockhouse?
I don't remember her name. Just kind of the doctor. Running all the tests.
What do you need? Oh,
Is that first med? I don't know her name.
she got first med?
I just started talking to herself.
What was that?
2 months ago.
2 months ago?
Yes.
Like, did she have an appointment and stuff, or?
Yeah, she's the one that set the neurology appointments and everything.
So was she like family care?
Yes.
What was an EEG?
It's a way to.
Raising?
Yes.
Detective, well, I tried to stop it right at an hour, 20 minutes. Fair to say that there's about 3-4 minutes left, and it's just mainly medical stuff and nothing, no more real questioning related to what we've been discussing.
That's accurate.
Judge, I will pass the witness at this time.
Okay? Cross?
Yes, thank you. Detective, it was you and Detective, was it Christopher?
Correct.
That conducted this interview?
Yes.
Fair to say it was a fairly confrontational interview.
Fair to say yes.
I mean, you've got your partner in this interview saying you're not going to tell us the same bullshit that you told Ozella, correct?
Correct.
You've been trained in interview techniques, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that the primary starting point in the police academies is the read technique.
I don't know about the police academy, but I've heard of it.
You've heard of it. Is there another named technique that you were taught through the course of your training as a detective and a police officer?
Open-ended questions. I believe the read technique's more of a structured course technique where you rely on rapport more in the beginning.
You would agree with me that when you sat down and you began your interview, you were convinced that she had committed the crime?
Correct.
Your partner was convinced that she had committed the crime?
Correct.
You would agree with me that through this process and up until this time that we heard this interview, which started, was it at 6:54 p.m.?
Yes.
You and everyone else involved basically reached the conclusion that she was the guilty party, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree with me that you went in there not necessarily with a motive to find out information, but to get her to confess to the crime, correct?
We were trying to confront her on the evidence that we had that she was not admitting to.
I mean, there's relationships about her daughters, threats concerning her daughters, correct? You want to see your daughters, questions along those lines, correct?
No.
We listened to them. It was brought up, her daughters, correct?
Her daughters, but we never threatened that she wanted to see her daughters.
That she needs to cooperate, that she needs to give up information, correct? And it's clear in the video. The daughters, the theme of the daughters was employed to try and get her to confess to a crime, correct?
To admit to the evidence that we were confronting her on.
Beginning of the interview, she's sitting there, she's already been cuffed, correct?
Correct, she was under arrest.
You had said at the very beginning of you, I know it's been a long day, correct?
Yes.
You had made reference to her with a defeated look, correct?
I believe that was Detective Christopher, but yes, that was brought up.
You were both in there, correct?
Yes.
There was reference made to her having been Mirandized earlier that day, correct?
Correct.
There was also reference made to where she had been told earlier that day that Johnathan had been decapitated, correct?
Correct.
She was being confronted with evidence that things that you knew in an attempt to get her to capitulate and to admit to having done something wrong. Fair to say?
Correct.
In fact, there's one point, it was early on in the interview, there's a talk about you and your partner's collective experience all the years. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
How many years was told to her?
I believe it was 40.
40. And then that's followed with, this shit's gonna get real, correct?
Sounds right.
There was reference made to State's Exhibit 12, this photograph, correct?
Yes.
And it was at about 16, maybe 16:01 on the interview, correct? That
photo?
Yes.
I won't dispute that.
State, will you agree? It's about 16 minutes. It states here, hand-drawn picture by Devyn Michaels, correct?
At the top of it?
Yes. If I may approach her. Actually, may I publish this? Thank you. This has been admitted. Push this button. Okay. I'm a Luddite, but that's... States right here, hand-drawn picture by Devyn Michaels, correct?
Correct.
But we can see in the interview, she just draws one straight line, correct?
Yes.
The rest of these, the elements to this, the head, the bed, the pillows, the headboard, that's supplied after she's drawn a straight line, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't a hand-drawn picture by Devyn Michaels, it was simply a line drawn by Devyn Michaels, correct?
Detective Christopher assisted her because she was obviously struggling in the handcuffs.
Well, you say he assisted her. He drew this whole thing, didn't he?
Yeah, based on what she said, yes.
And the video will speak for itself. She draws a line and then he fills in the rest of this, correct?
Correct.
Which is, he's obviously doing that in an attempt to make it match the photograph that's ultimately showed to her, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that, well, and you're a police officer, but people get nervous when they speak to cops, correct?
Yes.
People get nervous when they get pulled over for a mere traffic ticket, correct?
Absolutely.
I mean, you'll agree with me that through your experience as a detective, sometimes people break down, correct?
Yes.
They may say things that they didn't necessarily do. Is that fair to say? And
yes.
You know where I'm going with this, but isn't that right?
Yep.
She had been interviewed multiple times prior to your interview, correct?
Correct.
We've heard them. There's been multiple interviews, correct?
Yes.
There's been multiple denials presented to her in reference to having committed a crime, correct?
Yes.
But nonetheless, you and other members of law enforcement keep returning and speaking to her, correct?
Yes.
And that's done with the intent of eliciting some sort of a damaging admission. Fair to say?
It would, yes.
A great deal of emphasis was placed upon the timing in that house, correct?
The hour, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you keep talking about an hour and 4 minutes.
Correct.
Over and over and over again, correct?
Yes.
We've heard testimony from a person that's a pretty into time, that she came down to clean about 1 a.m., all right?
Yes.
And she testified that she spoke to Devyn for about 15 minutes, all right?
Okay, I didn't know the length of time, but I knew that they met in the kitchen at 1 o'clock.
And we do have video evidence And some issues have been made about the completeness of it, but the video evidence, we have her leaving the house at 2:04, all right?
Yes.
So we're not really talking about an hour and 4 minutes, we're talking about 49 minutes, correct?
Okay.
Much less time, correct?
Not considerably, but yes, less.
She had told you that she was cleaning things up when Yoko was there, correct?
Dishes that she handed to Yoko.
And if I told you that we have testimony from Yoko that there was dishes, alcohol bottles, things of that nature, you'd have no reason to disagree, correct?
Correct.
If we heard testimony from Yoko that that room, and it wasn't a door, it was a sheet, but was open and the light was on in there, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
With Yoko?
Yeah.
No, I would not.
It's clear, and we've heard a great deal of evidence over the last week and few days, that a move was going on, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that when one moves one's belongings from one home to another, it can be a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Things can get misplaced or perhaps taken from one house to another inadvertently.
Yes.
There has been testimony concerning Johnathan's wallet and that he had actually lost that wallet the previous day. You're aware of that?
No, I'm not.
That there's texts which are now in the evidence, right, Mike? Yes. Where it's shown that Johnathan had lost his wallet the day before and he was communicating with Devyn.
I'm unaware, but I don't dispute that.
But a great deal of evidence was made concerning that wallet and Johnathan's belonging. And, you know, it's some idea that somehow that was evidence of guilt or that she was trying to hide something, correct?
Yes.
Come to find out, Johnathan had a habit of losing things and drinking, and she had taken his things. She'd received them from Johnathan. Okay?
All right.
There's been evidence concerning the phone that was taken. Johnathan's phone. Okay?
Yes.
There was never a statement by her, I took his phone on purpose, correct?
No, I don't believe she ever said anything like that.
Fair to say that, she arrived home at 2:42?
That sounds right.
And I'm just talking about from the 6th to the 7th right now, so I won't have to keep saying
Yes,
the date.
I
But
understood.
you agree with me, it's reasonable to believe that maybe someone may take someone's phone by accident. Fair to say?
Possibly.
Someone may take another's keys, either by accident or on purpose, if that person's been drinking. Reasonable?
It's happened before, I assume.
And if I were to tell you that there are a number of texts from Yoko, who was living with Johnathan up until the time of his move, and there was a lot of concerns that Yoko had about his drinking and driving, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I have no knowledge of that, but I would not disagree.
You'd agree with me, it's got to be a pretty stressful situation to be arrested for the murder of somebody.
Yes.
And she had been arrested and handcuffed prior to your interviewing her, correct?
Yes.
She had cooperated and given multiple statements to law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
You're aware of statements, and we've heard them concerning Johnathan, although she said he wasn't cut. She had said that he had said something about injuring his hand in reference to a white table. You're aware of that?
I don't believe I am.
White table was found at her place. They had moved it. Aware of that?
I don't believe I am.
Okay. You'd agree with me, people can injure themselves moving.
Yes.
Common sense.
Yes.
Every time law enforcement engaged her, it was with the purpose of trying to get something incriminating against her. And I keep stressing that because that's clearly what you were trying to do, correct?
What I was trying to do?
Yeah.
Correct.
And others with whom you were working.
Correct.
You'd asked her about what Johnathan was wearing when she left, correct?
Yes.
And she said he was wearing boxer shorts, boxers, correct?
She did.
She stayed consistent with that, correct?
Yes.
But you had a photo and it's been evidenced that the boxer shorts were gone, correct?
Yes. That's what she honed in on the picture.
She noticed, yeah. He had boxer shorts on when I left, correct?
Yes.
There was a discussion concerning cleaning materials at Yoko's house, and we'll just refer to that, the Pala Dura house as Yoko's house, correct?
Yes.
You were aware, you've seen photos, or perhaps you were there was a lot of cleaning supplies in that house, wasn't there?
I was not there. I was not, never went into that house. I was on scene, but never went in. The cleaning supplies that I was aware of were the ones in the hallway there, the evidence photos.
Are you aware of a photo that's now in evidence at Yoko's bathroom where it's lined with cleaning supplies?
I don't believe I am.
Okay. There was cleaning supplies in the hallway, correct?
What I just referenced, yes.
Yeah. And in the bathroom, I mean, there's a lot of cleaning supplies in that house, correct?
I would not disagree. I wasn't in there, though.
Fair to say that she has been interviewed over and over again, and her statements, protestations of not having done anything to Johnathan weren't getting her anywhere. Fair to say?
What are you asking?
That through her various interviews and her, I said protestations, her saying over and over again she didn't do this, wasn't getting her anywhere, correct?
Correct.
She gets arrested, her daughters are brought up, she's threatened with nobody's going to believe with what she's going to say, and then she tells you about hitting him in the head, correct?
Correct.
And that's it, correct? In your interview. I mean, she talks about hitting him in the head with something
yes.
near the bed,
She
correct?
said she hits him, and there's points where she says that she doesn't remember.
Yeah.
It's possible, but she just doesn't remember.
Okay, and we'll get to that. But you'd agree with me that hitting somebody in the head, assuming that happened, is different than killing them and decapitating them.
Yes, absolutely.
She actually points out that hitting him in the head with something is a completely different matter, or something to those. Correct?
Yes.
An object that Johnathan may or may have been hit in the head with was not recovered, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
There were no power tools, specifically a mechanical powered saw that was recovered, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, but
or any instruments that may have been used to sever the head.
Not that I'm aware of, but I wasn't informed of that.
You'll agree with me that there's a lot of pressure, societal pressure to solve a crime, especially a heinous crime. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
I mean, this was obviously number one on the list of priorities on the cases that you were working on. Find the murderer in this case. Fair to say?
Correct.
Get closure for this case. Correct?
Yes.
You'll agree with me when there's this kind of pressure, shortcuts may be taken.
I wouldn't say that.
It's easier to focus on one defendant, one object. Hey, we do know that she was there, versus someone else. Fair to say? It's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Are you asking why she became a suspect?
Hey, she was the easiest person. She was there that night. Fair to say?
That among other things, but yes.
Yeah. She had said repeatedly that they were together that night. We know she was, correct?
Yes.
In fact, they had been together late the night before. You're aware of that?
Yes.
She was consistent and remained consistent through the course of your interview that John was alive when she left.
He was breathing, which she would say yes.
She never told you in that interview that she took his head, did she?
She did not tell us that.
Is this the first case that you've been involved with concerning a decapitation?
Yes. I can't think of another one.
Yeah, it's a fair rare occasion. I mean, it doesn't happen, at least here in this country, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you this, and this is an aside, but I believe you may be the last detective we have an opportunity to speak concerning. I mean, was luminol used, in this? Was anything checked? I mean, there's been talk about times, things like that.
I can't testify to that. I don't know. I wasn't aware.
Okay. So, based upon your interview with her, she hits him in the head, and now we know it's about 49 minutes she leaves, correct?
She's in the house for at least till 2:04.
Okay. That'd be a lot of time to actually decapitate somebody, clean it all up, and get rid of all the evidence, correct?
Be a considerable amount of time.
That's a pretty tight timeline to get rid of. I mean, obviously, we've heard testimony that, if you decapitate a person, it creates a mess. We've seen photographs that there was a fair amount of blood, correct?
Yes.
She told you that she didn't take anything out of that house, correct? And it was in reference to a weapon or a head correct?
Yes, I would say that's what she's referencing because she was moving some of her daughter's belongings.
Yeah. She had told you that she was moving things around, correct? I mean, we know that she was moving, and that's consistent with what she told you. Is that right?
Yes, and she brought some of her daughter's belongings to her vehicle.
Yeah, so they're in the process of a move, correct?
Yeah.
She tells you that she leaves and then goes to a drugstore, correct?
CVS, yes.
And we've seen the video of that. Obviously, you've reviewed that.
Correct.
She's wearing white shirt, correct? Rolls in and gets a prescription for her daughter, correct?
I don't recall the color of the shirt, but I would say yeah.
Yeah, and that's right after this decapitation is alleged to have occurred and that she's been supposedly cleaning this up, correct?
Correct.
And then she goes home. 2:42, I believe you said the time was?
She arrives home, yes.
That's consistent with what she had told you, correct?
Yes.
In your understanding. There was talk concerning her going to the school the next morning, and you're aware of she did go to school the next morning and try and enroll her daughters. You aware of that?
I believe that's yes.
We do know that she went to a gas station, Funnies, correct?
The next day?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that.
There is minimization that you and your partner, and I'm just going to kind of refer to you as one because we saw both of you sitting there. It was the two of you basically with her on the other side, correct?
Correct.
You're both large men. I mean, I'm pointing out the obvious, but I mean, you're in shape. You're a big guy, correct?
I would say average, but okay.
I'm going to disagree with you. But so is your partner. He's a pretty beefy guy too, isn't he?
Okay.
I mean, you can see it. It can be intimidating, correct?
We did consider that. Like I said, this wasn't an interview room. It was a conference room. It's a larger room. Typically, when we do interviews, we sit next to and across from. We had her seated at the head of the table, and we sat back a little bit.
She's handcuffed.
Correct.
That kind of changes the dynamic a little bit, the power dynamic, doesn't it?
Well, she's under arrest, yes.
Yeah. And she was placed under arrest prior to your interviewing her.
Yes.
She's told at the very beginning of this interview that she's going to fess up. She's going to help you. It's going to help her to give you information, correct? And that precedes her talking about hitting him in the head, correct?
I don't think exactly that, but I would say that works, yeah.
And then the jury has this video. I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yes.
It's after this that then this idea about her hitting him in the head with something comes about, correct?
I don't recall the exact timeline, but it's obvious we've seen it.
Yeah. And through the course of this interview, nothing more than that, correct? Correct? I mean...
Nothing more than what?
Than that. She hit him in the head with something, he left and he was breathing, correct?
She, at the end, she said that she waited around to make sure he was breathing, but yes.
Yeah. He was alive.
Yes.
You are aware of the phenomena of false confessions, correct?
I've heard of it.
They happen, don't they?
Yes.
You're aware of case studies by social scientists where people actually admit, and usually it's murder, to something having committed a crime they didn't in fact commit. That's correct?
Yes.
We have the Central Park Five, and we have other, in fact, the Innocence Project. A third of those guys admitted, if he knows.
This is testimony. He's not an expert, and I would refute any alleged science behind that.
There's a lot of it.
Mr. Drufford, he's not here to testify as an expert. You can talk to him about what he did, but we're not getting into things that are not an issue in this job.
Let me ask you this. Have you received training concerning false confessions in the dynamic where they occur?
I don't believe so.
But you'll agree with me that they do occur?
Yes.
One more question on this subject. They tend to occur more concerning murder cases than others.
I wouldn't know that.
Okay. It's only after that you and your partner are basically swearing at her, telling her the shit's going to get real, saying, about the kids and John, that then she kind of has this where she doesn't quite remember, correct? That's fair to say, and that's a fair summary of what occurred during this interview.
No, I believe initially she was saying that she just left. She just left, and we confronted her on the evidence that she was there, and then she says, I don't remember.
Okay, but, she's there, says she left, she's confronted, she's under arrest, she's handcuffed, and then we kind of get this story about maybe she hit him in the head with something. Fair to say?
Sorry, what was that timeline again?
Yeah. The video starts, she's handcuffed, she's under arrest, okay?
Correct.
Where we hear that she's been Mirandized previously that day, okay?
Yes.
Her first story is that, she says that she just left, and then when that doesn't help you to get her to admit to something, it gets confrontational. Fair?
That's when we tell her that, hey, we have evidence that you were there, you didn't just leave.
Okay. And then after this confrontation, and the evidence will speak for itself, then this idea that maybe she did something, correct? Maybe she hit him in the head, correct?
Correct.
And then there's more that goes on, and we see it. Your partner's getting, passionate, correct?
Yes.
But she never says, and it's after that, then she's like, well, maybe I have a memory issue, correct?
She tells us that she's taking medication for memory loss.
And if I told you that she does take medication for that, would you have any reason to disagree with me? She has a medical history.
I don't.
So it's in response to this confrontation that she's saying, well, I don't know, there's parts of that night maybe I don't remember, correct?
Yes.
And that's in response to the confrontational position that you and your partner, the two of you, are taking against her, correct?
I think that's more us presenting the evidence that she's there.
So it
and she
wasn't
doesn't have
confrontational? Your voices weren't raised? You're yelling?
I don't think it was that confrontational.
To you, maybe. Okay, you've got a 230-pound woman that's handcuffed with you, correct?
Yes.
And then it's after that, then we see that there's, maybe I don't remember something, correct?
Correct.
But then later, she actually gets passionate with you and says, I did not do this, correct?
Yes.
And she consistently denies having killed Johnathan, correct?
Correct.
She consistently, and she even looks at the photo through this and she's like, I didn't do that, correct?
At one point, yes.
there's discussions to do what's going to happen after she's not going to be able to go home and things like that, and that was the last part of this interview, correct?
I don't.
And I'm not trying to confuse. I'm not trying.
Yeah.
We heard, and we heard that the tape or the video, the capacity was full, so we lost the video towards the last part of this, correct?
Yes.
And the rest of this interview is captured on the little handheld recording device, correct?
Correct.
She's done, correct? I mean, she's being taken away. It's done, correct?
Yeah. Well, prior to even when the audio or the video was going, Detective Christopher steps out to get a patrol officer to transport her, and then I just sit there until the patrol officer shows up. But we have a conversation. Yes.
Okay. I can have the court's indulgence then. Fair to say, for all intents and purposes, then this case is done and we're here now for trial, correct?
For my part.
Yeah.
I did not the end of it, but that was the end of it.
That was your part.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just real quickly, Detective, the point of talking to a person multiple times, it's different in different types of cases. Would you agree with me?
Absolutely.
And here we have a very glaring piece of evidence that's missing, correct?
Yes.
And John had children, 3 of them, right?
Yes, he did.
He had 2 little girls.
And the son.
And parents, and who probably want to put on a funeral for him.
Yes.
Was one of your main objectives in this interview attempting to find out what she did with the head?
It was. Obviously, we always try to give the family some closure or whatever, but obviously finding a severed head would obviously help the family, I believe, with, some closure.
I'll pass the witness.
Any follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay. Seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony again today.
Thank you.
State, can you call your next witness?
At this time, the state would rest its case.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the state has arrested their case. We are going to take our night recess at this point. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts and commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, theory, defense, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or the comments made to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury.
All right, state rests. I wish we could hear this. I wish they would let us hear that. All right, you guys, we are going to jump over to day 7. So we're going to jump over to day 7, which is right now. And I'm going to end this stream. We have a redirect set on. So I just need like 5-10 minutes to do some setups on the back end here and get set up. So with that, we will say goodbye. Thank you for joining us today. Dwayne, if you're watching, got a little super ball over there. Superest of balls. All right. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you for watching, everybody. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. I'm going to end this quickly so we can get on over to day 7. All right, guys. See you. We have a redirect set up. But just in case you don't get over there. All right, hold on. I need day 7, closing arguments. All right, so here is the current I'll just say next stream. All right. So here is there's the link for this for the stream. We do have a redirect set up, so you should be good to go. All right, guys. Killer kitty. All right. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Aaron. We will see you guys in about give me like 5-10 minutes. Okay.